Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 251 The Legion of Death, Red Jade's Gift. By now, it's no secret why the Corpse Demon Sect is so eager to help Jin Kingdom fight against the Dragon Transformation Sect. The reason is very simple, the corpses of Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators and their dragon blood artifacts. Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators who have cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique generally have much stronger bodies than other cultivators of the same level, and their bodies contain the bloodline of a dragon. For the Corpse Demon Sect, such corpses are undoubtedly excellent materials for corpse refining. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator's corpse, the easier it is to refine it into a powerful corpse, with greater potential. During the previous southern expedition, many Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators' corpses were collected by the three major sects and handed over to the Corpse Demon Sect. At the same time, many dragon blood artifacts were also given to the Corpse Demon Sect as payment. Having tasted such benefits before, and now able to wash away their own infamy by resisting the beast tide, the Corpse Demon Sect naturally wouldn't hesitate to continue to help. After all, for them, as long as their side ultimately wins the war, they will never lose anything. Few forces could match their mastery of using war to sustain war. After all, they could even refine the corpses of their own deceased disciples into corpse refiners. For example, this time, the Corpse Demon Sect not only sent several golden core cultivators and 34th tier corpse refiners, but also a massive corpse army. This army included over 63rd tier corpse refiners, over 1,000 second tier corpse refiners, and over 5,000 first tier corpse refiners. That night, led by 6 4th tier spirit corpse generals, this corpse army transformed into a death legion and charged into the beast tide. The gray-black corpse energy gathered into dense corpse mist that swirled around this death legion. Any demonic beast caught in it was quickly torn to pieces, its blood drained, and even its soul devoured. In terms of ferocity and cruelty, even the most ruthless demonic beasts could not compare to these yin creatures like corpse demons. This scene filled the other demonic beasts with immense fear, causing them to flee from the Death Legion, daring not to clash with it. For a time, this Death Legion, numbering no more than 10,000, swept through the 100,000 demonic beasts, with no enemy daring to stand in its way. Such power astonished many cultivators within the Fueling Stronghold, who felt a growing sense of awe towards the Corpse Demon Sect, a neighboring sect they had only heard of but had little dealings with. However, the high-ranking demonic beasts in the beast tide could not tolerate this. Soon, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar, a fiery dragon, riding a vast cloud of fire, descended from the sky and crashed into the Death Legion. In an instant, hundreds of refined corpses around the dragon's landing point were instantly ignited by the demonic flames and burned to ashes. Roar! The deaths of the corpse soldiers instantly ignited the rage of the leading spirit corpse generals. With a roar, they immediately wielded their specially crafted magical weapons and attacked the dragon. A spirit corpse, its body surging with deathly energy, suddenly swelled in size, transforming into a 3 zang tall, scaled monster. It raised its long-handled giant axe and cleaved down at the dragon. Instantly, gray light condensed, and a gray blade of energy several zang long tore through the sky, slashing towards the Crimson Fire Dragon. Facing such an attack, the Crimson Fire Dragon remained unfazed. With a flick of its claw, a crimson flame transformed into a fire dragon to meet the blade of energy. Boom! After a loud explosion, the gray blade of energy and the Crimson Fire Dragon dissipated in midair, evenly matched. However, the Crimson Fire Dragon possessed 4 claws, and its mouth, tail, and horns could all launch attacks. While defending against the gray blade of energy, it also spewed fiery streams at the Legion of Death, while its tail swept out, pulverizing the refined corpses into fragments. Within a mere dozen breaths, the number of refined corpses destroyed by it reached 200 to 300. Such heavy casualties caused the golden core cultivator of the Corpse Demon Sect, who controlled the spirit commanding corps generals and thus the corps army through divine sense, great distress. Therefore, he quickly issued an order to the spirit commanding corps generals to surround and kill the Crimson Fire Dragon. Suddenly, the 6 4th-tier refined corpses leading the corps army roared in unison, each releasing strong corpse energy that connected with the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-tier refined corpses to form an array, instantly creating a corpse demon array using corpses as the array. In an instant, the power of thousands of refined corpses was concentrated into the 6 4th-tier spirit commanding corps generals, causing their aura to surge dramatically, and in an instant, they all stepped into the upper-grade 4th-tier realm. Only these refined corpses could do this kind of thing, gathering external force to enhance their cultivation. This was not only because their power was of the same nature, but also because they had dulled their sense of pain and their physical bodies were strong enough to withstand such a sudden surge of power. Even disregarding the repulsion between different types of magical power, a cultivator would find it difficult to withstand such force. At this moment, the 6 spirit corps generals, whose cultivation had surged to the upper rank of the 4th level, moved swiftly, each wielding their weapons and rushing to the side of the Crimson Fire Dragon. Their gray-black corpse energy condensed into armor, protecting them from the dragon's demonic flames, and they directly hacked and pounded at the dragon's body. Faced with a combined assault of 6 upper-rank 4th-level spirit corps generals, the Crimson Fire Dragon completely lost its previous ferocity. It was quickly overwhelmed and roared in anger, its body covered in wounds as it soared into the sky, escaping the battlefield. Seeing this, the 6 spirit corps generals did not pursue further, but instead dispersed their formation and continued to lead their Death Legion to sweep through the low and mid-ranking demonic beasts in the Beast Tide. Their mission as a zombie army was to sweep away the Beast Tide outside the fueling stronghold. Utilizing the tireless nature of the refined corpses and their ability to recover strength by absorbing the life force of demonic beasts, they used this method of fighting to sustain themselves and ultimately crush the Beast Tide. Although the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon had killed many refined corpses, the losses were negligible compared to the overall strength of the zombie army. Seeing the Death Legion of the zombie army advancing unimpeded through the Beast Tide, and witnessing many demonic beasts fleeing in fear, the high-ranking members of the Dragon Transformation Sect and the demonic beasts had no choice but to send reinforcements to stop the zombie army. The Crimson Fire Flood Dragon, who had previously fled, returned to the battlefield, bringing with him a 4th-tier low-grade Fire Leopard demonic beast and a golden core cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect. The two, one human and one demon, charged back into the Death Legion, engaging in a fierce battle with the zombie army led by 6 spirit-communicating zombie generals. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowai were also on the battlefield, facing over 100 3rd-tier demonic beasts and dozens of Purple Mansion cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect. They even spotted Lin Hongyu. However, being on the battlefield, neither side dared to contact the other, each fighting their own battles without ever seeing the other. In terms of numbers, the Jingguo allied forces held a slight advantage. After all, the previous southern expedition had eliminated many Purple Mansion cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect, and this time, fighting on home soil, most of the cultivators previously guarding the mountain gates of the 3 major sects had been deployed. This was the source of the Jingguo allied forces' confidence in launching a proactive attack. However, in actual combat, the Jingguo allied forces, with their diverse cultivator backgrounds, fought somewhat hesitantly, lacking the ferocity and fighting spirit of the demonic beasts and the daring to risk their lives like the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. Therefore, despite their numerical advantage, the battlefield never saw a one-sided or decisive victory. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowai had already decided before the battle that they couldn't exert themselves as much as before, and they couldn't stand out too much. If their spirit pets weren't already well known, they probably wouldn't have even wanted to send them into battle. But even with their many concerns, the Jingguo allied forces' numerical advantage became apparent as time went on. By the latter half of the night, the Hulong sect cultivators, having exhausted themselves fighting against overwhelming odds, began to suffer from excessive mana depletion, making them less formidable than before. Furthermore, the prolonged use of the Dragon Transformation secret technique had severely strained their bodies, leading to various signs of weakness. In contrast, the demonic beasts were still holding on, maintaining good physical and mana levels. Their opponents, noticing their weakened state, naturally seized the opportunity, intensifying their attacks. By midnight, Dozens of Hulong sect protectors began to suffer casualties. For every dragon transformation sect protector who died, 1 or 2 Jinguo Purple Mansion cultivators would go to help the others fight. Then, like a snowball rolling downhill, more and more dragon transformation sect protectors perished under the combined attacks of multiple enemies, increasing the pressure on the remaining forces. When the number of fallen dragon transformation sect protectors exceeded 10, the Jinguo allied forces' advantage was already very clear. No, I can't hold on any longer. Everyone, retreat. Continuing to fight will only lead to certain death. Finally, a dragon transformation sect protector, facing attacks from 3 opponents of the same level simultaneously, finally showed despair and turned to flee. When death is imminent, no orders or concerns are as important as one's own life. And with one person taking the lead, it's hard for the rest not to follow. Soon, a massive rout unfolded. All the dragon transformation sect protectors began to use their own methods to escape the battlefield, no one considering the consequences of such a flight. The escape of these people shocked and enraged the remaining third-tier demonic beasts, and some of them subsequently joined the fleeing ranks. At this point, fleeing wouldn't necessarily mean death, but staying on the battlefield would certainly mean death. Even the demon beasts knew the choice. Chase them. We can't let these beasts escape so easily. Watching the fleeing demon beasts, cultivators from the 3 major sects shouted orders for pursuit, and indeed, many gave chase. To avoid criticism, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi also joined the pursuit. Their target was Lin Hongyu, who had escaped earlier. Lin Hongyu's injuries hadn't healed, and her participation in the battle was unavoidable. On the battlefield tonight, she didn't dare to charge recklessly as before, behaving much more cautiously. She quickly noticed the Zhou family's pursuit and, with tacit understanding, flew off in a certain direction with them. After flying over 1,000 miles, Lin Hongyu landed in a valley to wait for the Zhou family. Not long after, the Zhou family arrived in the valley riding a blue dragon. It's been several years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Lin, how have you been? In the valley, Zhou Ming greeted the beautiful woman in red with a smile. He then stepped down from the back of the azure dragon and gestured for Zhou Daoyi to put away the conspicuous spirit pet. Of course, this was also to show goodwill to Lin Hongyu. Upon hearing his words, Lin Hongyu sighed softly, her face pale and weary. Fellow Taoist Zhou is well aware of my current predicament, so please don't laugh at me. Hearing this, Zhou Ming's smile vanished, and he looked at her seriously, asking, then what do you plan to do next, fellow Taoist Lin? After this crushing defeat of the Dragon Transformation Sect, it seems they can only retreat to their main headquarters and hold out. At that point, your previous plans will likely be impossible to realize. Lin Hongyu shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't know what to do next. I can only take it one step at a time. If we really have to retreat to the main headquarters and hold out, then I have no other choice but to obey the decision. At this point, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, saying, but if there is still a chance, please keep our promise and help me break free from these constraints. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi replied, as long as there is a real opportunity, we will definitely do our best to help you achieve your wish. Facing Lin Hongyu's expectant gaze, Zhou Ming glanced at Zhou Daoyi, who stood beside him with a stern face and remained silent, and readily agreed. Lin Hongyu, relieved by his verbal promise, couldn't help but smile and say, with fellow Taoist Zhou's words, I'm at ease. She then suddenly patted her storage pouch at her waist, taking out a white demonic beast egg with dark red patterns. I recently acquired a blood flame dragon python egg. This is of no use to me, so I'm gifting it to fellow Taoist Zhou. She was clearly a clever person, knowing exactly how to befriend the Zhou family and cater to their tastes. The blood flame dragon python was a unique demonic beast of the blood dragon hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect, a mid-level demonic beast possessing the bloodline of the blood flame flood dragon, its potential no less than Zhou Chun's silver lightning python. No Zhou family cultivator could refuse such a treasure. I can't accept this, fellow Taoist Lin, you're too kind, Zhou Ming said politely, but his hands readily accepted the blood flame dragon python egg. Lin Hongyu smiled gently and said, I'm glad fellow Taoist Zhou is satisfied with this gift. If I can truly escape this cage someday, I will certainly prepare a generous gift to repay you. She then waved her hand and said, all right, to avoid exposing our relationship, I'll take my leave now. Farewell. She then gave Zhou Daoyi a deep look before taking flight and leaving the valley. Second update. Chapter 252 Young Sufu, Superior Spiritual Root. When Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai returned to the Fueling Stronghold, many of the Purple Mansion stage cultivators who had participated in the Great Pursuit had also returned. These Purple Mansion stage cultivators knew that the situation in the wilderness was unpredictable, and if the pursuit went too deep, the roles of hunter and prey might be reversed. However, the Golden Core stage cultivators were still undecided, although the battlefield had gradually shifted to the wilderness. The Corpse Demon Sect's corpse refining army was nowhere to be seen, and the outcome of their battle with the Crimson Fire Dragon was unknown. At the same time, the beast tide that had surrounded the Fueling Stronghold was now mostly dead or scattered, with no trace of them. Seeing this, the Zhou family members returned to their residence and meditated to recover their mana. Meanwhile, while the decisive battle was taking place on the front lines in Yunzhou, Zhou Chun, far away in Lanzhou, was also extremely busy. He was busy collecting corpses. As the rampaging demonic beasts in Lanzhou were gradually eliminated, Zhou Chun began organizing people to transport the previously buried demonic beast corpses to Golden Rooster Mountain. Although a crude underground ice house had been built to bury the demon beast corpses, the ceiling wasn't very good due to the time constraints. If too much time was wasted, the demon beast corpses would likely rot and stink once the ice inside melted. Therefore, seeing the situation had changed, Zhou Chun immediately led a group of 15 dragon-clawed giant lizards to Jinji Mountain to transport the demon beast corpses. Dragon-clawed giant lizards are excellent at carrying heavy loads. One lizard can carry tens of thousands of kilograms. 15 lizards could transport 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms of demon beast meat in one trip. Zhou Chun also obtained over 100 storage bags from the Zhou family to store the demon beast corpses. Thus, after 3 round trips, the more than 1,000 demon beast corpses stored at Jinji Mountain were all brought back to the Zhou family. By this time, the cultivators remaining at the Zhou family had already cleared out the ordinary beast meat from the old ice house, making room specifically for the demon beast corpses. Zhou Chongshin even specially selected a location in the mountains to temporarily set up a magic array that could release cold air, serving as a temporary warehouse for storing the corpses of demonic beasts. After setting up this temporary warehouse, Zhou Chun let the tired dragon-claw giant lizards rest, while he himself took storage bags and manpower, riding dragon-scaled horses to the burial ground where the Wang family's stronghold had once been, to continue clearing out the demonic beast corpses there. At the same time, the Zhou family was also buying demonic beast corpses brought back from various places by rogue cultivators at low prices. Zhou Chun planned to solve the Zhou family's demonic beast rations for the next 10 years in this one go. In any case, spirit beast rations that have been refined and processed are relatively easy to preserve, and the Zhou family also has a special warehouse for storing such large quantities of supplies. The spirit sealing array set up inside can reduce the rate at which the spiritual energy contained in these spirit beast rations dissipates to a very low level. On this day, Zhou Chun had not yet received any news from the front lines in Yunzhou, but he encountered something that surprised him. It turned out that while he was working in this Hongping Hall that day, a cultivator from the External Affairs Hall suddenly came to report that a rogue cultivator in the key refining stage had repeatedly requested to thank him in person for saving his life. Zhou Chun had indeed saved some rogue cultivators while clearing out demonic beasts throughout Lanzhou these past few days, but he had already thanked most of them on the spot. The fact that someone would specifically come to the Zhou family to express their gratitude was indeed quite surprising. So he went to the External Affairs Hall. Upon arriving at the Zhou family's External Affairs Hall office, Zhou Chun saw 2 unfamiliar cultivators, one old and one young, who seemed vaguely familiar. As he tried to recall when he had ever met the old man and the young man, the boy, his face flushed with excitement, looked at him and said, "Master, it's the senior. It was Senior Zhou who bestowed the elixir and saved your life." Hearing this, the white-haired old man beside him immediately knelt down before Zhou Chun, bowing and thanking him, saying, "Junior Morinai greets Senior Zhou. Senior's life-saving grace is beyond repayment, please accept this bow." The boy, seeing this, also quickly knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Zhou Chun in gratitude. "So it's you too." Zhou Chun finally remembered their origins and stepped forward to personally help the master and disciple to their feet. Then he said softly, "I saved that person that day only out of gratitude for this young fellow Taoist's filial piety, and out of admiration for fellow Taoist Mo's selfless act of fighting a demon beast to save a mortal." You two don't need to be so polite." Hearing this, the white-haired elder, Morinai, looked at him with deep gratitude and said, "To you, Senior Zhou, it may be a small matter, but to me, it is a life-saving grace, such a great kindness. If I didn't come to thank you personally, wouldn't I have wasted my life?" These words made Zhou Chun feel very comfortable. Although many people often say that one doesn't need to express gratitude after doing good deeds, in reality, if one doesn't even receive a word of thanks after doing good, few people will continue to do good deeds and help others in the future. The white-haired elder, Morinai, had traveled a long distance to the Zhou family to express his gratitude. This gratitude might not bring Zhou Chun any practical benefit, but it certainly made him feel quite comfortable, and his mood improved considerably. He then invited the person to sit down and inquired briefly about the situation of the master and apprentice. According to Morinai, they were originally ordinary doctors from a family of healers. His father had lived next to an old rogue cultivator for many years and had a close relationship with him, which led to the old cultivator's patronage and his embarkation on the path of cultivation. However, after spending over 20 years in the cultivation world, Morinai grew tired of that life and abandoned cultivation to return to the mortal realm, inheriting his family's medical clinic and specializing in treating patients and dispensing medicine. The young Sufu was someone he discovered during one of his medical practice, a person with spiritual roots. At the time, Sufu suffered from a strange illness, and Morinai had tried many methods without success. Therefore, he could only teach Sufu the methods of cultivation and breathing exercises, hoping that Sufu could cultivate his own magical power to strengthen his body and cure the strange illness. After several years of cultivation under his tutelage, Sufu indeed cured his strange illness using the methods of cultivation. "Wait, you said this kid has only been by your side for 3 years? And he hasn't gone to any independent cultivator strongholds or family sects to cultivate during that time?" Suddenly, Zhou Chun seemed to have discovered something, and looked at Morinai with surprise, asking the question that had been bothering him. Morinai, however, misunderstood his meaning and immediately sighed with a wry smile. "I know that letting him do this will taint him with turbid evil energy, but I didn't really intend to take him into the world of cultivation. I just wanted him to try and see if he could cure this strange illness. Now it seems that I've harmed him. That's not what I meant. I meant, have you tested his spiritual root aptitude?" Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly and spoke up again, revealing his true intention. This surprised Morinai slightly, and he shook his head, replying, "No, I am only at the 6th level of key refining, and I don't have the ability to test his spiritual root aptitude. I just felt that he had a kind of spirituality, so he might have spiritual root aptitude." At this point, he seemed to realize something and tentatively looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Senior means that Sufu's spiritual root aptitude is very good. Whether it's good or not, we'll know after testing," Zhou Chun said, turning his gaze to the young Sufu. "I will now test your spiritual root aptitude. You must not resist or resist your body's reaction." "Yes, I obey," the young Sufu respectfully replied and stood aside obediently waiting for Zhou Chun to cast the spell. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately made hand seals and cast the spirit testing technique. When the white sphere formed by the spirit testing technique entered his body, the young Sufu immediately felt a pain like ants gnawing at his heart, a numb, itchy, and painful sensation. He remembered Zhou Chun's instructions and didn't dare use his meager magical power to alleviate the pain, relying solely on his willpower to grit his teeth and endure it. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for a few breaths before passing. Soon, a white-tinged blue spiritual light shot out from the top of his head, stopping only when it was more than 8 feet above his head. A spiritual light shining 8 feet above the top of his head. This is a top-grade spiritual root. This kid actually has a top-grade spiritual root. Seeing this, Morinai, standing to the side, widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. "Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs walk." Although Morinai was limited by his own cultivation level and couldn't use the extremely energy-consuming first-order top-grade spell spirit testing technique, he had been in the cultivation world for more than 20 years and of course knew the criteria for judging spiritual root aptitude using the spirit testing technique. At that moment, as the extraordinary spiritual light appeared above the young Sufu's head, Zhou Chun compared it with the information he already knew and immediately understood the extent of Sufu's spiritual root aptitude. He naturally understood how rare and precious a superior spiritual root aptitude was. With such aptitude, no matter which of the 3 major sects in the Jing Kingdom one went to, They would be eagerly sought after as disciples by cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about Foundation establishment pills in the future. It is indeed a superior spiritual root aptitude, and what's even more rare is that it's a wind spiritual root. Zhou Chun also looked at the young Sufu with surprise, astonished by his aptitude. The spiritual root attributes of cultivators are generally the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and most contain several attributes, like Zhou Chun's 3, metal, earth, and wood. But besides the 5 elements, there are also special attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. Compared to the more common 5 elements, these special attributes are undoubtedly much rarer. It's not that these special attributes' spiritual roots are necessarily better than the 5 elements. In fact, under the same conditions, there is no difference in cultivation speed between the two. However, cultivators with special attributes, after practicing corresponding techniques, will experience a significant increase in the power of their wind, thunder, ice, and darkness spells, making them difficult for ordinary cultivators of the 5 elements to counter. In short, cultivators with special attributes generally have stronger combat abilities than those of ordinary cultivators of the 5 elements at the same cultivation level. Sufu himself possessed a superior grade spiritual root aptitude, allowing him to cultivate faster than most cultivators, and he also had a wind attribute spiritual root. Such an aptitude was truly rare. Upon seeing Zhou Chun confirm his guess, Morinai's face suddenly paled, and he said with deep regret, "So, in the end, by treating his illness and teaching him cultivation, I actually harmed him." He realized that if he hadn't taught Sufu cultivation, Sufu wouldn't have been able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth containing turbid and malevolent energy for so long. Thinking that such a promising cultivation genius might have been buried because of his own actions, Morinai was filled with remorse. Zhou Chun understood Morinai's feelings and immediately comforted him, saying, "Fellow Taoist Mo, you flatter me. If you hadn't taught him cultivation, not only would his strange illness remain unresolved, but this talented young man would have been buried somewhere." The young Sufu beside him quickly echoed, "Yes, yes. If it weren't for you, Master, I would have been dead long ago. I can never repay your life-saving grace." What does a little bit of impure energy matter? Despite this, Morinai still felt deeply distressed, believing he had failed to appreciate Sufu's genius. He glanced at Sufu, then at Zhou Chun beside him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at Zhou Chun with hopeful eyes and cautiously asked, "Senior Zhou, I've heard that the turbid evil energy isn't entirely insurmountable. Some large families and sects seem to have methods to remove the turbid evil energy from a cultivator's body. Is that true?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and then nodded slightly, saying, "It's true, and my Zhou family has 2 treasures that can remove the turbid evil energy from a cultivator's body." Before Morinai, whose face lit up with joy upon hearing this, could speak, he added casually, "However, both the fragrant musk and the cleansing water of the soul cleansing water demon are treasures worth 1,000 spirit coins, and they are priceless." The implication was clear. He didn't think Morinai could afford the spirit coins to buy them. And indeed, that was the case. If Morinai were truly wealthy, he wouldn't have abandoned his cultivation path to live in seclusion in the mortal world, nor would he have allowed Sufu to cultivate in the mortal realm. Therefore, upon hearing this, Morinai's initial joy vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of sorrow and helplessness. Sufu, the young man who had just claimed he didn't care about being tainted by the turbid energy, also dimmed his eyes, his light fading. Morinai had actually told him about the dangers of the turbid energy when he first taught him the cultivation breathing technique. However, at that time, he relied on this method to save his life, so he naturally didn't care about the potential consequences. But now, having tasted the benefits of increased magical power, having witnessed the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhou Chun, and knowing that he actually possessed a superior spiritual root, how could he not want to go further on the path of cultivation? First update of the day, more tonight. Chapter 253 Arrangements, News of a Great Victory. In the Zhou family's external affairs hall at Jiufang Ridge, after hope turned to despair, Morinai and his apprentice Sufu were both speechless, their faces gloomy. Zhou Chun, seeing their somber expressions, also lowered his head, lost in thought. Undoubtedly, Sufu's excellent aptitude had indeed stirred some interest in him. However, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy, having suffered a great loss at the hands of Yu Jinghua, The Zhou family was now extremely cautious about nurturing non-Zhou family cultivators. Those non-Zhou family cultivators currently in the Zhou family, including their own Taoist partners, while not necessarily guaranteed important positions, certainly wouldn't be able to enter the family's core. Other people's children are hard to tame. This had become a fixed perception in the minds of many Zhou family cultivators. Therefore, even with Su Fu's exceptional aptitude, Zhou Chun was considering whether to accept him into the Zhou family for further training. After all, the current situation of the Zhou family was different from when they were nurturing Yu Jinghe. The reason the previous golden core cultivator of the Zhou family chose to cultivate Yu Jinghe was because the Zhou family members themselves were unambitious and there was no one worthy of training. At that time, within the Three Absolutes sect, the Zhou family needed a golden core cultivator to maintain its position. Therefore, the Zhou family's golden core cultivator could only choose Yu Jinghe, a promising outsider, to cultivate, and wholeheartedly help him achieve his golden core. However, what happened later is clear. After Yu Jinghe achieved his golden core, although he still protected the Zhou family for some years, he turned his back on the Zhou family's cultivation and chose to betray and abandon them when given the opportunity to go it alone. With this living example before him, how could Zhou Chun not be cautious about such matters? After all, the Zhou family now has 2 purple mansion cultivators and several foundation establishment cultivators. Adding or removing Su Fu wouldn't make a difference. It's not necessary to cultivate him to protect the Zhou family. Only those in Zhou Chun's current position would understand why those powerful families practice nepotism, only daring to appoint their own family members to important positions. Even if someone from the same family is less capable or has many flaws, their bloodline remains unchanged. Those who are inherently cold-hearted and completely disregard their family are rare, and few family leaders would entrust such a person with important responsibilities. Outsiders are different. An outsider is always an outsider. Human hearts are fickle. An outsider might be very loyal and grateful to a family now, but once they gain power and strength, whether they will maintain that loyalty and gratitude is unpredictable. Zhou Chun felt he would find it difficult to do so. After all, you can't truly trust someone else's child. If they had that ability, why wouldn't they establish their own family or sect and become the patriarch themselves? Therefore, even if he had to use outsiders, Zhou Chun believed he could only use those completely under his control. He absolutely could not allow an outsider's cultivation level to surpass the entire family's strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to prevent a servant from bullying the master. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider whether to recruit and train the young Su Fu. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps sensing something from Zhou Chun's thoughtful expression, Moronai's eyes lit up again. He suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Senior Zhou, do you have any plans to take on disciples? What do you think if I were to have this kid Su Fu become your disciple, master?" Su Fu's expression changed slightly, not expecting Moronai to say such a thing. However, Moronai shook his head at this moment and said, "Fuer, don't call me master anymore. I have never formally accepted you as my disciple, nor have I taught you any magic. In terms of cultivation, I am merely your guide, far from a master-disciple relationship." Saying this, Moronai turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and said, "Senior Zhou, you are identified foundation establishment cultivator. If Fuer could become your disciple, it would be his good fortune." But Zhou Chun, hearing this flattery, shook his head slightly and said, "I understand your thoughts, but even if I had such thoughts, I would never steal someone else's disciple like this." Hearing this, the light in Moronai's eyes dimmed, and his expression became dejected again. On the contrary, the young Su Fu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Yes, master, I only recognize you as my master in this life, and I only wish to follow you to cultivate, you brat. What do you know?" Moronai scolded him irritably, then looked at Zhou Chun unwillingly and said, "Senior Zhou, you personally tested Fuer and found him to have a superior spiritual root aptitude, so you can say that you are destined for him. Even if you don't want to take him as a disciple, you can still take him as a son-in-law of the Zhou family. If Fuer becomes a son-in-law of the Zhou family, he will definitely cherish the Zhou family as his own." He was unaware of the Zhou family's situation, otherwise he would never have said such a thing. Fortunately, Zhou Chun knew he meant no harm and didn't hold it against him. He simply waved his hand and said, "Let's forget about a live-in son-in-law thing. Young friend Su is too young to be talking about these things." He paused slightly, then continued, "Actually, It's not impossible for the Zhou family to help young friend Su remove the turbid evil energy from his body, but that would mean young friend Su would have to stay with the Zhou family and serve them from now on, and wouldn't be able to live as he pleases like a rogue cultivator. Senior Zhou, what do you mean? Morinai looked at Zhou Chun with a mixture of joy and surprise, not fully understanding his meaning. Seeing this, Zhou Chun explained calmly, my Zhou family has adopted some non-family members with spiritual root aptitude from the mortal world as servants, and we will prioritize sending these people to do more dangerous tasks in the future. If the Zhou family wants to help young friend Su remove the turbid evil energy from his body for free, then he can only become a servant of the Zhou family. Calling him a servant was a euphemism for the family's henchmen and assassins. Morinai knew this too. He hesitated, looking at Zhou Chun, and then said in a low voice, Senior, could you allow me to discuss this with Fu? Do as you please. Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. So Morinai pulled the still somewhat confused Su Fu aside and explained the meaning of house servant to him. Of course, in order to avoid offending Zhou Chun, he was somewhat tactful and didn't actually say the words death warrior, but only told Su Fu about the various dangers he might encounter after becoming a servant of the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun interjected, fellow Taoist Mo, there's no need for such euphemisms. Such matters require mutual consent. Zhou, never force anyone to become a Zhou family loyalist. He then looked coldly at the young Su Fu and said, young friend Su, I can assure you, once you become a servant of the Zhou family, you will frequently face dangers and battles with demonic beasts and other cultivators. You may very well die at the hands of those enemies. Of course, as long as you emerge victorious in these battles, the Zhou family will certainly not mistreat those who have rendered meritorious service to the family. Whether it's elixirs, magical artifacts, or cultivation techniques and secret arts, you will be provided with everything. Perhaps many people try to exploit others' ignorance for their own benefit, but Zhou Chun was not that kind of person. Su Fu's spiritual root aptitude was excellent, but the Zhou family didn't necessarily need him. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't need to deceive people into working for him and the Zhou family. He wanted those who truly knew the danger ahead yet dared to move forward. Such people were worthy of the Zhou family's genuine investment of resources in their cultivation. After hearing Morinai and Zhou Chun's words, Su Fu, who had just turned 12, surprisingly made a quick decision. He immediately knelt before Zhou Chun and said firmly, Senior, I am willing to serve you as my servant. Oh, are you sure? Are you really not going to regret it? Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the boy on the ground, clearly seeing the changes in his expression and eyes. Facing his gaze, the boy Su Fu bit his lip and replied in a deep voice, Yes, I will never regret it. Very well, then you will stay in the Zhou family from now on. Zhou Chun's gaze returned, and he nodded, agreeing. Then, turning his gaze to Morinai, he said, Of course, if fellow Taoist Mo is willing to guard the jingling pavilion for the Zhou family, you can stay near the Zhou family to cultivate. Hearing this, Morinai shook his head slightly and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Zhou, but I have long since given up on cultivation and am accustomed to mortal life. I can only appreciate it in my heart, Master. The young Su Fu's eyes changed slightly, and he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But Morinai quickly raised his hand to stop him. Fu, you don't need to say anything more. Everyone has their own ambitions. My ambitions are not here, so please don't try to persuade me anymore. Just take good care of yourself in the future. With that, Morinai bowed to Zhou Chun and said, I entrust Fu to Senior Zhou from now on. I should take my leave now. Farewell, fellow Taoist Mo. Zhou Chun did not try to stop him and immediately had someone lead Su Fu to see Morinai out of the Zhou family's mountain gate. After Su Fu reluctantly saw Morinai off and returned, Zhou Chun looked at him and said, Come with me. I will first help you remove the turbid evil energy from your body, and then I will teach you a new cultivation technique. After saying that, he led Su Fu to his residence, then went into the house alone to take out the purification stone jar, took out a little fragrant musk and threw it into the stone jar to dissolve, then carried the stone jar out of the room. When they reached the courtyard, Zhou Chun handed the fragrant stone jar to Su Fu and casually explained, This jar of spiritual water contains the fragrance of fragrant musk and soul-cleansing spiritual water. Drink it first and see. If it cannot completely remove the turbid evil energy from your body, I will think of other methods. Looking at the blue spiritual water in the stone jar that emitted a rich fragrance, Su Fu did not think much of it and immediately took the stone jar with both hands, replying, "This junior obeys." Then he gulped down the spiritual water in the jar. Because there was too much spiritual water in the jar, he could only drink less than a third of it at a time, so Zhou Chun told him to take his time. This was the first time Zhou Chun had given purified spiritual water to an outsider, and the first time he had used it to remove the turbid and malevolent energy from a cultivator deeply tainted by it. He was also eager to know how effective it would be. After Su Fu finished his first sip and rested, Zhou Chun looked at him and asked, "How are you feeling?" "I feel very energetic and relaxed," Su Fu honestly replied. This was similar to how Zhou Chun himself felt after drinking water tainted by the turbid and malevolent energy. Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Then continue drinking later." Su Fu then drank the remaining spiritual water in 3 separate sips over an hour. When he drank the last sip, he said that the feeling of being energetic and relaxed was gone, and he only felt bloated. Zhou Chun guessed that the turbid and malevolent energy in his body had been completely removed. After all, although he had cultivated outside for 3 years, his cultivation level was still too low, and the accumulated turbid evil energy in his body hadn't reached the point where several jars of purifying spiritual water would be needed to remove it. This experiment undoubtedly gave Zhou Chun a great deal of confidence. If he could confirm its safety in the future, he could also package the purifying spiritual water and use it specifically to remove turbid evil energy from people's bodies for personal gain. Of course, if he were to actually do such a thing, he certainly couldn't be as crude as he was this time, since those seasoned cultivators in the immortal cultivation world weren't as easily fooled as Su Fu. After helping Su Fu remove the turbid evil energy from his body, Zhou Chun took him to the library and selected a basic cultivation technique specifically suitable for wind attribute spiritual root cultivators, called the spiritual wind technique. This spiritual wind technique could only be cultivated by wind attribute spiritual root cultivators. Su Fu's cultivation speed would be much faster than with the techniques he had cultivated before, and it would also help with the casting of wind-based spells. Aside from the suitable cultivation technique, Ling Fengju, Zhou Chun didn't give Su Fu any further special training. He simply sent him to the residence of the Zhou family's servants, where he would receive training alongside them. Having dealt with Su Fu's matter, Zhou Chun returned to his normal work routine. Within 2 days, news of the great victory at the Yunzhou front reached the Zhou family. The news originated from Hongaya Market and wasn't sent to individual families by special messengers, indicating that the Jing Kingdom's upper echelons believed they had the situation under control and didn't need to rush to inform everyone immediately to boost morale. According to the news, the battle at Fulan Stronghold ended in a resounding victory for the Jing Kingdom's allied forces. This great battle not only completely thwarted and repelled the beast tide attacking Jing Kingdom, but also inflicted heavy losses on the high-level demonic beasts and the Hulong sect that had driven the attack. Not only were 5 4th-tier demonic beasts killed, but 6 golden core cultivators were also killed, and even 2 4th-tier dragons were slain. The mid-grade 4th-tier ink dragon that had escaped from the black dragon branch, and the low-grade 4th-tier white cloud dragon from the white dragon branch. The losses among 3rd-tier demonic beasts were even more severe, with over 50 killed, and more than a dozen of the few remaining purple mansion stage protectors of the dragon transformation sect were also killed. In contrast, the Jingguo allied forces only lost 3 golden core stage cultivators and fewer than 30 purple mansion stage cultivators. This is the second update for today. I'll try to release 3 more tomorrow. Chapter 254. News of the great victory in Yunzhou quickly spread throughout the Zhou family, and all the Zhou family cultivators who heard the news cheered with joy. A great victory meant the war was nearing its end, and that the intensity of the remaining fighting would decrease significantly. Only those who have experienced war truly understand the value of peace. This war had made every cultivator in the Zhou family, from top to bottom, deeply aware of its cruelty. Because of this war, dozens of Zhou family members were buried far from home, their remains never found. Because of this war, the Zhou family's protective mountain formation was forcibly broken, nearly leading to the annihilation of their clan. Although the war seemed to have lasted only a short time since its start, the Zhou family cultivators, having experienced the pain of losing loved ones, all desperately hoped for its early end. No one wanted to continue living in constant fear. For Zhou Chun, he especially hoped for the war to end soon. This war had caused the Zhou family considerable losses, but also brought them immense gains. Now he simply wanted the war to end quickly so that the Zhou family could freely capitalize on its spoils. Therefore, upon receiving news of the great victory in Yunzhou, he immediately sent Zhou Jiapeng to Yunzhou to meet with Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi to gather more information. At the same time, he also began planning the post-war reconstruction. However, upon arriving in Yunzhou, Zhou Jiapeng did not find Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi. With the defeat of the demon beasts and the Hulong sect, the Jingguo allied forces had organized all remaining Golden Core and Purple Mansion stage cultivators to storm the wilderness. Heading straight for the remaining branches of the Hulong sect, they aimed to pursue the fleeing enemy relentlessly and destroy those branches in one fell swoop. At this time, the demon beasts, having dispersed after the beast tide, were still roaming the wilderness, and Zhou Jiapeng dared not easily enter the wilderness to search for Zhou Ming and the others, so he could only remain in Yunzhou to await news. Meanwhile, while Liu Yiping, Jin Chixun, King Daogu, and others were leading the Jingguo allied forces in a massive pursuit across thousands of miles, a fierce battle between 14 nascent soul cultivators from the human race and 5th-tier experts from the dragon transformation sect and the demon race had been raging for days deep in the wilderness. In the sky above, True Person Silver Moon pushed his Moonwheel Sect's signature technique, the Moonlight True Scripture, to its limit, subtly forging a connection with the bright moon and drawing upon a massive amount of lunar energy. Under the blessing of this lunar energy, his mid-nascent soul cultivation seemed to be slowly advancing to a higher level. The full moon shines on me, and I shine on the vast universe. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from True Person Silver Moon. His full head of silver hair, illuminated by the lunar energy, shone brilliantly, making him appear like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, ethereal and otherworldly. At the same time, an incomparably powerful force erupted from his body, pouring entirely into the Holy Moon Wheel, a spiritual treasure inherited by the Moonwheel sect, which we wielded. In an instant, a silver full moon rose brilliantly before Silver Moon True Man. Its bright and clear light illuminating the surrounding 1,000 miles as if it were daytime. The intense moonlight forced other 5th-tier beings within 1,000 miles to avoid looking directly at it, and they could only quickly retreat to avoid being affected. However, Silver Moon True Man's opponent, Black Dragon True Man, the leader of the Dragon Transformation sect, had no way to retreat. He had been locked onto by Silver Moon True Man, and no matter where he retreated, he would encounter that supreme attack. At this moment, he had also pushed the 5th level of the Dragon Transformation secret technique to its limit, and he himself had transformed into True Black Dragon. The difference was that this Black Dragon also carried a large black bell in its mouth, which was also a spiritual treasure called the Black Emperor Bell. At that moment, the silver full moon, illuminating the vast universe, shifted horizontally across the sky, instantly moving hundreds of miles before crashing into the Black Dragon, tens of feet long, in the sky. Clang, 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 the melodious sound of bells resounded through the heavens, and a massive black wave surged forth from in front of the Black Dragon, sweeping upwards with the force of a reversed celestial river, attempting to engulf the silver full moon. However, as the silver full moon drew closer, the surging black wave began to dissipate, like snow meeting the blazing sun. Clearly, in terms of power, the Black Emperor Bell was inferior to the Holy Moon Wheel. Of course, this was also largely due to the fact that the Silver Moon Immortal was currently channeling the power of moonlight into his body. In short, in this clash of spiritual treasures, the Black Dragon Immortal was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. The Silver Moon Immortal, now gaining the upper hand, relentlessly pressed down with the silver full moon, determined to subdue the unruly Black Dragon. Clang. Another clear bell rang out. The black bell, forced forward, collided with the silver moon. In an instant, the black water and silver moonlight erupted in fierce competition, painting the night sky black and white. Ultimately, white prevailed over black, and the silver moonlight dispelled the black water. The black bell was blasted away, its whereabouts unknown. Behind the black bell, the Black Dragon, head held high and horns raised, slammed into the silver moon. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out, and the silver moon suddenly shattered in midair, its dazzling light blooming across the sky. After a long while, the moonlight dissipated, and a blood-soaked black dragon staggered and fell from the sky, transforming into a pale-faced middle-aged man. In contrast, the Silver Moon Immortal, though his aura had subsided and his face was slightly pale, was undoubtedly in much better condition than the blood-sucking middle-aged man. The Sacred Moon Wheel, Spiritual treasure remained intact, hovering beside him, still brimming with spiritual energy. Damn it! If my sect's true dragon seal were still intact, how could you possibly be a match for me? The middle-aged man wiped the blood from his mouth, his face filled with resentment as he glared at Silver Moon True Person and roared. He too was at the mid-nascent soul stage, and with the amplification of the dragon transformation secret technique, his strength should have been even greater than Silver Moon True Person's. However, because the power of the Black Emperor Bell spiritual treasure was inferior to the Sacred Moon Wheel, the Moon Wheel sect's strongest spiritual treasure, he ultimately fell short and was injured by Silver Moon True Person. But being outmatched was being outmatched, resentment was useless. Silver Moon True Person didn't bother arguing with him and quickly activated the Sacred Moon Wheel again to attack him. Even if he couldn't truly kill him, he would ensure that Silver Moon True Person spent the next few decades recovering from his injuries. And Silver Moon True Person wasn't the only one with a significant advantage. Both King Xiao's Henrin of King Lian Temple and Jiang's Henrin of Yan'ang Sect gained the upper hands in their battles thanks to their powerful inherited spiritual treasures. If it weren't for the fact that nascent soul cultivators possess a multitude of methods, allowing them to resist for a long time even when at a disadvantage, it's likely that both the Hulong sect and the demon beasts would have suffered casualties by now. Even so, judging from the situation on multiple battlefields, the defeat of the Hulong sect and the demon beasts is almost a foregone conclusion, and it's quite possible that nascent soul cultivators might even perish. At this point, even if the enemy wanted to leave, it's unlikely that the nascent soul cultivators on the Jingguo allied forces side would easily allow it. At this moment, the fifth-tier beings fighting on both sides were unaware that the battle at the Fueling Stronghold had already concluded. Or rather, even if they knew, they wouldn't be moved. In wars involving nascent soul cultivators, the true outcome always depends on which side's nascent soul cultivators emerge victorious. As long as the nascent soul cultivators win on the battlefield, even if they lose the main battle, they can single-handedly turn the tide and reverse the outcome. Without a ceasefire order from the nascent soul cultivators, neither side dared to truly cease hostilities. Attack, attack, and attack again. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei followed the Golden Core cultivators, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, determined to wipe them out. This intense pursuit exhausted both sides, with some even falling behind due to exhaustion. Fortunately, both Zhou family members possessed third-tier demonic beast mounts for transportation, allowing them to keep up with the main force despite their early Purple Mansion cultivation. After chasing for thousands of miles, the remaining Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators escaped into the newly established Golden Dragon Branch, gaining a brief respite through its gates. At this time, the Crimson Dragon Hall, Black Dragon Hall, White Dragon Hall, and Azure Dragon Hall of the Transformation Dragon Sect had all been breached and destroyed. The Blood Dragon Hall was isolated and essentially abandoned. Of the 6 branch altars, only the Golden Dragon Branch altar could still hold out. However, the Golden Dragon Branch altar was newly established and had far fewer members than the other branch altars. The initial reason for establishing the branch altar's gate there was simply to facilitate resource gathering, resulting in its defensive capabilities being significantly weaker than the other branch altars. Facing an attack from dozens of Golden Core stage cultivators and 100 or 200 Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Jingguo allied forces, it simply couldn't hold out for long. Consequently, the Transformation Dragon Sect cultivators who fled into the Golden Dragon Branch altar were divided. Some wanted to defend the Golden Dragon Branch altar to the death, believing that the Jingguo allied forces outside lacked places to resupply and rest and couldn't hold out for long. Others, however, believed that the Golden Dragon Branch altar couldn't be defended and only wanted to use the Golden Dragon Branch altar's protective array to buy some rest before continuing their escape back to the Transformation Dragon Sect's main altar. Both sides held firm to their opinions, and for a time, neither could persuade the other. Lin Hongyu had no intention of fleeing back to the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar. She was now determined to leave this crumbling ship. Therefore, when she discovered the disagreement, she decided to take a gamble. While participating in the defense, she wrote the details of the dispute between the two sides within the Golden Dragon Branch altar onto a magical artifact, launched it, and deliberately sent it near Zhou Daowei, causing it to fall. Since the two were old acquaintances, Zhou Daowei was naturally very familiar with Lin Hongyu's magical aura. Suddenly noticing a magical artifact controlled by Lin Hongyu near him, he keenly sensed the anomaly and discreetly picked it up. Upon seeing the inscription on the artifact, he quickly realized Lin Hongyu's intention. After a brief hesitation, he took the artifact to pay respects to a nearby golden core cultivator. This cultivator was from the Flame Sun Sect, and Zhou Chun didn't know his name. After arriving and attracting the other party's attention, he immediately held up the magical artifact in his hands and said, "Senior, please understand. I discovered this magical artifact during the attack on the formation just now. Its owner seems to be intentionally using this method to tell us something. Because the matter is of great importance, I came to pay my respects to you immediately after obtaining this item." Hearing this, the golden core cultivator immediately took the magical artifact in his hands to examine it. After reading the words left by Lin Hongyu on the magical artifact, the golden core cultivator's expression changed, and joy appeared in his eyes. Then he nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "Very good, you did the right thing. What is your name?" Replying to Senior, "My name is Zhou Chun, and I am the patriarch of the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge in Lanzhou." Zhou Chun respectfully introduced himself. "Good, I will remember you. I will immediately report this to Senior Brother Liu and the others," the golden core cultivator said, and immediately went to find Liu Yiping to report Zhou Chun's discovery. As expected, upon learning of the disagreements among the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators at the Golden Dragon Branch altar, Liu Yiping and his group immediately thought of using this situation to their advantage. They certainly didn't want these Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators to actually flee back to the main altar. If that were the case, they wouldn't have the chance of breaching the main altar's protective formation. Therefore, they needed to give those who remained to hold their ground hope, making them believe that their defense was worthwhile. Soon, under Liu Yiping's arrangement, some early-stage Purple Mansion cultivators stopped their attack, seemingly due to exhaustion. Subsequently, mid-stage and late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators also gradually ceased their attacks. With less attacking force, the Golden Dragon Branch altar's protective formation stabilized, no longer appearing as precarious as before. Seeing this, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators at the Golden Dragon Branch altar who agreed to remain were greatly encouraged. Many cultivators who had previously wavered or were unwilling to retreat to the main altar now believed they should hold the Golden Dragon Branch altar until the Jingguo allied forces withdrew. This way, even when the Dragon Transformation Sect leader and others return, they will have a commendable achievement to boast about. Seeing that most people agreed to stay and defend the Golden Dragon Branch, those cultivators who had previously shouted to flee back to the main altar dared not insist anymore and could only acquiesce to the decision to hold the line. However, they were unaware that Zhou Ming and the others, who had retreated to the back to rest, were using precious spirit crystals to restore their mana. Spirit crystals are an extremely precious resource in the cultivation world. They are treasures that can absorb and store large amounts of spiritual energy, and cultivators can absorb the pure spiritual energy stored within to restore their own mana. Furthermore, after the spiritual energy absorbed and stored by a spirit crystal is drained, it can be returned to the spiritual vein to reabsorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself. A single spirit crystal can be repeatedly replenished in this way many times. This precious resource has always been firmly controlled by the major forces in the cultivation world, treated as a strategic resource reserve. Only golden core stage cultivators of major sects can possess one or a few spirit crystals. Very few major cultivation clans can possess them. The fact that Zhou Ming and the others were able to enjoy such treatment was thanks to Liu Yiping and the other cultivators from the three major sects using some of their strategic reserves. First update of the day. Oh no, a third update today might be a bit of a stretch. Chapter 255 The Formation Breaks, the Final Battle. A square spirit crystal, 1 foot long and 4 inches wide, contained enough spiritual power to fully replenish the mana of an early-stage golden core cultivator. Using it on cultivators like Zhou Ming and his group at the Purple Mansion stage allowed over a dozen of them to fully restore their mana within half an hour. Compared to mana-restoring pills like the rejuvenation pill, the spiritual power contained in the spirit crystal was far purer. It was said that the most primitive spirit crystals could even be used to assist golden core cultivators in breaking through certain bottlenecks. Using the spirit crystal to replenish their mana, Zhou Ming and the other Purple Mansion cultivators quickly restored their mana to full. Then, some of the golden core cultivators who had retreated also began using the spirit crystal to restore their mana. However, After the Golden Core cultivators had all retreated, the Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect within the Golden Dragon Branch altar gradually noticed something amiss. Something's not right. Golden Core cultivators possess immense magical power. How could they be unable to attack at this point? Even if it's because the Purple Mansion cultivators can't keep up with the pace of the attack, they should retreat now. Why are they just lingering outside? An elder of the Dragon Transformation Sect expressed his doubts with a look of surprise. Among the many elders of the Dragon Transformation Sect, there were naturally some intelligent ones, and someone quickly thought of the existence of spirit crystals. Then, they exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! They might be carrying a lot of spirit crystals, and they're using them to replenish their magical power." Spirit crystals are extremely precious strategic resources. Although the wilderness occupied by the Dragon Transformation Sect is rich in resources, no spirit crystal mines have ever been discovered. Most of the spirit crystal mines in the cultivation world were discovered and mined out by cultivators long ago. Now, only those powerful forces with long-standing traditions possess some spirit crystals as war reserves. Therefore, although there are quite a few Golden Core cultivators on the Dragon Transformation Sect's side, very few of them possess spirit crystals. After all, when the Dragon Transformation Sect was destroyed, its spirit crystals were either used up, destroyed, or seized by the three major sects of Jin Kingdom. The few remaining spirit crystals are now concentrated in the hands of a few nascent soul cultivators, leaving none for them, the Golden Core cultivators. Because they had no spirit crystals on them, and had never even used them, none of them initially suspected the enemy would be carrying a large quantity. Only now, realizing something was amiss, did they realize this. However, realizing this now was undoubtedly too late. At this moment, Zhou Ming and the other Purple Mansion cultivators had already fully restored their mana, and the Golden Core cultivators still had considerable mana remaining. Even if the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators in the Golden Dragon Branch abandoned the branch and fled, they wouldn't be able to escape their pursuit. They themselves knew this. This dilemma undoubtedly weighed heavily on the hearts of these Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and continue to hold the Golden Dragon Branch. Just as both sides were busy recovering their magical power, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei were summoned by Liu Yiping for questioning. When they arrived, they found Liu Yiping, Jin Chixuan, and the Taoist nun King Su, all three late-stage Golden Core cultivators present. After they finished their greetings, Liu Yiping looked at them with a deep gaze and said, "I remember last time, the news about the beast-tide outbreak was reported by your Zhou family. This time, it was you who discovered that magical artifact. Are these all coincidences?" Hearing this, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei's expressions changed. Immediately, Zhou Ming, his face filled with fear, bowed repeatedly and said, "Senior Liu, you are wise. I only dared to report the news of the last beast-tide outbreak after receiving a message from fellow Taoist Lu Ran. If you don't believe me, I can ask fellow Taoist Lu Ran to come and explain after the war." Zhou Daowei also bowed repeatedly and said, "Senior Liu, you are wise. I did happen to be close to that magical artifact and that's how I discovered it. There is absolutely no fakery." Both of them knew that with the war nearing its end, the Zhou family's affair with Lin Hongao, the protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, absolutely could not be exposed. Moreover, they firmly believed that Liu Yiping couldn't possibly have any evidence, and his questioning at this moment was just a common tactic. Because the two of them were genuinely worried about being affected, their fearful expressions at this moment were not feigned. Liu Yiping and the other two looked at the changes in the two's expressions but couldn't detect anything unusual. Liu Yiping quickly smiled and said, "It's probably just a coincidence. Don't overthink it. You two reported these two pieces of information very promptly, and you'll definitely be rewarded for your contributions after the battle." Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, replying, "Yes, yes, yes. We two juniors would never dare to have any wild thoughts." Seeing this, Liu Yiping looked at the two again and asked, "I've heard that you two are quite knowledgeable about the Dragon Transformation Sect. Do you have any good suggestions for attacking this Golden Dragon Branch? Who do you think was the one who spread the news?" We dare not speak presumptuously." Zhou Ming opened his mouth, then shook his head cautiously, refusing to speak. Zhou Daowei simply kept his mouth shut, offering no response. Liu Yiping waved his hand and said, "Don't have any worries. If you really have any ideas, just speak them frankly. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter. If they are adopted, then you'll have made a contribution, King Sudeogu also spoke up. Fellow Taoist Liu is right. If you have any ideas, just speak them freely. Seeing that they both said this, Zhou Ming exchanged a glance with Zhou Daoyi, and then Zhou Ming bowed slightly and said, since you two seniors are so kind, then this junior will share some immature thoughts. Actually, we juniors have privately discussed the tactics for this war, thinking about how we would fight this war if we were in your positions, and we've discussed some tactics based on the current war situation. Now that the war has progressed this far, our human side is undoubtedly victorious. The initiative is in our hands, and the Hulong sect no longer has any power to confront us on the front lines. Therefore, I believe that if we can break through the Golden Dragon Branch altar, we must seize this opportunity and do our utmost to kill those fourth-tier dragons. The Dragon Transformation Sect relies on dragons to control its high-ranking members. If those fourth-tier dragons are all killed, given the Dragon Transformation Sect's current situation, some of its Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivators will definitely choose to surrender or leave on their own. In this way, even if the Dragon Transformation Sect manages to preserve its main altar, it will be difficult for it to recover its strength for hundreds of years. At this point, Zhou Ming cupped his hands towards the others and said, this junior is foolish. This is all I can think of. Liu Yiping nodded affirmatively at this moment and said, yes, fellow Taoist Zhou is quite right. To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot. For the Dragon Transformation Sect, the fourth-tier dragons are their vital spot. As long as those dragons are killed, they won't be able to cause trouble. He then waved his hand and said, all right, fellow Taoist Zhou, you should go back and prepare for battle. Yes, this junior takes his leave. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi responded and immediately withdrew. After the two left, Liu Yiping turned his gaze to Jin Chixun and King Sudeogu, asking, what do you two think of the Zhou family? Upon hearing this, Jin Chixun immediately showed impatience, saying, what's there to see? They're just a small family. Even if they really have connections with the Hulong sect, under the current circumstances, they should know who their masters are. King Sudeogu also said calmly, I also think their family wouldn't be foolish enough to have any dealings with the Hulong sect. If that were the case, our sect wouldn't have learned such important secrets about the Hulong sect through them, and their family wouldn't have made so many contributions in the war against the Hulong sect. Hearing their words, Liu Yiping's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately nodded, saying, since you two feel there's no need to make a fuss, then I won't interfere any further. Let's prepare for this final battle. Not long after, the fully recovered Jingguo allied forces once again surrounded and launched a fierce attack on the Jinlong branch altar. At this moment, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside the Golden Dragon branch altar had not yet recovered much of their mana. Faced with a fierce attack from outside, they were in a dilemma. If they abandoned their meditation and intervened to intercept and resist, they could buy some time, but once the protective formation was broken, they might not have enough mana to escape. If they did not intervene, the protective formation would not last long either. Forget it, let them attack. We'll recover as much mana as we can, and once the formation breaks, we'll all flee for our lives. After some discussion, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside the Golden Dragon branch altar abandoned their plan to intercept and instead focused on meditating to recover their mana. After about an hour of this attack, the protective formation of the Golden Dragon branch altar was finally destroyed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the protective formation of the Golden Dragon branch altar shattered. The Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside then used various methods to scatter and flee in all directions. However, Liu Yiping and his group were focused on their objective and ignored the other Golden Core cultivators. They simply followed their pre-assigned tasks, each intercepting and pursuing the fourth-tier dragons. The mid-grade fourth-tier Crimson Fire Dragon of the Crimson Dragon Hall had been severely injured in the battle against the Corpse Demon Sect's army, its vitality greatly diminished. It was now being carried away by the Crimson Dragon Hall Master in his Spirit Beast pouch. Liu Yiping and his group knew about the injured Crimson Fire Dragon and had specifically assigned Jin Chixun to keep an eye on it. Not seeing the dragon, Jin Chixun immediately used his Divine Eye ability to detect the anomaly in the Spirit Beast pouch on the Crimson Dragon Hall Master's body. He then led 4 Golden Core cultivators in pursuit of the Crimson Dragon Hall Master. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming and his companion were also searching for Lin Hongyu. They wanted to meet her under the guise of pursuing her, just as they had done outside the Fuelin stronghold, to discuss the next steps. However, Lin Honggai was now being targeted by a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect. Seeing this, the two dared not follow, lest they arouse suspicion. They could only find a mid-stage Purple Mansion Dragon Transformation Sect protector as their opponent, and together they pursued this man. The mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator was pitiful, his mana was already less than 60%, and he encountered two opponents with third-tier demonic beasts as pets. Even though he tried his best to escape, he couldn't shake off the two riding the Azure Dragon. Finally, after fleeing 1,000 miles, he was caught by the two. And the result was naturally predictable. 1 against 4, including a third-tier dragon. How could a mere mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator be a match for the two Zhou family members? After a battle that wasn't too difficult, Zhou Daoyi successfully killed his opponent with a single spear thrust. Thus, when the two returned to the Golden Dragon Branch with the corpse and belongings of their fallen enemy, the battle there was already over. The Golden Dragon Branch altar was small in number to begin with. When the formation broke, the Golden Core and Purple Mansion stage cultivators all managed to escape using various methods, but the Foundation Establishment and Key Refining stage cultivators had nowhere to run. Many of these cultivators were from the Jing Kingdom, so they simply surrendered. Faced with these large numbers of surrendering low to mid-level cultivators, the Jing Kingdom allied forces didn't seem to refuse them this time, only temporarily confiscating their storage bags and imprisoning them in one place to await further action. After returning with their spoils, the Zhou family members didn't go out again, anxiously awaiting news. They desperately hoped Jin Shixun could successfully kill the 4th-tier mid-grade Crimson Fire Dragon, but they also feared that Lin Honggai, still recovering from her injuries, might be killed. Therefore, both of them were extremely anxious. While they waited, people who had gone out to hunt down the fleeing cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect gradually returned to the Golden Dragon Branch altar. Unlike the two of them who had successfully killed their opponents, very few of these people had actually managed to kill their opponents, less than a third. The cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect were all masters of escape, many even able to flee by water. If it weren't for the Azure Dragon, the two Zhou family members would have been shaken off long ago. After waiting for half a day, the Moonwheel Sect cultivator who had been chasing Lin Honggai returned. Judging from his unpleasant expression, his pursuit had clearly failed, which relieved Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, who had been secretly observing. Now it all depends on Senior Jin Shixun. Hopefully, he'll succeed. Zhou Ming glanced at Zhou Daoyi beside him, whose expression had relaxed considerably, and muttered to himself. Zhou Daoyi, oblivious to his thoughts, immediately replied, "There shouldn't be any problem. That Crimson Fire Dragon was reportedly severely injured by a 4th-tier Spirit Corps General of the Corpse Demon Sect. It has no chance of ever reaching its full strength again." Senior Jin brought 3 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators with him. It seems you also hope Senior Jin succeeds, Daoyi. A smile flashed across Zhou Ming's face as he looked at Zhou Daoyi with a meaningful gaze. Second update delivered. Now writing the third update, hoping to finish before the game starts. Chapter 256 The War Ends, taking stock of the gains. The Golden Dragon Branch altar. Half a day after Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi returned from their pursuit, the Golden Core cultivators began to return one after another. Some Golden Core cultivators returned with joyful faces, clearly having successfully slain powerful enemies. Others, however, had gloomy or indifferent expressions, mostly indicating they had failed. About a day after their return, Liu Yiping also returned with his men. Liu Yiping had led a late-stage Golden Core cultivator and 3 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators to pursue Di Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall, and the 4th-tier high-grade Black Dragon. However, upon their return, only Liu Yiping, the late-stage Golden Core cultivator, and 1 mid-stage Golden Core cultivator remained, all 3 bearing injuries. Later, the Zhou family learned that although Liu Yiping and his men had successfully caught up with Di Long and the Black Dragon, after a fierce battle, the Black Dragon, with nowhere to escape, self-destructed its inner core. Because of the Black Dragon's inner core explosion, 1 mid-stage Golden Core cultivator was killed instantly, and another was severely injured. Then, the seriously injured man was killed by Di Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall. Even more regrettable was that Di Long ultimately escaped from Liu Yiping and his men, failing to save his life. It's hard to say whether exchanging the lives of 2 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators for the life of a 4th-tier high-grade dragon was a gain or a loss. Not long after, Taoist King Su returned with her group. She had gone to pursue the Blood Flame Dragon of the Blood Dragon Hall, but failed, gaining nothing and losing no men. Time passed slowly, and most of the Golden Core cultivators who had gone out to pursue returned one after another, leaving only Jin Chixun's group still missing. This made the Zhou family members, who had been closely monitoring Jin Chixun's group, extremely anxious and conflicted. After waiting for a long time, about 2 days after the Golden Dragon Branch altar formation broke, Jin Chixun finally returned with his group. He had succeeded. After a day-long battle, he successfully slew the heavily wounded mid-grade 4th tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon, and also killed the Crimson Dragon Hall Master. However, while the gains were great, the losses were also significant. One of the 3 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators he brought with him perished, and the early-stage Golden Core cultivator was also severely injured. He and the other 2 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators were also greatly weakened. It is worth mentioning that the severely injured early-stage Golden Core cultivator was none other than Yu Jinghua, who had betrayed the Zhou family. Therefore, when the 2 members of the Zhou family learned of Jin Chixun's group's gains and losses, they were overjoyed. If they weren't afraid of offending Jin Chixun, they probably would have gone to Yu Jinghua to mock him. In the end, everyone's spoils were tallied and submitted to Liu Yiping, and the results of this final battle were revealed. In this battle, the Jinghua allied forces killed 5 Golden Core cultivators, 2 4th-tier Flood Dragons, 2 4th-tier Demonic Beasts, 21 Purple Mansion cultivators, and 4 3rd-tier Demonic Beasts from the Dragon Transformation Sect. On the Jinghua allied forces side, 3 Golden Core cultivators perished, 1 was severely injured, and several others were wounded. Additionally, 2 Purple Mansion cultivators fell, and 7 were wounded. Judging from this battle report, the Jinghua allied forces undoubtedly achieved a great victory. Including the spoils from the previous battle at the Fueling Stronghold, the gains from the Southern Expedition, and the Corpse Demon Sect's gains at the Azure Dragon Hall, these successive battles have resulted in the Dragon Transformation Sect losing over 20 Golden Core cultivators, 5 4th-tier dragons, and more than 10 4th-tier demonic beasts. It should be noted that the Dragon Transformation Sect itself only had about 30 Golden Core cultivators. Now, they have lost 2/3 of them. Furthermore, most of the dragons that the Dragon Transformation Sect had painstakingly cultivated have also perished. But this is not the worst of it. The worst of all is that the Dragon Transformation Sect's more than 100 Purple Mansion stage protectors have been almost completely wiped out, with fewer than 20 survivors. The Foundation Establishment cultivators of the other 6 branch sects have also suffered losses of 80 to 90%. Without these lost personnel, even if the Hulong sect can retain its main altar after this, it won't be able to rise again in 300 to 500 years, and it might not even have that opportunity anymore. After all, things are different now. Knowing that the Hulong sect is deeply colluding with the Jiaolong clan, even if the Jiaolong clan's protection prevents its complete annihilation, the 3 major sects of Jinghua will definitely not give it another chance to develop. Therefore, when the battle report came out, even Liu Yiping, whose face was originally gloomy and ugly, smiled again. He put down the battle report in his hand and looked at Jin Chixun and King Sudaogu with a smile, saying, "Although our sects have also suffered considerable losses this time, we have achieved such great gains. I think the elders should be satisfied with the results of our expedition. Next, we will withdraw our troops and return to our country to await the next instructions from the elders." However, upon hearing this, King Sudaogu raised a different opinion. She slowly said, "I believe it's too early to retreat now. We can't take down the main altar of the Dragon Transformation Sect, but the Blood Dragon Branch altar is still there. I suggest we go to the Blood Dragon Branch altar again, destroy it, and then retreat, attack the Blood Dragon Branch altar again." Liu Yiping was slightly taken aback, glancing at King Su Daoist before turning to Jin Chixun beside him and asking, "What does fellow Daoist Jin say?" Jin Chixun pondered for a moment before replying, "I think fellow Daoist King Su's suggestion is reasonable. The remnants of the Dragon Transformation Sect have already fled to the main altar, and the Blood Dragon Branch altar is just an empty shell. Destroying it shouldn't take much effort. Well, since you two agree, let's go to the Blood Dragon Branch altar again." Liu Yiping nodded, readily agreeing with King Su Daoist's suggestion. So he immediately ordered the heavily injured Yu Jinghua and several other Golden Core cultivators with serious injuries to return to Jinghua with some wounded and prisoners. Then he mustered the remaining able-bodied men and marched back to the Blood Dragon Branch altar. At this time, the Blood Dragon branch altar was indeed only guarded by some Foundation establishment cultivators and 2 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors. When dozens of Golden Core cultivators arrived with more than 100 Purple Mansion cultivators, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside the Blood Dragon branch altar were almost scared to death. The 2 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors didn't even care about the Dragon Soul Seed that had been planted on them. They were so frightened that they opened the formation and surrendered. Seeing that they were so sensible, Liu Yiping and the others were very satisfied and immediately decided to rest at the Blood Dragon branch altar for a day before returning home, since they were all quite tired from the continuous battles and travel. But in reality, they had only rested for less than half a day when Liu Yiping suddenly received a message from True Person Silver Moon. After a remote communication with True Person Silver Moon, Liu Yiping hurriedly led his men to destroy the protective array of the Blood Dragon branch altar. He then returned to Jing Kingdom with the loot and prisoners he had taken from the Blood Dragon branch. It turned out that after several days of fierce fighting, the battle between the 2 fifth-tier beings had come to a conclusion. The Jing Kingdom allied forces were victorious, successfully killing a vice leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect, severely injuring the sect leader and 2 vice leaders, and also severely damaging 2 of the 5 dragons that had come to assist. The defeated Dragon Transformation Sect leader could only flee back to the sect's main altar with the remaining 3 vice leaders, activating the main altar's protective array to defend against the attack of True Person Silver Moon and his group. True Person Silver Moon and his group originally intended to take this opportunity to directly destroy the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar and completely annihilate the sect. However, at this moment, a 5th-tier dragon from the Dragon Abyss brought a decree from the Dragon King, the Golden Horn Dragon King, ordering them to immediately leave the wilderness. This clearly meant to preserve the Dragon Transformation Sect. Although Yin Yu's Henrin and the others were unwilling, they dared not disobey the decree of the Demon King of Longyuans. Ultimately, they could only retreat first, planning to appeal to a powerful human figure capable of contending with the Golden Horn Dragon King later. Since even Yin Yu's Henrin and his group had been banished from the wilderness by the Golden Horn Dragon King's decree, Liu Yiping, upon learning of this, naturally dared not linger. Fortunately, the leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect and others were too busy to bother them, and after a nerve-wracking escape, the group successfully returned to Jingguo. Upon returning to Yunzhou, Liu Yiping immediately ordered all the conscripted cultivators to freely return to their caves. As for their battle merits, once the 3 major sects had tallied them, they would be converted into rewards and distributed accordingly. Of course, this process might take some time, as it involved matters such as compensation for fallen cultivators. But in any case, the war was now considered over. Even if the fight against the Dragon Transformation Sect continues, cultivators from various cultivation families will no longer be forcibly conscripted. At most, bounties will be offered. Therefore, upon learning they could return home, all the cultivators from various families still on the Yunzhou front were overjoyed. Even many cultivators from the 3 major sects breathed a sigh of relief, equally delighted. Upon learning this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi immediately led Zhou Shenggang and the others who remained at the Fueling stronghold back to their family. Compared to the Zhou family cultivators who perished at the Bian's frontline stronghold, Zhou Shenggang and his group were undoubtedly fortunate. Because the stronghold's protective array remained intact while they were stationed at Fueling, all 30 of them were unharmed and able to return safely to their family. After less than 2 days of flying, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi finally returned to the Zhou family. They also brought the news of the war's end back to the Zhou family. Great! This war is finally over. Inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun clapped his hands in delight upon hearing the news of the war's end, feeling much more relaxed. Like many others, he had long awaited this day. Now that the war was finally over, and with a resounding victory for the Jingguo allied forces, how could he not be overjoyed? As Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun recounted the battles at Fueling Stronghold and Jinglong Branch Altar, Zhou Chun's joy grew even stronger. He couldn't help but exclaim with delight, 3 joys in one day. For our Zhou family, this is truly a triple celebration. Indeed, it was a triple celebration. Whether it was the end of the war, Lin Honggao's escape from constraints with the Zhou family's help, or the severe injury to the traitor Yu Jinghua, it was all good news for the Zhou family. Yes, it truly is a triple celebration. Our Zhou family is about to have some exciting things to do. Zhou Ming nodded with a smile, agreeing with Zhou Chun's description. To celebrate this triple joy, Zhou Chun and the two Zhou family Purple Mansion cultivators briefly discussed the matter and decided to hold a 7-day celebration. During these 7 days, no cultivators coming to the Zhou family to cultivate would be charged spirit coins, and each day they would enjoy a meal of processed demon beast meat prepared by the Zhou family, along with spirit wine and spirit tea. All Zhou family cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, received a special reward of 100 spirit coins as a token of appreciation for their contributions to the family during the war. During these 7 days, even Purple Mansion cultivators like Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi completely relaxed, either feasting with their fellow clansmen or sleeping soundly, wanting to indulge themselves. Only after the 7 days had passed and everyone had recovered from the celebratory atmosphere did they begin to deal with the post-war affairs. Indeed, there were many post-war matters to attend to. These included the compensation of fallen Zhou family members, the handling of the spoils of war, communication and liaison with other families, and even the establishment of reclaimed strongholds, among other things. The issue of compensation was relatively easy to resolve, as the Zhou family was not short of money. After discussions among the higher-ups, it was decided that each family member's relatives who died in the war would receive 2,000 family merit points or 2,000 spirit coins. Those without family members who were also cultivators would receive no compensation. This compensation amount was already quite high, considering that most of the Zhou family cultivators who died were only at the mid-stage of key refining. Therefore, although the relatives of those cultivators were inevitably saddened, they had no objections. After resolving the compensation issue for the fallen clansmen, Zhou Chun ordered most of the returning key refining cultivators, including Zhou Senggang, to busy themselves with processing and producing spirit beast rations, quickly turning the demon beast corpses stored in the family into spirit beast rations. To this end, Zhou Chun even allowed them to recruit some rogue cultivators to assist them. Zhou Chun and other high-ranking Zhou family cultivators, including Zhou Mingde, were also busy, as they needed to tally up the Zhou family's gains in this war. The Zhou family had indeed reaped enormous rewards from this war. Zhou Mingde and Zhou Chun had killed many cultivators and plundered numerous storage bags, many of which they hadn't yet thoroughly inventoried. Now, they needed to count and categorize everything, summarize the spoils, and then discuss how to dispose of them. This task of inventorying the spoils was both tiring and enjoyable. After the three of them spent most of the day inventorying, they finally finished counting dozens of storage bags, summarizing everything they had directly gained from the battle. Phew, finally finished. If outsiders saw this list, even golden core cultivators would probably be tempted to rob us. Inside Zhou Mingde's cave, Zhou Chun looked at the list of items in his hand and couldn't help but joke with his two elders with a broad smile. Phew, the third update is finally finished. I can watch the game now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257: An Unprecedented Huge Gain. The Zhou family's gains from this campaign against the Dragon Transformation Sect were truly immense. So much so that when the spoils were roughly tallied, Zhou Chun, Zhou Mingde, and the other two were somewhat incredulous. In Zhou Daoyi's words, when has the Zhou family ever been so wealthy? Of course, during the three absolute sect era, the Zhou family was indeed a truly wealthy and powerful family, a golden core cultivator clan. However, since arriving at Nine Peaks Ridge, the Zhou family had always lived a frugal life, practically having to stretch every spirit coin to 2. At their most desperate time, they even had to convert spirit coins originally intended as welfare for family cultivators into family merit points for distribution to clan members. Back then, Zhou Daoyi could never have imagined that in just 20 or 30 years, the Zhou family would have developed to this extent again. Now, after celebrating the tallied list for a long time, the three, following Zhou Chun's advice, quickly summoned all the family elders for a family meeting to discuss the disposal of these items and to report on the family's current situation. Inside this honking hall, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi sat at the head of the table. To their left were Zhou Chun, Zhou Chongshan, and Zhou Daoquan, while to their right were Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Jiak, Zhou Jiapeng, and Zhou Zingyan. After glancing around the room, Zhou Mingde spoke first. I've summoned all the elders here today because there are some things I need to inform you of. However, before we begin, I have a decision to share with you all. He then turned to Zhou Chun and said, Since Zhou Chun successfully established his foundation and assumed the position of vice-clan chief of the Zhou family, his contributions to the family are evident to all, so I won't elaborate further. Therefore, after discussions between Dao Yi and me, we have decided to formally appoint him as the clan chief of our Zhou family, fully responsible for managing all clan members and handling all family affairs. At the same time, after stepping down as clan chief, Dao Yi will assume the position of supreme elder of our Zhou family. A somewhat unexpected yet perfectly logical decision was uttered by Zhou Ming. It seemed he had only discussed this decision with Zhou Dao Yi, and even Zhou Chun was unaware of it. Therefore, Zhou Chun showed a hint of surprise. The 6 Zhou family elders, after their initial surprise, revealed faint smiles. The second elder, Zhou Chongshan, was the first to speak, saying, "I fully support Zhang Chun becoming the clan leader. I also agree with Zhang Chun becoming the clan leader." Zhou Daoquan echoed. "I completely agree with the Supreme Elder's decision. I agree too. I support Zhang Chun becoming the clan leader." Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Jiak, Zhou Jiapeng, and others also voiced their unanimous support, passing Zhou Ming's decision without a vote. Even the usually modest Zhou Chun was anything but humble this time. After all the elders expressed their approval, he stood up and bowed to Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei at the head of the table, saying, "Thank you for your trust and support, elders. I will do my utmost to manage the family well and bring glory to the Zhou family once again." He then rose again and bowed to the elders on either side, saying, "I also thank you for your trust and support. From now on, as the clan leader, I ask that you continue to support me and believe in me. I will certainly not let you down." Both statements displayed his strong confidence, and inner confidence. At this time, he had to be confident. With everyone believing in him, how could he succeed if he lacked confidence in himself? Then this matter is settled. After a while, once all the families have recovered, we will hold a celebration and invite the clan leaders of all friendly families to witness this event, Zhou Ming said again, decisively confirming the matter. Then he glanced at the people below and slowly said, "Now let Zhang Chun tell you about the gains and losses of the family in this war." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun stood up again, and a ledger appeared in his hand. "Let me start with the harvest. The family's harvest in this war was enormous, shockingly so. According to current statistics, the family acquired 5 third-tier magic artifacts in this war, including 2 mid-grade third-tier artifacts and 3 low-grade third-tier artifacts, as well as 4 third-tier magic talismans. The family also acquired 37 second-tier magic artifacts, including 7 high-grade second-tier artifacts, 12 mid-grade second-tier artifacts, and 18 low-grade second-tier artifacts, along with 32 second-tier magic talismans. As for first-tier magic artifacts, a total of 146 were acquired, including 68 high-grade first-tier artifacts, 78 mid-grade first-tier artifacts, and 436 first-tier magic talismans. Regarding pills, the family acquired a total of 1,356 pills of 17 different types, 8 of which are suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. In terms of formations, the family acquired 5 sets of formation setting tools. Regarding spiritual herbs, the family harvested 2,000-year-old herbs this time, 1,000-year-old water jade lingzi and 1,000-year-old earth mystic ginseng. They also harvested 5 800-year-old herbs, 7 700-year-old herbs, 28 600-year-old herbs, 39 500-year-old herbs, and 68 400-year-old herbs. The remaining 354 herbs are between 100 and 400 years old. As for demonic beasts, the family harvested 9 crimson-eyed dragon vultures, 15 dragon claw giant lizards, 33 dragon scale horses, 1 mid-level demonic beast blood flame dragon python egg, and 26 low-level demonic beast eggs. The remaining harvested spiritual gold ores total 18 types, including precious items such as iron essence and third-tier demon cores. In addition, the family has acquired 23 cultivation techniques, 14 secret cultivation methods, 5 weapon refining manuals, 3 alchemy manuals, 6 talisman making manuals, 2 array manuals, 6 pill formulas, and 3 array diagrams. Furthermore, the family has acquired over 37,500 spirit coins usable in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Finally, the family has acquired over 3,200 pieces of various demonic beast materials and over 2,300 demonic beast corpses. These are only the family's current gains. The rewards for the family's cultivators' contributions during the war will be distributed after the 3 major sects have completed their tallies. Zhou Chun held a ledger, reading aloud the items recorded in it section by section. With each section he read, except for Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai, who had already seen the ledger, the other Zhou family elders' eyes widened. After he finished recounting all the gains, the Zhou family elders present stared wide-eyed at the ledger in his hand, their faces filled with shock. Although the Zhou family elders who participated in the southern expedition knew that the Zhou family's gains wouldn't be small, they never imagined the scale of the harvest. They were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they weren't entirely familiar with market prices, they roughly knew how much the magical artifacts, talismans, and pills Zhou Chun mentioned could fetch. It was a sum so enormous that even golden core cultivators would drool. Is all of this true? Is the harvest really that huge? Zhou Xingyin, who had remained within the family and hadn't participated in the southern expedition or been on the front lines against the beast tide, murmured in shock and disbelief. He had seen the demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. Although, given his alchemy skills, he rarely used herbs over 500 years old, he did know that Zhou family had acquired a large quantity of them. But the magical artifacts and other gains Zhou Chun mentioned were something he didn't know about. Of course it's true. Everything here was personally checked by me and the two elders. There's nothing fake about it, Zhou Chun calmly replied to Zhou Xingyin's question. Then he said, of course, the family has indeed gained a lot, but the losses are also considerable. Now let me talk about the losses. In this war, the family lost a total of 27 cultivators, including 23 from our own clan and 4 from relatives outside the clan. At the same time, the family also lost as many as 38 demonic beasts and spirit pets, including the third elder's earth armor bearer. The family also suffered great losses in terms of resources. Most of the magic talismans and pills stored before the war were used up, totaling 35 second-tier magic talismans, more than 1,600 first-tier magic talismans, and more than 500 pills. The mountain protecting formation was also severely damaged in the war. At the same time, the family spent a total of 32,000 spirit coins to compensate the fallen clansmen and more than 9,600 spirit coins to recruit rogue cultivators. This does not include the second elder, fourth elder, and others who were injured. Hearing this, the elders who had been all smiles on their faces also lost much of their smiles. The victory in the war was indeed something to celebrate, and the great gains were something to be happy about, but those clansmen who died in battle deserved to be remembered and mourned even more. How could these elders still laugh when they heard Zhou Chun talk about those fallen clansmen? At this moment, Zhou Ming slowly spoke, the deceased are gone. Those clansmen who died for the family are all heroes of the Zhou family. The Zhou family will remember their sacrifices and contributions, and we cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. Alright, now let me personally explain the arrangements for these spoils. He glanced at each elder, then said in a deep voice, since these spoils were mostly obtained by the high-ranking cultivators of the family who participated in the battle, they should be given priority in the distribution. Therefore, I believe that based on each person's previous performance and gains, 70% of their battlefield spoils should belong to them. Another 10% should be used to reward the cultivators who remained in the family, and the remaining 20% should go into the family treasury. Do you have any objections to this distribution method? Hearing this, Zhou Jiaoru and the other elders exchanged glances, and then Zhou Chongshin took the lead in responding. The capable get more. This junior has no objection to the Supreme Elder's distribution method. This junior has no objection either. We will follow the Supreme Elder's arrangements. This junior agrees with this distribution method. The remaining Zhou family elders all voiced their agreement, with no one raising any objections. In fact, apart from Zhou Jia and Zhou Xingyin, who had remained at home, everyone else had participated in the southern expedition, and according to this distribution method, their gains would not be small. Moreover, neither of them were particularly ambitious. They were quite satisfied with their current cultivation level and status, and naturally would not go against the majority on such matters. Seeing this, Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction and said, alright, since none of you have any objections, we'll calculate your respective shares later, and then you can choose how to settle the accounts based on the actual situation. He then said to Zhou Chun, now, Zheng Chun, tell everyone about the current situation of the family. Zhou Chun stood up again, holding the account book, and said, the family currently has 177 main clan cultivators and 21 relatives of the family. Among them, There are 2 Purple Mansion Stage Cultivators, 7 Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators, 33 Late Key Refining Stage Cultivators, 74 Mid Key Refining Stage Cultivators, 53 Early Key Refining Stage Cultivators, and 17 members who haven't entered the Dale realm. In addition, the family has adopted 26 family servants and death warriors, 18 of whom have already reached the Early Key Refining stage. Thanks to the Zhou family's pro-natalist policies in recent years, the number of Zhou family cultivators has increased significantly in the past decade. If it weren't for the loss of more than 20 clansmen in the war, the number of main clan cultivators would now exceed 200. However, to be honest, compared to the Zhou family's current number of mid to high-level cultivators, 2 Purple Mansion Stage Cultivators and 7 Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators, this number of Key Refining Stage Cultivators is far from enough. But increasing the clan's cultivator population isn't something that can be done overnight, and Zhou Chun didn't have a good solution. He could only wait until he became the clan leader and then try to see if he could introduce birth subsidies to encourage the Zhou family cultivators to have children. Hearing him mention the family's cultivator population first, Zhou Ming took the opportunity to ask him a question. Although the number of clan cultivators has increased in recent years, it's undoubtedly lagging behind the clan's development. The shortage of manpower was exposed during this war, and the clan will need large-scale manpower in the future. Zheng Chun, what are your thoughts? Zhou Ming hadn't discussed this question with Zhou Chun beforehand. It was a surprise. Therefore, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback after hearing his words. However, Zhou Chun quickly understood what Zhou Ming was referring to. Then, after a moment's thought, he said, the growth of the number of cultivators in the family cannot be improved in 1 or 2 years. It takes at least 30 years for a generation to grow. Even if the family now adds 100 newborns with spiritual root aptitude, it will still be 30 to 50 years before they are ready to serve the family. Therefore, I believe that if we need to employ people on a large scale outside the family in the future, we will have no choice but to hire outsiders. Argentina almost shattered my dreams last night. Last night was fucking exciting. First, Brazil went home. Even with Ma's solo effort, they couldn't escape their fate. Then, Messi scored and assisted, but they still managed to tie the game. Luckily, I don't have a heart condition, otherwise I would have needed nitroglycerin. But staying up all night is really painful. I haven't stayed up like this in a long time. I didn't sleep until 6 a.m. and didn't get up until after 2 p.m. And to make matters worse, there's Ronaldo's game tonight. I have to watch it. So that's all for today. I'll try to make up for it with extra chapters tomorrow and the day after. I'll only watch 1 game today, I won't watch the rest. Chapter 258 Lin Hongyu's Plans. The mysterious reward the Zhou family received after entering the top 30 of the 100 Clans Conference is now known to all the Zhou family elders. Therefore, they weren't surprised when Zhou Ming said the Zhou family would need to hire a large number of people in the future. However, Zhou Chun's answer made several elders frown. Zhou Ming also frowned slightly and said, hiring outsiders is certainly a solution, but can outsiders be trusted? Those rogue cultivators are all selfish and opportunistic. They'll do anything for whoever benefits them. Hiring them as henchmen to fight off beast tides is fine, but if it involves dealing with other forces or resource extraction, even with supervision, it's hard to guarantee they won't try to betray the family's interests. Zhou Chun, of course, knew this too. At this moment, he calmly said, the Supreme Elder's words are quite reasonable, but he overlooked the composition of rogue cultivators. In the eyes of our great families, those cultivation families without a fixed mountain gate or foundation establishment cultivators are all rogue cultivators, but as everyone knows, besides lacking a mountain gate and foundation establishment cultivators, they are also cultivation families, with families and children. Furthermore, many rogue cultivators are couples, fathers and sons, or master and disciple. These people also have mutual attachments. At this point, Zhou Chun glanced at the thoughtful Zhou Ming and the elders, and continued, therefore, in my opinion, we can have 2 sets of standards for hiring rogue cultivators. For tasks requiring clearing demonic beasts and defending against beast tides, we can hire anyone. For more delicate tasks, we should only hire those with families and attachments. Of course, to do this well, we need to invest more manpower in collecting information on rogue cultivators in normal times. This way, when we need to hire people, it will be easier to find them directly, and these kinds of tasks can also be done by hiring rogue cultivators. We can even invest in some well-behaved and talented rogue cultivators, such as allowing them to meditate and cultivate at the Zhou family's mountain gate for free, selling them cultivation resources at cost price, or giving them a magic weapon in the form of half cash and half loan. Perhaps not every investment will yield a return, but as long as half of the investment yields a useful return, it will prevent the family from being so short-handed in the future. After he finished speaking, Zhou Ming and the other Zhou family elders lowered their heads to ponder his words. After a while, Zhou Daowei spoke first. Excellent, Zhou Chun, what you said is truly enlightening, all of it practical measures. Zhou Ming also nodded repeatedly, saying, that's right, if you hadn't mentioned this, I really wouldn't have realized this. Their inability to realize this was related to their own upbringing. From childhood to adulthood, they had grown up in the powerful Zhou family, and had always held rogue cultivators in contempt, witnessing many ugly things they did for petty gains. Such experiences naturally instilled in them a deep-seated distrust and dislike of rogue cultivators. Therefore, even when they needed to hire outsiders, they instinctively felt a resistance towards them. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the Zhou family had never encountered a situation requiring large-scale hiring of outsiders. Having no experience, they lacked expertise. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, didn't share that deep-seated aversion to rogue cultivators, and due to the influence of his past life's memories, he was very familiar with the process of hiring people, making it easy for him to think of these things. However, Zhou Chun kept these thoughts to himself and wouldn't voice them. Seeing that everyone was satisfied with his suggestion, he then presented a reform proposal he had considered before the war began. Since the two supreme elders and all the other elders have no objection to hiring rogue cultivators, I'd like to share another idea of mine. I've noticed that many family matters consume a lot of the clansmen's time, seriously hindering the development of family cultivators and other cultivation techniques and depriving them of opportunities and time to hone their skills. So I was thinking, could we delegate some less important tasks, such as feeding and raising demonic beasts, tending to medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, to rogue cultivators? If we can't trust ordinary rogue cultivators, we can also select cultivators from smaller families to do these tasks, and even cultivate these smaller families into vassal families specifically for raising beasts and cultivating herbs for our Zhou family. As Zhou Chun expected, upon hearing his suggestion, someone immediately raised a different opinion, and that person was none other than the usually conservative second elder, Zhou Chongshan. Zhou Chongshan slowly said, Zhangjin, I think your idea is inappropriate. The reason why my Zhou family has its members do the work of raising demonic beasts and tending the medicinal fields is not to save money, but to train them and make them more knowledgeable about the habits of demonic beasts and spiritual herbs, so that they can apply what they have learned. If we hire rogue cultivators to do these things, not to mention that the cost of spiritual coins is also a considerable expense, what if they do something bad behind the family's back? What if they learn the family's beast-taming skills? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun replied, I have naturally thought about what the second elder said, but people are all different. Even if my Zhou family has passed down the art of beast-taming, not every member of the clan will like it. As elders and higher-ranking members, we don't necessarily have to make them learn these things. While beast-taming is certainly a specialty of our Zhou family, we can't rely solely on it. We should also cultivate talent in areas like formations, weapon crafting, alchemy, and talisman making. At the very least, we should be able to produce our own commonly used low-level talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. As you know, second elder, achieving proficiency in these skills requires a vast amount of resources and time from each cultivator. Regarding concerns about rogue cultivators causing trouble, we can adopt a tiered system. We can classify important beast species like the crimson-eyed dragon vulture, dragon-claw giant lizard, dragon scale horse, eight-horned water-splitting deer, and crimson flame vajra monkey into the highest tier, allowing only family cultivators to care for and interact with them. The remaining ordinary beasts can be handled by hired individuals. This way, the losses caused by their misbehavior won't be significant. As for skills, there's even less to worry about. So what if rogue cultivators learn some of our Zhou family's beast-taming techniques? Can they establish beast gardens and raise demonic beasts like our Zhou family? Can they master the methods of refining beast spirit pills and demon spirit pills? Can they learn our Zhou family's secret beast-taming techniques? Without our Zhou family's secret pills and techniques, how can merely learning some methods of taming demonic beasts pose a threat to our Zhou family? At this point, Zhou Chun continued, I know that cultivating cultivators who understand formations, alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making will be costly, but if we don't do it, we'll never have any. This time, the family has gained a great deal, and in the future, we can obtain a continuous income from the wilderness. I think it's time to do these things." After he finished speaking, Zhou Chun also showed a thoughtful expression, considering what he had said. Zhou Chun had indeed always seemed somewhat conservative regarding family reforms, but he wasn't truly rigid, inflexible, or unable to adapt. Conservatism can also be seen as caution. Because he carefully considers every change made to the family and is very concerned about its impact, he appears conservative when faced with such changes. If, after careful consideration, he believes the benefits of the change far outweigh the drawbacks, then he won't oppose the reform. Zhou Chun had already learned this from his repeated interactions with him. Therefore, whenever a change was to be made, Zhou Chun would consider it from his perspective, looking for points that would be acceptable to him. In this respect, it is precisely because of his conservatism that Zhou Chun can perform better. At this moment, after some thought, Zhou Chun turned his gaze to the two supreme elders at the head of the table. Then he asked softly, "What do you two elders think of the patriarch's idea?" "I think Zhang Chun makes sense. If our Zhou family wants to rebuild its glory, we can't just focus on our own little world, we must also open our eyes to the outside world. If we can give our family's cultivators more time to go out and see the world, to hone their skills, and to discover and develop their talents, it will naturally enhance the family's foundation in all aspects." Zhou Daowei nodded slightly, expressing his support for Zhou Chun first. Looking at Zhou Ming's side, after a slight frown, he added, "I generally agree with what Zhang Chun said. However, even though the family is now wealthy, we should proceed slowly when training clansmen in alchemy and weapon crafting. We must not be too hasty or take too big a step, lest we waste the family's resources." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun respectfully replied, "Yes, this junior will certainly remember the teachings of the Supreme Elder and will proceed with caution." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, saying, "Since both Supreme Elders think this is feasible, then I have no objections." Next, Zhou Chun discussed the family's income and expenditure and some future development plans before concluding the meeting. After the meeting, Zhou Chun presented the acquired second-tier magic weapons for the elders to choose from, while the remaining ones would be temporarily stored in the family treasury for later sale. Having just experienced a great war, which resulted in the deaths of many cultivators and the acquisition of enemy relics by others, the prices of magical artifacts in the market have plummeted. Artifacts that previously cost 400 spirit coins can now be bought for less than 300. Therefore, apart from cultivators urgently needing spirit coins, most cultivation families will not choose to sell magical artifacts for spirit coins at this time. Half a month after Zhou Ming and his group returned to the Zhou family, a person they had anticipated arrived. "Fellow Taoist Lin, have you come to the Zhou family to deliver a message for Senior Lin?" On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun personally welcomed Lin Weiner into the mountain gate and then bluntly inquired about her purpose. Ever since the 4th tier mid-grade Crimson Fire Dragon of the Crimson Dragon Hall was killed by Jin Chixun and his men, Zhou Ming had been waiting for Lin Hongyu to contact the Zhou family. Now, more than half a month later, Lin Weiner, Lin Hongyu's adopted daughter, had finally returned to the Zhou family. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Lin Weiner nodded without hesitation, replying, "It was indeed my godmother who sent me, but only I can personally deliver her letter to Senior Zhou." "Understood, then I will take you to pay your respects to the Supreme Elder." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately led Lin Weiner to Zhou Ming's cave on the mountain top. Upon arriving at the cave, Zhou Ming was delighted to see Lin Weiner. After she explained her purpose and handed him the jade slip containing Lin Hongyu's letter, he eagerly took it and began to examine it. He quickly finished reading Lin Hongyu's message, then looked up at Lin Weiner with a slight glint in his eyes and asked, "Miss Lin, have you met fellow Taoist Lin?" Lin Weiner was slightly taken aback by his question, then respectfully replied, "I met my godmother 4 days ago, and she gave me this jade slip then." "Then take a look at the contents of this jade slip yourself," Zhou Ming said, handing the jade slip back to Lin Weiner. Seeing this, Lin Weiner's eyes narrowed slightly, and she took the jade slip to read it. After reading its contents, her expression changed drastically, and she remained silent for a long time. After waiting for a quarter of an hour without her speaking, Zhou Ming had no choice but to speak first, saying, "I have no right to comment on fellow Taoist Lin's arrangement. If Miss Lin has no intention of serving the Zhou family, Neither I nor the Zhou family will force you." Hearing this, Lin Weiner, who had been silent all along, finally responded. She shook her head slightly and said, "No, that's not what I meant. Since it's my godmother's arrangement, I naturally won't object." Then, her voice lowered, she added, "I just don't understand why, since my godmother is going to Cheng Kingdom to recuperate, she didn't take me with her. Even if my cultivation is low, I could at least help her guard the gate and run errands." It turned out that although Lin Hongyu hadn't forgotten the benefits she had promised the Zhou family, she dared not easily meet with Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi in private due to her severe injuries. Therefore, she went to Cheng Kingdom to recuperate first, intending to return to meet Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi after she recovered and present the promised benefits. Perhaps to gain the trust of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, or perhaps genuinely wanting to find a place for Lin Weiner to stay. She informed them in the letter that she would keep Lin Weiner to serve the Zhou family. Furthermore, to reassure the Zhou family about accepting Lin Weiner, she even suggested that Lin Weiner use the spiritual blood of the Azure Flood Dragon to cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique. This is the first update of the day. There will be another update tonight. Chapter 259 Honorary Elder, Zhou Chongshan's last words. Lin Hongyu's failure to deliver the promised treasure to the Zhou family on time indeed disappointed Zhou Ming, who had been eagerly anticipating it. However, Lin Weiner's presence somewhat compensated for this. Lin Weiner's stay with the Zhou family wasn't simply about providing another usable Foundation establishment cultivator, it also meant that the intelligence network she controlled would be of use to the Zhou family. According to Lin Weiner's own account, the intelligence network she had established under Lin Hongyu's direction now had 12 core members and 34 peripheral members. The 12 core members were cultivators nurtured and supported by Lin Hongyu, ready to be deployed in combat at any time. The 34 peripheral members could also be persuaded to serve in battle with money and treasures. With the dragon transformation sect severely damaged and herself freed from its constraints, Lin Hongyu no longer wanted to expend resources to maintain this intelligence network, so she handed it over to the Zhou family along with Lin Weiner, as part of her compensation to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was currently short-handed, and this intelligence network was undoubtedly a valuable addition. Therefore, when Lin Weiner chose to stay with the Zhou family as arranged by Lin Hongyu, Zhou Ming immediately offered to continue entrusting her with the management of this intelligence network and provide ample financial support. Lin Weiner was very responsive, quickly submitting intelligence data on core and peripheral members to the Zhou family, and also obtaining the Flood Dragon spirit blood from Zhou Daoyi to cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique. Just as Lin Weiner began her secluded cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique on Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun approached Zhou Ming to discuss her identity. Fellow Taoist Lin joining the Zhou family is certainly a great thing, but what identity should the family assign her? The Zhou family was no longer a small, insignificant clan. The sudden addition of a Foundation establishment cultivator was something that couldn't be kept secret from the clan members or outsiders. Therefore, deciding on Lin Weiner's identity became a dilemma for Zhou Chun. Only Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family can serve as elders, and even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to hold this position in the future. It's definitely inappropriate to make Lin Weiner a Zhou family elder. However, her Foundation establishment cultivation level is undeniable, and if she doesn't become an elder, there's no other position in the Zhou family's current hierarchy that would suit her better. Therefore, after thinking for a long time without finding a solution, Zhou Chun could only ask Zhou Ming. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Ming was also somewhat stumped, unsure how to answer. After pondering for a while, he looked at Zhou Chun and said softly, "How about establishing a guest elder position within the family? This position would have the same status and treatment as a family elder, but would not have voting rights at family elder meetings and could not be invited or attend family elder meetings." Guest elder? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, and after thinking carefully, he remembered the origin of this position. Generally, cultivation families don't have guest elders. This position is usually only established by cultivation sects, and it's reserved for high-level cultivators outside the sect who are very close to it. For example, the Qinglian Temple has several guest elders, and those elders are all Golden Core cultivators from Golden Core families. These Golden Core families were either founded by disciples of the Qinglian Temple, or their families have had many members join the Qinglian Temple over generations, forming a very deep relationship with it. In this case, To win over these golden core cultivators, the King Lian Temple appoints them as guest elders, allowing them to enjoy some of the benefits of King Lian Temple elders. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "If we call him guest elder, I'm afraid it will only make us a laughingstock if outsiders find out, and fellow Taoist Lin himself might not be willing. In my opinion, how about changing it to honorary elder? It has the honorary title of elder, but doesn't involve him in the management of internal family affairs." Honorary elder. Zhou Ming paused for a moment, muttering the words honorary elder to himself, then smiled and said, "Very good, the title of honorary elder is quite suitable. Let's establish an honorary elder position within the family." Seeing that he agreed, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Since the Supreme Elder agrees, then I will inform the entire family first, and after Elder Lin comes out of seclusion, I will ask the Supreme Elder to personally bestow this honor upon him." "Very well, Dao Yi and I will bestow this honor upon fellow Taoist Lin together." Zhou Ming nodded and readily agreed. After Zhou Chun left his cave, he quickly posted a notice announcing this matter. The sudden appearance of a foundation establishment cultivator in the family, along with the creation of an honorary elder position specifically for him, certainly piqued the curiosity of many Zhou family members. Many flocked to Zhou Chun and familiar elders to inquire about the identity and background of this elder from another clan, while others asked how to treat him with proper etiquette. Zhou Chun had already consulted with elders like Zhou Jiaru who had met Lin Weiner beforehand, and they gave a unified response. According to him, Lin Weiner was a rogue cultivator who grew up in Yuntao. Knowing the difficulty of cultivation alone, she sought refuge with a family. Because of the Zhou family's outstanding performance in the recent war, and the fact that Zhou Ming had once saved her life by chance, she decided to join them. Such rogue foundation establishment cultivators seeking refuge with cultivation families were not uncommon in the cultivation world, making this explanation easily credible. As for how the family cultivators should address Lin Weiner, they would naturally all address her as Elder Lin. After all, the Zhou family currently only had one elder with the surname Lin. Lin Weiner was indeed outstanding, completing the introductory training of the Dragon Transformation secret technique in a mere 12 days. It's worth noting that Zhou Chun was able to complete the introductory training of the Dragon Transformation secret technique in 3 days because his top-tier cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, had a strong tempering and strengthening effect on the physical body. Lin Weiner, however, didn't cultivate that top-tier technique. Yet she completed the introductory training of the Dragon Transformation secret technique in 12 days, which was a very impressive achievement within the Dragon Transformation sect. After successfully cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique using the Azure Dragon's blood as a medium, she was officially bound to the Zhou family. Therefore, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi quickly bestowed upon her the title of honorary elder of the Zhou family in front of dozens of key refining stage cultivators. With Lin Weiner's official joining, the Zhou family now had 8 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Zhou Chun then gave Lin Weiner a new task, to oversee the training of Su Fu and other servants and assassins adopted by the Zhou family. Lin Weiner, being an intelligence officer, was highly experienced in training cultivators, and her wilderness survival skills were unmatched by anyone in the Zhou family. She was undoubtedly the most suitable person to train the cultivators who would be sent to Dragon Rising Valley to establish a wilderness stronghold. Another month passed, and Zhou Chongshan finally repaired the Zhou family's protective array, the 5 Directions Miro array. After the array was repaired and passed the activation test, Zhou Chongshan suddenly said to the several happy Zhou family elders beside him, "This is my last time contributing to the family. I have a premonition that my time is near. I will now quietly organize my life's insights into arrays at my residence. Unless it's urgent, please don't disturb me, Chongshan." "You?" Zhou Ming's expression changed slightly. He looked at Zhou Chongshan, unsure what to say. Everyone's lifespan has a limit, and cultivators are no exception. Zhou Chongshan's lifespan was already limited, and the severe injuries he sustained during the southern expedition further exacerbated his loss of vital energy. It was already quite remarkable that he had survived until now. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the will of heaven, and I have long since accepted them. Zhou Chongshan gently shook his head, indicating that there was no need for further words of comfort. Then he sighed softly, "Besides, I have lived for over 200 years, which is not a wasted life. My only regret is that I cannot continue to serve the family and witness its resurgence." He never married and devoted his life to the art of array formations. Before his death, his greatest concern was for his family. Although the Zhou family's situation was improving, it could not be considered a true revival until a golden core cultivator appeared. Not being able to see the Zhou family's resurgence and rebirth was his greatest regret. Hearing his deeply emotional words, Zhou Chun couldn't help but whisper, "Second Elder, all the efforts you have made for the family, the achievements you have made, are seen and remembered by everyone in the family. As long as this protective array still exists, as long as the Zhou family still exists, you will live forever in our hearts." Hearing this, Zhou Chongshan suddenly smiled, a very happy smile. He patted Zhou Chun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Zheng Chun, I'm very happy to hear what you said. I'm even happier that the Zhou family has such an outstanding member like you. I believe that under your leadership and that of the Supreme Elder, our Zhou family will surely rebuild its glory and reclaim everything that once belonged to us. We definitely will." Zhou Chun nodded vigorously, his tone unwavering. Seeing his expression, Zhou Chongshan's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly composed himself and said solemnly, "There are some things I originally intended to say to you, Zheng Chun, before I pass away. However, since the Supreme Elder and the others are all present today, and I don't know if I'll be able to see you again then, I'll just tell you now. Second Elder, please speak." This junior is all ears. Curiosity flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He also wanted to know what Zhou Chongshan was about to say with such a solemn expression. Even Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi, who were standing nearby, showed curiosity. "Zhangjin, your abilities are beyond question, and no one doubts your loyalty to the family. However, the changes you've made to the family have always been somewhat too ambitious, giving the impression of being eager for quick results. This approach is actually very bad. A family is different from an individual. If an individual takes too big a step, at most it will hurt themselves, but if a family takes too big a step, everyone in the family will suffer. Before, when you were just a vice-clan leader, it was understandable that you were eager to prove yourself. Even if you made mistakes, we elders could remind you and help you correct them, but now that you are the clan leader, even the two grand elders can no longer easily oppose or deny some of your decisions. If you really make a mistake and cause losses to the family, it will not only be a dereliction of duty on your part, but it will also cause the clan members to doubt you, and even doubt the grand elders, and you must know that for a family to develop steadily and upward, trust and unity are the most important. Once the clan members doubt and distrust the family's leadership, no matter how many other advantages the family has, it will be difficult for it to move forward. So sometimes, walking slowly isn't scary. What's scary is taking the wrong path, which will only take you further and further away from the finish line. I hope you keep this in mind. In the future, when making any changes to the family, you must listen to the opinions of others, preferably the opinions of the cultivators within the family. Don't think that just because you're doing it for the good of the family and other clansmen, you can disregard the feelings of others." Zhou Chongshan paused slightly, then glanced at Zhou Chun, who seemed moved by his words, and continued, "Secondly, I hope you can spend more time on your personal cultivation in the future. You can delegate more family affairs to other elders or deacons. Although your personal aptitude isn't exceptional, since you've successfully cultivated a top-tier technique, you are the most promising person in the family for achieving core formation. You must live up to the hardships you've endured. Thirdly, I hope you can consider the matter of a cultivation partner. If you don't plan to remain unmarried for life like me, then find a cultivation partner with whom you can progress together. If you can leave behind a few talented descendants for the Zhou family, that would be even better." After saying this, Zhou Chongshan didn't wait for Zhou Chun to figure out how to answer him before waving his hand and saying, "All right, that's all I wanted to say. Whether you listen to me or not is up to you. I'll head back now." Then he flew alone towards this cultivation spot. Zhangxun Peak. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly said, "I've remembered the second elder's words. I will definitely think carefully about the elder's advice." At this moment, Zhou Mingde also chimed in, "What Chongshan said is indeed from the bottom of his heart. Zhangjin, you really should consider your cultivation and marriage." "Yes, I will consider it carefully," Zhou Chun replied without arguing. He had his own plans for his life, and he would listen to the advice of these elders as a reference. He had his own choices about what to do. More than a month later, the three major sects finally tallied the war achievements of the various cultivation families, drafted the relevant rewards, and also announced the standards for compensation for the dead. Second update today. Chapter 260 Rich Military Achievements, Succession to Clan Chief. The battle merit statistics of the three major sects are finally out. Because many cultivation families were involved, this time, instead of sending messages door to door, the results were directly announced in various markets. Any cultivator could see the results on the huge notice boards in the markets. The Zhou family had a shop in the Red Cliff Market, so the shopkeeper immediately copied and forwarded the information about the Zhou family back to the family. In this war against the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Zhou family undoubtedly contributed greatly and made many contributions. All the evidence that could prove their achievements was submitted and verified at the time. When the statistics came out, they were extremely satisfied and happy. According to the statistical standards of the three major sects, killing an early Foundation Establishment cultivator and a second-tier low-grade demon beast would earn 200 battle merits, roughly equivalent to 2,000 spirit coins. A mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator and a second-tier or mid-grade demon beast would earn 300 battle merits, and a late Foundation Establishment cultivator and a second-tier high-grade demon beast would earn 400 battle merits. Early-stage Purple Mansion cultivators and low-grade third-tier demonic beasts earned as many as 1,000 battle merits, while mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators and mid-grade third-tier demonic beasts earned 1,500 battle merits. Additionally, participating in major missions and delivering important supplies would also yield varying amounts of battle merits. Therefore, the final tally showed that Zhou Ming alone earned 6,700 battle merits. Zhou Daoyi ranked second with 4,650 battle merits. Their high scores were likely largely due to their reporting of the Beast Tide and the disagreements among the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators within the Golden Dragon branch. Zhou Chun ranked third with 3,370 battle merits. Zhou Daoquan ranked fourth with 2,950 battle merits. Zhou Chongshan ranked fifth with 1,650 battle merits. Zhou Jiapeng ranked sixth with 1,450 battle merits. Zhou Jiaru ranked seventh with 980 battle merits. Zhou Jia ranked eighth with 570 battle merits. The Zhou family members who participated in the battle, especially those at the key refining stage, also received dozens of battle merits. The compensation for fallen cultivators was distributed uniformly according to their major cultivation realm, directly to the family along with their accumulated battle merits. Key refining stage cultivators received 50 battle merits, Foundation Establishment stage cultivators received 500, and Purple Mansion stage cultivators received 3,000. This brings the Zhou family's total compensation to 1,350 points, which, combined with the merits earned by the fallen cultivators, amounts to approximately 1,500 points. However, while the battle merit statistics and their approximate value were released, the rewards had not yet been distributed. According to the three major sects, the destruction of the Dragon Transformation Sect had also greatly depleted their own resources, and they currently lacked the spirit coins and treasures to reward the fallen. Therefore, only the battle merit statistics were being released. The specific rewards would not be distributed for another 3 to 5 years. Next, the alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman makers of the three major sects will all be fully mobilized to convert the resources obtained from the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Beast Tide into pills, magical artifacts, and talismans, which will then be distributed as rewards. However, the Zhou family is somewhat special. Zhou Ming had taken advantage of the opportunity to transport the corpses and inner cores of several third-tier demonic beasts to express his demands to the Kinglian Temple. At this time, he was able to use the inner core of the third-tier low-grade demonic beast, the azure-eyed civet, and 2,000 battle merits to successfully exchange for the inner core of the third-tier or mid-grade demonic beast, the unicorn fire wolf, which had been killed by Qinglingzi. With the help of this similar third-tier or mid-grade demonic beast inner core, the fire god Jackal should be able to advance to third-tier or mid-grade demonic beast soon. Unfortunately, the inner cores of the fourth-tier flood dragons cannot be exchanged for others, and the Zhou family cannot afford to exchange them. Otherwise, the Zhou family would probably sell everything they own to try. In addition to the normal battle merit statistics and compensation, the three major sects also announced another matter, exchanging for money. The dragon coins issued by the Dragon Transformation Sect could be exchanged for spirit coins or accumulated into battle merits at the exchange offices run by the three major sects in the market. However, the exchange rate was much lower than Zhou Chun had initially anticipated. 10 dragon coins could only be exchanged for 3 moon coins circulating in the Jing Kingdom. Some might wonder why the three major sects would exchange those dragon coins, wasting a large amount of spirit coins and battle merits. But if one understood the sacrifices made by the various cultivation families and independent cultivators during the war, this question would disappear. It's important to know that when they enlisted in the war, the cultivation families didn't receive a single magic talisman or pill from the three major sects. They all brought their own food and weapons. For example, the Zhou family emptied most of their own pockets to gather enough supplies for the war. Even then, they were only able to acquire so much because they received the news early and the purchase price was low. Although their battle merits were entirely worth their sacrifices, not every family enjoyed such a reward. At the time, the three major sects undoubtedly earned the most spirit coins. Since they had amassed so many spirit coins before the war, if the exchange wasn't liberalized afterward, and a portion of the spirit coins wasn't returned, how could the numerous cultivation families, whose gains were far less than their losses, not be filled with resentment? Although the three major sects were powerful and invincible, even if all the cultivation families in the country united, they couldn't possibly resist them. However, cultivators are different from ordinary mortals who are powerless. When many cultivation families faced financial ruin due to the war, they might take risks to vent their anger or save their families, such as assassinating cultivators from the three major sects or robbing cultivators from other families. This would greatly impact the overall security of the country, indirectly affecting the interests of the three major sects. Moreover, the dragon transformation sect hadn't been completely eliminated yet, and in the future, the various families might need to help deal with other enemies. Under these circumstances, exchanging and canceling the dragon coin seized from the dragon transformation sect was absolutely necessary. Benefiting from this exchange policy, the Zhou family's accumulated 80,000 plus dragon coins could be exchanged for over 20,000 spirit coins. With the announcement of the battle merit verification, the mysterious rewards for the top 30 families in the 100 Clans Conference officially took effect. According to the three major sects, the Zhou family and the other 30 families must establish a fixed stronghold with protective and purifying arrays in the wilderness within the next 5 years, otherwise, their rewards would be revoked and distributed to other families. 5 years is not a short time, but it's not long either. The Zhou family had to plan ahead, because they actually intended to establish not just one, but 2 strongholds. Fortunately, the Zhou family had already decided that the outlying stronghold would not be exclusively theirs, but shared with some friendly families. Taking advantage of the opportunity of holding the clan leader succession ceremony for Zhou Chun, they invited the heads of families friendly to the Zhou family, such as the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, and the He family of Green Bamboo Mountain, to the Zhou family to discuss the establishment of the pioneering stronghold. On this day, at the invitation of the Zhou family, representatives from over a dozen cultivation families in Lanzhou came to witness the Zhou family's new patriarch's inauguration ceremony. Outside the Zhou family ancestral hall, in front of the numerous Zhou family members and visiting cultivators attending the ceremony, Zhou Daowei solemnly declared, "Fellow members of the Zhou family, fellow cultivators, I ask you all to witness that I, Zhou Daowei, the patriarch of the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge, will no longer hold the position of patriarch from this day forward." He then turned to face Zhou Chun, who stood beside him. Zhou Chun knelt on one knee, raising his hands high. Zhou Daowei continued, "Zhou Zhengzhen, the vice patriarch of the Zhou family, is of pure character, virtuous and talented, and commands respect. From this day forward, the position of patriarch of the Zhou family will be succeeded by vice patriarch Zhou Zhengzhen." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, handing the seal of patriarchal authority to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, holding the seal in his hand, slowly stood up, then solemnly said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the trust of all the elders and clansmen. I, Zhou Chun, will certainly fulfill my duties in this position, and live up to the kindness of the elders and the high expectations of the clansmen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Daowei waved his hand and said, "Clansmen, why don't you greet the new clan leader?" Zhou Daoquan greets the clan leader. Zhou Jia greets the clan leader. Zhou Jia greets the clan leader. Starting with several Zhou family elders, one by one, the Zhou family cultivators present began to bow and pay their respects to Zhou Chun. However, the feelings of those who bowed were completely different. The foundation establishment stage Zhou family elders, such as Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Jiaru, were filled with joy and relief as they watched their junior, Zhou Chun, finally reach the position they had all predicted. Elders of the Zhou family, such as Zhou Jiacheng and Zhou Jiasheng, who were at the key refining stage, were filled with mixed emotions upon seeing Zhou Chun, their junior, reach this level in just 2 or 3 decades. They were both happy and admiring for him, yet also felt a pang of shame and bitterness. Meanwhile, fellow cultivators and younger generations who were close to Zhou Chun, such as Zhou Zhenggang, Zhou Xinlin, and Zhou Xindi, were overjoyed and genuinely happy for him as he finally assumed the position of clan leader. Even Zhou family cultivators who weren't particularly close to Zhou Chun, whether elders, peers, or juniors, while shocked by his rapid ascension, didn't express any resentment or dissatisfaction. As Zhou Daowei had previously stated, Zhou Chun's outstanding performance over the years, both in terms of character and ability, had left the vast majority of Zhou family cultivators with nothing to criticize and no choice but to accept his authority. After the Zhou family members and the new clan leader, Zhou Chun, had finished their greetings, Wang Zixin and others who had come to observe the ceremony also offered their congratulations. After another lively feast, the celebration finally came to an end. Once the celebration concluded, Zhou Chun invited Wang Zixin and others closely associated with the Zhou family to a private reception area to discuss the establishment of a pioneering base. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, when he mentioned the idea of cooperating in establishing the base, Wang Zixin and the others, who had previously expressed gratitude and approval for the Zhou family's generosity, all changed their minds. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive us. It's not that I and the Wang family don't want to get involved in this matter, but the Wang family has suffered heavy losses in this war and is no longer able to contribute. Yes, my He family is in a similar situation. This time, our He family's mountain gate, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, was forced to be abandoned. Now, rebuilding the mountain gate will require a lot of manpower and resources, and we don't have the extra strength to participate in the reclamation. My Sun family was already small in number, and in this war, we lost our patriarch and 2 elders. It's already a blessing that the family has not fallen. We are really unable to participate in the establishment of the reclamation base. In the living room, Wang Zixin and the others took turns complaining, telling about their family's difficulties. None of them wanted to go and explore the wilderness again. They had agreed to establish the reclamation base together because their families were strong and well-equipped at the time, and were fully capable of investing manpower and resources in this. But who would have thought that after the southern expedition, their families would each lose several foundation establishment cultivators, and then lose dozens of key refining cultivators in the beast tide. The losses suffered by these people severely damaged their respective families, leaving them with no resources to invest in frontier reclamation. This outcome was unexpected by Zhou Chun. Looking at the worried faces of Wang Zixin and the others, his own brow furrowed. The Zhou family was already short of manpower. If these people were unwilling to contribute to the establishment of the reclaiming base, the Zhou family, with its current numbers, simply couldn't establish a reclaiming base that met the requirements of the 3 major sects. In any case, fellow Daoists, please think it over carefully. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be difficult for you to enter the field again. In the end, Zhou Chun could only sigh softly, urging the families to reconsider, but he couldn't force them to join. After seeing Wang Zixin and the others off, Zhou Chun explained the difficulties of establishing a reclaiming base to Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daowei. Since the Wang family is unwilling to invest manpower in this matter, we can't force them. Why not ask other families if they'd like to cooperate? If all else fails, we could find some foundation establishment stage cultivators to work with. We need to establish the reclaimed base first. Zhou Daowei immediately offered his opinion after hearing Zhou Chun's words. Zhou Ming then added, then let's also ask the Lineage families. While they could also establish a reclaimed base, given their family size, one base certainly wouldn't be enough. Junior understands. Junior will handle this matter as soon as possible. Zhou Chun nodded, accepting their suggestion. First update, there will be a second update tonight. Chapter 261 Zhou Chongshan passes away in meditation, obtains foundation establishment pill again. Just as Zhou Ming had said, the Li family of alchemy and the Yu family of formations were very interested in cooperating with the Zhou family to establish a pioneering base. Thanks to the war against the Dragon Transformation Sect, after making considerable sacrifices, the 2 families had finally gained the Kinglian Temple's approval and were no longer restricting them in various ways. However, a single pioneering base only affected a radius of 200 or 300 miles, which might be enough for a large immortal cultivation clan, but for a golden core family like theirs, it was simply insufficient. If they could obtain the pioneering rights to another base through cooperation with the Zhou family, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to them. But the two families were asking for too much? According to them, they could handle the manpower and formation setup required to establish the base, but they wanted a 40% share from each family. How could Zhou Chun agree to such harsh conditions? Even if the Zhou family was currently wealthy, he couldn't agree to this profit-sharing arrangement. His bottom line was that the Zhou family would take 40%, and the two families would each take 30%. However, the two major families, each possessing a golden core cultivator, were unlikely to easily agree to such conditions. Therefore, negotiations reached a stalemate, with none of the three families willing to relinquish their interests. To force the lineage families to concede, or rather, to prepare a contingency plan, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to spread the news of seeking partners to establish a pioneering base, inviting interested families to come to the Zhou family for detailed discussions. At the same time, Zhou Chun also sent Lin Weiner to the wilderness to scout suitable locations for establishing a pioneering base, and instructed her intelligence network to begin gathering information on various independent cultivators. Busy with these various matters, half a year quickly passed. One day, while working in this Hongping Hall, Zhou Chun suddenly heard a firework explosion from inside the mountain gate. He rushed out to investigate and saw that the firework originated from above Xiangsun Peak. This immediately made him realize something. His expression changed slightly, and after quickly instructing his secretary in the hall, he hurriedly flew towards Xiangsun Peak. Meanwhile, all the Zhou family elders who saw the firework also quickly flew to Xiangsun Peak, just like Zhou Chun. When Zhou Chun arrived at Xiangsun Peak, he saw that the gate to Zhou Chongshen's usual residence was already open, and two Zhou family cultivators who had studied formations with him were waiting anxiously outside. Upon seeing him and several elders, the two hurriedly stepped forward to bow and explain, "Greetings, clan chief. Just now, Master suddenly sensed his impending death and ordered us to release communication fireworks to inform you and the elders." "Understood. You wait outside, we'll go see the second elder now." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately entered the courtyard with the other elders. Reaching Zhou Chongshen's bedroom, he paused slightly at the slightly ajar door before pushing it open and entering. Inside, he saw Zhou Chongshen lying supine on the bed, barely breathing. He then realized that Zhou Chongshen's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation was visibly and rapidly diminishing. Cultivators who pass away naturally due to the exhaustion of their lifespan will naturally begin to dissipate their cultivation before death. When all their magical power is dissipated, that is when they breathe their last. Beside Zhou Chun, the third elder Zhou Daoquan murmured to himself, whether explaining the current situation of the second elder Zhou Chongshen or being reminded of his own past by the scene. "Second elder, is there anything else you want to say? Is there any wish you want to fulfill?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Chongshen, whose eyes were slightly closed on the bed, and asked in a low voice. Hearing his question, Zhou Chongshen's wrinkled face twitched slightly. He forced his eyes open halfway and looked at him with cloudy eyes, saying in a low voice, "I've already told you everything I needed to say some time ago. As for my wish, I only wish that the family will one day produce a member with exceptional talent in formations, someone who can inherit my life's understanding and insights into formations, so that my work can be passed down." He had never married, had no children, and poured his entire life's energy into the art of formations. This was what he cared about most. Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded emphatically, saying, "I understand. Rest assured, every cultivator in the Zhou family will have the opportunity to learn the way of formations. If a truly promising talent is discovered, the family will fully support him and will ensure that your masterpiece is not lost. Then I'm at ease. The Zhou family's future rests in your hands." A peaceful smile appeared on Zhou Chongshen's face, and he closed his eyes slightly. He was still waiting for everyone else to arrive. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the other elders and the two grand elders who were still cultivating also finished their practice and rushed over. When Zhou Ming saw Zhou Chongshen lying on the bed, barely alive, his eyes stung with tears. He wiped his eyes, then stepped forward, took Zhou Chongshen's wrist, and whispered, "Chongshen, go in peace. With Nian Daowei overseeing the family, and Zhangchen and the others managing it, things will definitely get better and better. I believe it. I believe that day will come." Zhou Chongshen reached out and grasped Zhou Ming's hand, murmuring softly to himself. Then he forced his eyes open, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room, and finally whispered, "Everyone, go out. Let me quietly pass away." "Listen to Chongshen, Let him go peacefully alone, Zhou Ming said, leading the way out of the room. After waiting outside for about another 15 minutes, the aura within the room finally dissipated completely. Then, everyone entered the room and saw that Zhou Chun had passed away peacefully, his eyes and mouth closed. Seeing this, Zhou Chun asked Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, "In your opinion, elders, what rites should be followed for the second elder's passing?" Hearing this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi exchanged a glance and communicated telepathically. Zhou Ming then said in a deep voice, "Recently, many families have lost members. Since the second elder has passed away, there's no need to disturb others. 7 days of mourning within the family is sufficient, we understand. We will announce this to the entire clan." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately left Xiangsuan Peak to ring the funeral bell. Dong dong dong. 7 heavy tolls rang out from the summit of Beota Peak, quickly spreading throughout the entire Zhou family's mountain gate. According to the Zhou family's rules, 7 tolls signify the passing of an important member of the clan, at the elder level. Therefore, upon hearing this bell, any Zhou family cultivator who was not on duty would immediately go to the ancestral hall to pay their respects to their deceased clansmen. Not long after, dozens of Zhou family members gathered in front of the ancestral hall, and the body of the second elder, Zhou Chun, had already been moved there. Then, just like after the death of the first elder, Zhou Mingshan, dozens of Zhou family members wrapped themselves in white cloth and chanted sutras and incantations around his body for 7 days. 7 days later, Zhou Chun's body was buried in the clan cemetery on the back mountain of Pagoda Peak, making him the second Zhou family elder buried there. Less than 2 months after Zhou Chun's funeral, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, along with Zhou Daoquan, left the Zhou family. Their purpose was to fulfill their promise to Zhou Daoquan, to help him seek revenge in the kingdom of Li, northeast of Cheng Kingdom, and also to see if they could dispose of some previously acquired magical artifacts and purchase some useful items in Li Kingdom. By this time, the Zhou family was already renowned, and with the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world severely weakened from the recent Great War, all forces were busy recovering. Even with the 2 purple mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family absent, there was nothing to worry about. Zhou Chun then began to put into practice what he had said at the family meeting, hiring some rogue cultivators who had passed the investigation and assessment to perform more tasks for the Zhou family. The rogue cultivators were naturally overjoyed that the Zhou family was willing to hire them to raise beasts and cultivate herbs. In Zhou Chun's eyes, these tasks were tiring and time-consuming. But in the eyes of the rogue cultivators, it was an opportunity to potentially change their own and their descendants' fates. Being a rogue cultivator was truly difficult. Many rogue cultivators, besides a cultivation technique and a few spells, had no other life skills. This situation wouldn't change much even if they reached a late key refining stage. However, every rogue cultivator knew the importance of life skills. Even simply mastering the skills of raising beasts and cultivating herbs could potentially transform their livelihoods, turning them from ordinary hunters who could only rely on finding spiritual herbs and hunting demonic beasts into artisans who could earn a living through their skills. Therefore, even without the spirit coins offered by the Zhou family, many independent cultivators were willing to take on this work. Of course, the Zhou family wouldn't let anyone learn skills for free and then leave. Any independent cultivator who came to learn these skills not only had their background screened but also had to sign a service contract, agreeing to serve for at least a certain number of years before leaving the Zhou family and ceasing this work. The service period for such contracts was at least 10 years. With the addition and contributions of these independent cultivators, many cultivators in the Zhou family were freed, having more time to leave the family to travel the cultivation world and try learning other cultivation techniques. Especially the younger generation with a Zen character in their names, if they weren't interested in learning in the Beast Garden, this was a perfect opportunity to learn alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman array techniques. Because of the abundant alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making materials obtained during the previous war, Zhou Chun generously granted each Zhou family cultivator 20 sets of materials free of charge for practice, after careful preparation. Anyone who demonstrated talent during these practice sessions would receive even more materials for further study. Such a privilege was only available within a family, even the 3 major sects wouldn't offer such a deal. Time passed slowly, and 3 months quickly went by. One morning 3 months later, Zhou Ming and his 2 companions, who had been away from home for over 100 days, finally returned. "Grand Elder, you're finally back. Why did it take so long this time?" On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun looked at his 3 returning elders, his face full of questions as he inquired about the reason. Li Kingdom was far from Jing Kingdom, but at their speed, they should have arrived in 10 days at most. A journey of over 100 days was indeed excessively long. The timing of our departure was just right. We attended an underground auction in a market town in the Kingdom of Li, which took up almost half a month. We also spent some time eliminating those higher-ranking members of the Tang family, so our return was much later than expected. Zhou Ming answered Zhou Chun's question softly, then chuckled, but it was all worth it. Zheng Chun, guess what we gained from this trip to the Kingdom of Li? Judging from your expression, Elder, could it be that you obtained the Foundation Establishment Pill? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he tentatively guessed. Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Daoyi, saying, "See? I told you this kid guessed right." Then he nodded with a smile, "That's right. At the underground auction in Li Kingdom, we only spent 18,000 spirit coins to buy 2 Foundation Establishment pills and 3 bottles of spirit pills suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Moreover, when we wiped out those higher-ranking members of the Tang family, we also obtained quite a few good things from them, even 2 high-grade 3rd-tier magic artifacts." Zhou Chun was also surprised upon hearing this. What? 2 Foundation Establishment pills? He looked at Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi with surprise and joy. Foundation Establishment pills are a treasure the cultivation families can never have too many of. They are always one of the most useful treasures. Especially in Jing Kingdom now, because of the previous war, too many Foundation Establishment cultivators were lost, and now such treasures are completely priceless and impossible to buy. Currently, all the cultivation families are waiting for the 3 major sects to refine Foundation Establishment pills. They plan to use their battle merits to exchange for these pills from the 3 sects to help their clans cultivate foundation-building cultivators and nurture new Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, even if the 3 major sects obtain a considerable amount of materials for refining Foundation Establishment pills this time, and are able to refine a large number of pills, it will likely be far from enough to go around for at least the next 20 or 30 years. The price of Foundation Establishment pills in Jing Kingdom will remain high, making it difficult to purchase them at the previous prices. Under these circumstances, the Zhou family has now obtained 2 Foundation Establishment pills, which naturally brings Zhou Chun great joy. But then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, I remember the 3rd elder said there was still a 1,000-year-old yin spirit mushroom, right? Did the supreme elders obtain it?" "No, that 1,000-year-old yin spirit mushroom and some other good things in the tomb were sold by the Tang family and exchanged for talismans. It took a lot of effort from me and Aoyi to kill that old man Tang." Zhou Ming shook his head, explaining the situation with a rather frustrated tone. "That's such a pity." Zhou Chun sighed softly, also feeling quite regretful. At this moment, Zhou Daoyi interjected, "Although it's a bit of a pity, it's good that Dao Quan was able to vent his anger. Now we just have to wait for news from the 3 major sects. Hopefully, they can release some spiritual items to assist in opening the Purple Mansion, then Dao Quan will have hope of opening the Purple Mansion." Daoyi is right. As long as Dao Quan vents his anger and resolves his inner conflict, everything else is secondary. Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, no longer feeling frustrated. Second update today. Chapter 262. Zhou Zhengyang establishes his foundation, breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Good things come in pairs. Just 2 months after Zhou Ming and his group returned, the Li family, 4 pills, and the Yu family, 4 formations, softened their stance again. Although they still disagreed with the Zhou family taking 40% of the share, they no longer insisted on having 40%. After some discussion, the 3 parties finally agreed to each take 30%, with the remaining 10% to be handed over to the Kinglian Temple as protection money. At the same time, the Li and Yu families also promised that if the Zhou family had any needs regarding pills or formations in the future, they could ask their families for help as long as they had the materials, and they would definitely offer the lowest possible price. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony at all. He quickly took out the high-grade spiritual herbs he had plundered from the Hulong sect and asked the Li family to help him refine some pills that could improve the cultivation level of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Now the Zhou family had 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and there might be 1 or 2 more in the future. The Zhou family would have a great need for these pills that could improve the cultivation level of Foundation Establishment cultivators in the future. As for formations, After Zhou Chun's death, the Zhou family truly lacked anyone capable in this area. In the future, when needed, they would have to rely on the Yu family. After finalizing the cooperation agreement, Zhou Chun informed the Li and Yu families of the location chosen by Lin Weiner, instructing them to oversee the construction of the stronghold. Of course, for the Zhou family's benefit, Zhou Chun still sent Zhou Jiaru, who had just recovered from his injuries, along with 4 Zhou family cultivators to help, demonstrating the Zhou family's presence. Then came the issue of distributing the 2 foundation establishment pills. The Zhou family currently has nearly 20 cultivators at the 12th level of the key refining stage. Even after removing those with lifespans exceeding 80, there are still 10 who meet the criteria for using foundation establishment pills. With more monks than porridge, these foundation establishment pills are difficult to distribute. It's fortunate that the news of the foundation establishment pills is still being kept secret, otherwise, Zhou family cultivators would likely be lining up at Zhou Chun's door to plead for them. However, keeping the pills indefinitely isn't a good idea. Using them sooner will strengthen the family's power. Therefore, after much deliberation, Zhou Chun made a decision. He first privately approached Zhou Zhengang, his closest confidant, and entrusted him with several rare spiritual items he possessed, instructing him to offer them to the family in his own name in exchange for family merit. Zhou Zhengang, having served as a steward of the Zhou family for many years and with the support of his Taoist partner Sun Yujio, had already accumulated nearly 2,000 merit points. With Zhou Chun's guidance, offering the rare spiritual items earned him another 3,000 merit points. Thus, with over 5,000 merit points, Zhou Zhengang undoubtedly fulfilled one of the Zhou family's previously established rules. Any key refining stage member possessing over 5,000 merit points automatically advanced to the foundation establishment stage and had priority access to foundation establishment pills. At this point, Zhou Chun used his own merit points to exchange for the rare spiritual items, simultaneously announcing that the family possessed 2 foundation establishment pills. As expected, the news caused another uproar within the Zhou family. Those Zhou family members at the 11th and 12th levels of key refining all rushed to Zhou Chun to inquire about the distribution of foundation establishment pills. Even several elders, out of courtesy, came to ask about the matter. Zhou Chun, of course, was prepared for this. No matter who came, he gave only one answer: the 2 foundation establishment pills would be distributed according to family rules, given to the family's foundation establishment seeds. Since the Zhou family currently had no cultivators with superior grade spiritual roots, nor any key refining cultivators who had made great contributions to the family like Zhou Chun had in the past, there were naturally no true foundation establishment seeds. Therefore, if one truly wanted to obtain a foundation establishment pill, the only way was to accumulate merit points, exceeding 5,000 points, and automatically advance to become a foundation establishment seed of the family. But just as those Zhou family cultivators were racking their brains on how to quickly raise their family's merit points to 5,000, they suddenly learned that someone had already used up all their family's merit points to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. This greatly surprised the others. However, upon learning that Zhou Zhengang was the one who exchanged the foundation establishment pill, many fell silent. No one was a fool. Every Zhou family cultivator who knew about his relationship with clan chief Zhou Chun understood perfectly well how Zhou Zhengang could suddenly accumulate so much family merit. Even if they felt uncomfortable about it, they couldn't criticize Zhou Chun or Zhou Zhengang. After all, Zhou Chun's willingness to give Zhou Zhengang his personal savings to exchange for family merit was his own business, and others had no right to interfere. If they couldn't criticize that, could they criticize Zhou Chun's method of distributing the foundation establishment pill? That would be cutting off his own path to exchanging for foundation establishment pills. In fact, Zhou Chun's use of this method to help Zhou Zhengang was already an effort to uphold the family's fairness. Every Zhou family cultivator with a sense of the bigger picture understood this. So, after that initial discomfort subsided, the remaining foundation establishment pill became the target of fierce competition among the other Zhou family cultivators. At this point, only borrowing could quickly gather the 5,000 points of family merit. However, the Zhou family had long-standing rules that foundation establishment cultivators were forbidden from lending their merit points to key refining cultivators in such matters. Furthermore, emulating the actions of Zhou Chun and Zhou Zhengang was not something an ordinary elder could afford. After all, The treasures Zhou Chun provided were rare and exquisite items that ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could hardly obtain. In this situation, borrowing so many merit points from numerous key refining cultivators from various families required considerable personal skill and character. But this was not Zhou Chun's concern. Having arranged this important matter, he had few more things to worry about within the family, and he could finally focus on improving his cultivation. This was the rule of the Zhou family, or indeed the rule of all sects and families. Sect leaders and patriarchs, having devoted immense energy to managing sect and family affairs, were given priority in receiving support and care regarding mana-enhancing pills. Therefore, most of the mana-enhancing pills that Zhou Ming and his group obtained from the Kingdom of Li ended up in Zhou Chun's hands. Zhou Chun himself still possessed many pills he had acquired through various means. This made his cultivation very comfortable. Other Foundation establishment cultivators might only be able to consume one pill to improve their cultivation power every few years, or even not at all. However, he was able to consume one pill every 3 or 4 months while minimizing the effects of pill toxicity. Furthermore, he had already collected a large amount of the pure golden energy he needed for cultivation through external purchases. Thus, once he settled down and entered a state of cultivation, Zhou Chun's cultivation level improved rapidly. Half a year later, Zhou Chun successfully established his foundation by consuming the Foundation Establishment pill, becoming the 8th Foundation Establishment cultivator in the Zhou family, filling the void left by the passing of the second elder, Zhou Chongshan. Congratulations on your successful Foundation establishment, Brother Yuang. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun greeted Zhou Zhengyong with a broad smile upon seeing him emerge from seclusion after successfully establishing his foundation. Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyong's smile vanished instantly. He then bowed deeply to Zhou Chun with a face full of gratitude, saying, 13th brother, I have no way to repay your kindness, so I can only express my gratitude with this. Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he looked up at him and said solemnly, from now on, whatever the clan leader commands, Zhengyong will go through fire and water without hesitation. From his words, one could tell how grateful he was to Zhou Chun. He knew very well that without Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhengyong, would not be where he was today. He could never repay Zhou Chun's kindness. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Zhengyong could ignore the words of anyone else in the Zhou family, but he would never hesitate to speak to Zhou Chun. As the saying goes, a scholar will die for one who understands him. If Zhou Chun ever needed him, he was willing to repay Zhou Chun's kindness with his own life. Hearing Zhou Zhengyong's words and looking at the solemn-faced Zhou Zhengyong before him, Zhou Chun was also filled with emotion. Undoubtedly, his initial closeness with Zhou Zhengyong was partly motivated by a desire to exploit him. However, over the years, he had genuinely come to regard Zhou Zhengyong as a brother and family member. In truth, given his current status within the Zhou family and his standing among the elders, having Zhou Zhengyong's support, or losing him, wouldn't have shaken his position. Yet, when he obtained those 2 Foundation Establishment pills, Zhou Zhengyong was still the first person he thought of. That's brotherhood. Zhou Chun didn't deliberately hide his brotherly affection for Zhou Zhengyong. A smile flashed across his face as he stepped forward and grasped Zhou Zhengyong's hand, saying, Brother Yuang, you flatter me. It's mainly because you persevered and succeeded in Foundation Establishment on your first try. As someone who had been through it, Zhou Chun naturally knew the difficulty of Foundation Establishment. He himself had failed once. Zhou Zhengyong's success on his first attempt, regardless of whether it was due to better luck than his own, was undeniably commendable. At least now, no one would object to Zhou Zhengyong exchanging a Foundation Establishment pill for another. Next, Zhou Chun personally held a Foundation Establishment celebration for Zhou Zhengyong to commemorate his successful Foundation Establishment. Zhou Zhengyong's success undoubtedly stimulated the other key refining cultivators in the Zhou family, making them even more eager for the remaining Foundation Establishment pill. As the patriarch, Zhou Chun could clearly see which Zhou family cultivators' merit points were gradually approaching the 5,000-point mark. Interestingly, several Zhou family cultivators had managed to raise their family's merit points to over 4,000 points through borrowing. However, the remaining few hundred points were difficult to borrow. This was because behind those with over 4,000 points, there were several cultivators with over 3,000 and over 2,000 merit points. Zhou Chun did not interfere with this. After all, these people's cultivation levels were similar, and their aptitudes were not much different. Whether they succeeded after taking the Foundation establishment pill was entirely up to fate, and it didn't matter who took it. Time slowly passed, and soon another 2 years went by. On this day, with a surge of internal energy, Zhou Chun finally broke through to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. He was 48 years old that year. At 36, he achieved Foundation establishment. At 48, he broke through to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. This speed is undeniably fast. Even those cultivators who practice techniques for rapidly increasing mana, without consuming elixirs, would need 40 to 50 years of arduous cultivation to reach the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Even considering Zhou Chun's cultivation speed, thanks to the top-tier technique Golden Cauldron Profound Art, which rivals those methods, this is still an astonishing pace. After all, he doesn't possess superior spiritual root aptitude, only a mid-grade one. However, Zhou Chun himself considers this quite normal. From the moment he switched to cultivating Golden Cauldron Profound Art, he has almost never lacked elixirs for enhancing his mana, and these elixirs are of various types. By this calculation, in just 6 or 7 years, he has consumed at least 26 or 27 elixirs. Each of these elixirs, suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their mana, is almost equivalent to 1 or 2 years of normal meditation and cultivation. All things considered, he has essentially cultivated for 50 or 60 years. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for him to possess this level of cultivation at his age. Meanwhile, after years of nurturing by Zhou Chun, the Golden Winged Tiger had become a high-grade first-tier demon beast, and even the Silver Lightning Python, was getting closer and closer to advancing to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast thanks to the demon spirit pales prioritized by the family. Once it advanced to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast, with Zhou Chun, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, supporting it, the master and servant working together would be virtually invincible within the Foundation establishment realm. Within a few days, news of Zhou Chun's breakthrough to the mid-Foundation establishment stage spread throughout the Zhou family, and many Zhou family cultivators came to congratulate him. At 48 years old, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, given Zhou Chun's rate of progress, might have a chance to break through to the Purple Mansion stage before he turned 100. By this time, even a fool would know Zhou Chun's true status within the family. However, before Zhou Chun could even celebrate his breakthrough for many days, a troublesome matter came knocking. You said you discovered a Zhuanjing stone mine on the border of our Zhou family's stronghold, and that there was a conflict with the Su family of Jiangzhou? People died. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun's expression changed as he looked at Zhou Jiaru, who had personally come to report the news. It turned out that since Zhou Jiaru led 4 Zhou family cultivators to the wilderness to reclaim land with the Lineage families, they had established their stronghold in less than 2 years. Then, they began to plunder and expand the surrounding area from their stronghold. This wave of plundering, while not yielding any particularly rare treasures, had yielded a considerable amount of spiritual herbs aged 200 or 300 years, as well as some spiritual wood, spiritual fruits, and demon beast eggs, resulting in substantial gains for the 3 families. This emboldened the cultivators of the 3 families. Just half a month ago, the Yu family suddenly discovered a Zhuanjing stone mine on the border of their stronghold. This should have been great news, as Zhuanjing stone was a very good refining material, increasing the hardness of magical artifacts, and always in high demand. However, just as the 3 families sent people to survey the size of the Zhuanjing stone mine, it was inadvertently discovered by the neighboring Su family's stronghold. Then, because the Su family claimed the Zhuanjing stone vein was on their territory and should belong to them, an argument ensued, eventually escalating into a fight. In that situation, once the fighting started, neither side could control their emotions or the force they used. Thus, after a fierce battle, several key refining stage cultivators died on both sides, escalating the situation significantly. Given that the Su family was also a Golden Core family, the people from the 3 families' outposts dared not act on their own again, hence Zhou Jiaru's return to his family to report to Zhou Chun. I have a slight fever and plan to rest early, only one update today. Chapter 263 The Su family of Jiangzhou, a gambling match. Upon learning about the Zhuanjing stone mine, Zhou Chun didn't dare act on his own and quickly went to pay his respects to the 2 supreme elders. After some discussion, the 3 decided that Zhou Daoyi would personally take Zhou Chun to the pioneering base. Zhou Daoyi was chosen because Zhou Ming's spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, was already in a dormant state of advancement after consuming a mid-grade third-tier demon core, making it unsuitable to move it. Zhou Daowei led Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiaru out of the clan and released the Azure Dragon King, carrying the two at high speed towards the wilderness of the outer regions of Yunzhao. After more than 2 days of travel, the three arrived at the Zhou family's base. At this time, Li King, a purple mansion cultivator from the Li family, also arrived with several Foundation establishment cultivators, but the Yu family had not yet arrived. Seeing this, Zhou Daowei first looked at Li King and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li, what is Senior Li's opinion on this matter?" In terms of seniority, Li King was several generations older than Zhou Daowei, and decades older than Zhou Mingde. However, the Li and Zhou families were not as close as before, and addressing each other by seniority would weaken the Zhou family's prestige. Therefore, Zhou Daowei could only address Li King using the common term of address between cultivators of the same level in the cultivation world. Li King didn't seem to mind, and after hearing this, he said in a low voice, "The ancestors' opinion on this matter is that there should be no more bloodshed, and at least 60% of the interests must be preserved. Is it because the Su family has the Moonwheel sect behind them?" Zhou Daowei narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Li King nodded in acknowledgement. The Su family of Jiangzhou, with a history of nearly 1,000 years, was founded by a purple mansion stage cultivator of the Moonwheel sect for a long time. This family was an internal cultivation family of the Moonwheel sect and did not become independent. Later, as the Su family grew larger, the Moonwheel sect no longer allowed Su family cultivators with poor aptitude to remain in the sect as disciples, and the Su family officially became independent. After years of development, the Su family, now with its Golden Core stage ancestor, became a Golden Core family. With its deep connection to the Moonwheel sect, the Su family has always been a valued direct descendant family, and the Su family's Golden Core stage ancestor also serves as a guest elder. Under these circumstances, it's understandable that Li Jingxun didn't want a bloody conflict with the Su family. After all, while a Zhuanjing stone mine is valuable, it's not enough for the Li family to risk offending a powerful Golden Core family like the Su family. It seems our two families share the same idea. Our Zhou family also believes that under the current circumstances, we absolutely cannot have a fierce conflict with a family like the Su family. Zhou Daowei nodded slightly, also stating the Zhou family's plan. Compared to the Li family, which had a Golden Core cultivator at its helm, the Zhou family was undoubtedly weaker and less inclined to clash with a powerful Golden Core family like the Su family. After all, the Zhou family didn't lack the profits from a Zhuanjing stone mine. They could accept completely abandoning it. Not long after, Yu Liming, a purple mansion cultivator from the Yu family, arrived at the stronghold with his men. After a brief discussion, the leaders of the three families reached a consensus to strive for their own interests without bloodshed, ideally preserving more than half of the Zhuanjing stone mine's profits. With this consensus, the three families sent representatives to the Su family's stronghold to invite the Su family's leader for further discussion. Because their family's main gate was too far from the stronghold, the Su family had directly stationed a purple mansion cultivator there, a fact that had allowed them to boldly seize the Zhuanjing stone mine earlier. However, after both sides had suffered casualties, the Su family's purple mansion cultivator dared not make decisions alone any longer. He sent someone back to his family to report and consult his family's Golden Core ancestor. At this time, due to the distance, he had not yet received a reply from his ancestor. Therefore, after receiving the invitation from the three major families, he adopted a delaying tactic, saying he would wait a few days before attending. Zhou Daowei and the others were well aware of this, so they waited at the reclaimed stronghold. During this waiting time, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei, led by Zhou Jiaru, inspected and learned about the stronghold's situation. The stronghold's location was quite good, situated amidst numerous rolling hills and mountains. The stronghold itself was located at the highest point within a radius of 200 miles, a mountain peak over 800 feet high, and its body was extremely majestic and massive. The protective array that the Yu family had built for this stronghold was a powerful array no less than the 5 directions Miro array, encompassing an area of over 20 miles, including the main peak of the stronghold and more than a dozen surrounding mountains. Due to the short time elapsed, most of the stronghold remains undeveloped. Currently, there are approximately 100 resident cultivators, 90% of whom are from the Li and Yu families, with a few daring rogue cultivators who have come to explore. The Jing Kingdom is expanding its territory by thousands of miles in the wilderness, and many rogue cultivators have seen the opportunity. The more timid ones are still observing and gathering information in Yuntao. Some of the bolder rogue cultivators came along when the various cultivation families were building their strongholds, helping to earn spirit coins while vying to be the first to try something new. Zhou Chun, walking on the mountain, noticed that the Li family cultivators had already fully utilized their family's strengths, cultivating medicinal fields and sowing spirit herb seeds in suitable areas within the stronghold. According to the agreement among the three families, all output within the stronghold must be divided equally, meaning that the Zhou family will also receive a share once the spirit herbs in these fields mature. Of course, in return, the Zhou family also took care of the transportation for the cultivators within the stronghold. 10 8-antlered water-repelling deer and 6 dragon-scaled horses were dispatched by the Zhou family to serve as mounts for the cultivators. The Yu family, on the other hand, was responsible for guarding the array and providing array assistance to the cultivators within the stronghold as needed. For example, if the Li family cultivators needed to use arrays to create special environments for cultivating spiritual herbs, or if the Zhou family cultivators needed to use arrays to maintain the temperature in the ice house, the Yu family would provide array support for these tasks. Back in the 3 absolute sect days, the 3 major families had cooperated in this way, and now, their cooperation was seamless. After inspecting the stronghold, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "The environment of this stronghold is indeed quite good. After a few years, once we've confirmed that the surrounding area is relatively safe, we can send the young cultivators from our family here for a year or two of training." Hearing this, Zhou Daowei couldn't help but say, "Training is fine, but it must be led by experienced elders." Of course, Zhou Chun replied, indicating that he understood. After staying at the stronghold for 2 days, the Purple Mansion cultivator from the Su family arrived with his entourage to keep the appointment. The Purple Mansion cultivator from the Su family who came to keep the appointment was named Su Renmei, a handsome man with a dignified appearance, looking to be in his early 30s, and quite tall. Upon seeing Zhou Daowei and the others who came to greet him, he cupped his hands and said calmly, "Fellow Daoists, I, Su, greet you." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Su. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." "Please, fellow Taoist," Li King, representing the 3 major families, returned the greeting with a cupped hand, then smiled and gestured for them to enter the stronghold. Once inside, the members of the 4 families took their seats. Li King first cupped his hands to Su Renmei and said, "Last time, some of our juniors were ignorant and had a conflict with your family over some matters. I, Li, on behalf of the 3 major families, apologize to fellow Taoist Su and ask for your forgiveness." Su Renmei quickly returned the greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoist Li, you are too kind. Last time, my Su family's juniors were also a bit too impulsive. I already reprimanded them before I came, and I believe they will not repeat the mistake in the future." Hearing this, Li King, Yu Liming, and Zhou Daowei all showed a hint of relief in their eyes. Clearly, Su Renmei's words revealed the Su family's intention. They wouldn't become enemies with the 3 major families because of the previous conflict. Given this, both sides' intentions were quite clear. Everyone wanted a piece of the Zhuanjing stone mine. Thinking of this, Li King spoke again. "We invited fellow Taoist Su here today not only to express our apologies, but also to ask fellow Taoist Su and the Su family what their views are on the Zhuanjing stone mine." Unexpectedly, Su Renmei, upon hearing this, countered, "But I wonder what the 3 of you families think of the Zhuanjing stone mine." Startled by his question, the 3 were slightly taken aback. Then, Yu Liming said in a deep voice, "The Zhuanjing stone mine was first discovered by our Yu family cultivators, and its location is only about 200 li from our stronghold. Our 3 families should rightfully possess the mining rights to this vein." "Fellow Taoist Yu, you are mistaken." Su Renmei shook his head repeatedly, slowly saying, "In terms of distance, the Zhuanjing stone mine should be closer to our Su family's stronghold. Therefore, the mining rights should rightfully belong to our Su family." Upon hearing this, Li King's expression changed, and he couldn't help but say, "But according to the regulations of the 3 major sects, the core territory of each stronghold is only 100 miles around the stronghold. All mineral and spiritual resources outside this area belong to the discoverer." "That's right, the 3 major sects have such regulations." Su Renmei nodded, acknowledging Li King's words, then smiled faintly and said, "But how can fellow Taoist Li prove that you discovered the Zhuanjing stone mine first?" Did you report it to the three major sects? Or have you already dug a mine shaft and started mining? These words left Li King and his companions speechless. Reporting to the three major sects was something that would only happen after they confirmed the specific size and reserves of the ore vein, and the same applied to digging a mine shaft. Su Renmei's meaning was clear. Even if the three major families discovered the Zhuanjing stone mine first, since the Su family discovered it before reporting for mining, they had ample reason to claim the vein. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate the other party with his rules, Li King could only say in a deep voice, "Since fellow Taoist Su has said so, then we won't beat around the bush. Our three families absolutely cannot give up this Zhuanjing stone mine. It must be mined. My Su family also cannot let go of such a spirit mine right on our doorstep." Su Renmei also expressed her attitude firmly. The resolute tone of both sides seemed to leave no room for negotiation. But in fact, both sides had already left room for maneuver in their initial conversation. Therefore, after a period of silence, Zhou Daoyi, who had not spoken until now, said in a deep voice, "It is better to resolve enmity than to create it. The Su family and our three families are all families under the three major sects. In a sense, we are all one family, since none of us want to compromise on the Zhuanjing stone mine, and we don't have the strength to make the other party completely give up the spirit mine. How about we cooperate in mining the spirit mine?" It was the Zhou family, which was relatively the weakest, who said this, which could be considered as preserving the face of the three golden core families, the Li family, the Yu family, and the Su family. As soon as Zhou Daoyi finished speaking, the atmosphere relaxed again. Su Renmei glanced at Zhou Daoyi and nodded slightly, saying, "Cooperating in mining spirit ore isn't out of the question, but I wonder how the three of you plan to cooperate." Hearing this, Li King immediately said solemnly, "A 70-30 split, with the three of us taking 70% and the Su family taking 30%. Isn't that already very considerate of the Su family? That won't do. Since it's cooperative mining, it should at least be a 50-50 split." Su Renmei shook her head repeatedly, immediately rejecting Li King's suggestion. "Fellow Taoist Su, don't make such an outrageous demand." Yuliming's voice deepened, his face filled with anger as he said, "We discovered the spirit mine first, and it should rightfully belong to our three families. Now you're taking 30%, which is already an enormous bargain. One shouldn't be so greedy." Li King also said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Yu is quite right. We absolutely cannot accept a 50-50 split. If that's the case, then we can only rely on our abilities to see who can contribute the most manpower." Seeing their reaction, Su Renmei narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered. The 50-50 split was just something he casually mentioned, and he knew in his heart that the three major families were unlikely to agree. However, it was impossible for him to easily agree to the proposal of the three major families. Therefore, after pondering for a while, he nodded slightly and said, "How about this? We are all cultivators after all. Since everyone is dissatisfied with the way the cooperative distribution is distributed, let's use the methods of cultivators to decide who gets to listen." "Oh, but I wonder what method fellow Taoist Su is referring to." Zhou Daoyi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he asked softly. The cultivators who had been observing, including Zhou Chun, now turned their curious gazes to Su Renmei. Seeing this, Su Renmei immediately replied, "It's very simple. Each of your three families will send one foundation establishment cultivator to compete against my Su family's cultivator. If you win 2 matches, the spoils will be split 70-30. If you lose 2 matches, we'll split it 50-50. What do you three think?" 1 chapter today, 1 more tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 First Battle Lost. Such a good thing. Inside the Zhou family stronghold, Li King, Yuliming, and Zhou Daoyi were all stunned after hearing Su Renmei's so-called method. They had considered using a duel to determine the distribution of the Zhuanjing stone mine, but in their minds, a duel should involve one or more battles between cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. They never expected Su Renmei to suggest a foundation establishment stage cultivator duel to decide the distribution. "Alright, let's do as fellow Taoist Su says." After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Daoyi immediately nodded and agreed. Li King and Yuliming followed suit. Seeing their agreement, Su Renmei stood up and said, Then let's settle this in the wilderness in half a month." With that, she turned and left the Zhou family stronghold. After seeing Su and Mei off, back at their original location, the leaders of the three families exchanged glances, all looking hesitant. "Fellow Taoist Li, please speak first." Zhou Daoyi paused, gesturing for Li King to speak first. "Since that's the case, then let me share my thoughts," Li King said with a solemn expression. "Our three families all made an appearance at the 100 Clans Conference. The Su family should know their own strength, therefore, Su Rinmei's words today are probably not so simple. The Su family may indeed have other trump cards." After he finished speaking, Yu Liming chimed in, "I share the same view. Ever since the Su family of Jiang's Hao produced a golden core cultivator, they have produced many outstanding talents. Perhaps they really do have several powerful foundation establishment cultivators hidden away." Hearing the two of them say this, Zhou Daoyi frowned and said, "The Su family of Jiang's Hao is indeed very powerful, but the Li family and the Yu family are not bad either. Even before I opened my purple mansion, with the help of a second-tier high-grade demon beast, I wouldn't dare say that I could definitely defeat fellow Taoist Li Kunheo and fellow Taoist Yu Jinayan." The two people he was referring to were two genius cultivators from the Li and Yu families who were once extremely famous. Like Zhou Chun, both of them had successfully cultivated top-tier techniques and had reached the late foundation establishment stage. In terms of strength alone, these two might not be inferior to the elite disciples of major sects like Qinglian Temple. As for the Zhou family, Zhou Chun, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, was so powerful that few in the foundation establishment stage dared to claim a guaranteed victory, thanks to the help of his two second-tier demonic beast pets. In Zhou Daoyi's mind, they were certain they wouldn't lose. Upon hearing Zhou Daoyi mention their family's outstanding juniors, Li King and Yu Liming's expressions relaxed, and they revealed faint smiles. Li King nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. The Su family is indeed powerful, but we are not to be trifled with." Yu Liming added, "The Su family only got to where they are today because of the Moonwheel sect. How can they compare to our three families with their long and rich heritage? This time, we'll let them witness the true foundation of a golden core family with a 1,000-year history. Ha ha ha, then I, Zhou, will be watching closely." Zhou Daoyi laughed heartily and praised the two families a few more times. After agreeing on the terms, Li King and Yu Liming returned to their respective families to gather their members. The Zhou family, on the other hand, remained at the stronghold to wait. Half a month is not a long time. Soon, the members of the Li and Yu families who participated in the duel arrived at the pioneering stronghold, and the Su family also sent someone to deliver the location of the duel. After verifying the location, the three families headed to the site. They flew out of the stronghold and flew eastward for more than 100 miles before arriving at a flat open field. The open field was overgrown with weeds, taller than a person, and home to herds of wild animals such as cattle and horses. The Su family had already arrived. Zhou Chun looked up from the group and saw that Su Renmei was accompanied by 5 Su family cultivators, all foundation establishment stage cultivators. Among these 5, 3 were at the late foundation establishment stage, and 1 was a woman. "Fellow Taoist Su, we have brought our people over. What are your plans for today's competition?" Li King flew forward, gazing at Su Renmei and her group of 6 several miles ahead, and inquired in a low voice about their intentions. Hearing this, Su Renmei immediately said loudly, "It's simple. 3 of our Su family cultivators are here. Choose any one of them as your opponent." She then had the 3 late foundation establishment stage cultivators step forward. Seeing this, Li King glanced back at Yu Liming and Zhou Daoyi, then nodded to Li Kunheo, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator sent by the Li family to participate in the martial arts competition, and said, "Kunheo, you go first." The robust and resolute Li Kunheo immediately replied in a deep voice, "This junior obeys." He then flew forward, his gaze sweeping over the 3 members of the Su family, and casually pointed to a white-haired elder among them, saying, "Li Kunheo of the Li family, please enlighten me." "Fellow Taoist," the white-haired elder immediately flew forward as well, saying in a deep voice, "Su Maoke of the Su family, I'd like to learn from your superior skills." "Fellow Taoist," after exchanging names, the 2 flew towards the open field far from the rest of their families, flying for over 10 miles before hovering several miles apart in mid-air. "Please, please." In mid-air, the 2 each said please, and then instantly began their attack. Li Kunheo formed a hand seal, and a burst of purplish-red flames erupted from his body, forming a protective shield resembling a burning flame. Sumeoke, meanwhile, was enveloped in yellow light, which instantly materialized into thick, tight-fitting yellow armor protecting him. Almost simultaneously, both men reached into their storage pouches, summoning their signature magical weapons. A flash of crimson light appeared on Li Kunheo's side, and a crimson flying sword, curved like a snake, shot towards his opponent, spitting fire. But Sumeoke was no slower. In the blink of an eye, he was wielding a golden short halberd and a crimson serpent sword, engaging them in a fierce battle in midair. Seeing this, neither of them paused. Li Kunheo immediately pulled out a fiery red banner, a magical artifact. He gripped the 7-foot-long banner with one hand and swung it forcefully. The fiery red dragon embroidered on the banner seemed to come alive, baring its fangs and claws as it spewed out more than a dozen fireballs the size of millstones, blasting them towards its opponent. Meanwhile, Sumeoke reached into his storage bag, and an earthen yellow pottery jar appeared in his hand. He summoned the jar, and a burst of yellow light erupted from it, transforming into an earthen yellow toad phantom. The toad phantom opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing the dozen or so fireballs that were hurtling towards Sumeoke. Surprisingly, those fireballs, which should have been easily detonated, failed to explode under Li Kunheo's influence. The toad phantom that swallowed the fireballs only appeared slightly weaker. Seeing this, Li Kunheo's expression changed slightly. He let out a cold snort, immediately tossing the banner in his hand into the air. His hands formed hand seals, maximizing the power of the magical artifact. Instantly, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar, a dazzling burst of fire erupted from the banner, gradually transforming into a fiery dragon several meters long. Go! With a shout from Li Kunheo, the fiery dragon transformed into a streak of crimson fire and shot towards the toad phantom. Seeing this, Sumeoke also let out a low shout, maximizing the power of the pottery jar artifact. A new yellow glow landed on the toad phantom, making its form even more solid. As the fiery dragon approached, the toad phantom opened its mouth again, actually sucking the fiery dragon into its large mouth. But Li Kunheo, through the connection between the artifact and the fiery dragon, forcibly caused the fiery dragon to explode inside its mouth. Boom! A burst of intense fire erupted from the sky as the fiery dragon self-destructed, taking the toad phantom with it. Both vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Li Kunheo opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of purplish-red flames, which transformed into a flaming spear that shot towards Sumeoke. Sumeoke, however, was no ordinary opponent. He also opened his mouth, unleashing a ball of earthen yellow light that condensed into a barrier in front of him. The purplish-red spear plunged into the barrier, like a spear stuck in mud, quickly becoming stuck and unable to advance further. Seeing this, Li Kunheo immediately dispersed his spear, transforming it into raging flames. The purplish-red flames burned fiercely, quickly taking effect, and the barrier of light gradually blurred under their burning heat. But at that moment, Sumeoke raised his hand and patted his storage pouch, summoning a mountain-shaped magical artifact with a pointed top and a round base. The palm-sized, mountain-shaped magical artifact spun rapidly in midair, emitting a bluish-black glow, and its size expanded rapidly. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic stone mountain several dozen feet high, with a base diameter of 4 or 5 feet. This gigantic mountain, enveloped in bluish-black light, hovered hundreds of feet in the air like a suspended mountain. Then, Sumeoke gently raised his hand and pointed at Li Kunheo, and the gigantic mountain hurtled towards him. The gigantic mountain's speed wasn't very fast, but the pressure it exerted on Li Kunheo was immense. His eyes widened as he stared at the gigantic mountain, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Soon, purplish-red flames gathered in his hands, transforming into a purplish-red flaming lion that pounced on the oncoming gigantic mountain. Boom! The flaming lion crashed into the gigantic mountain, triggering a violent explosion. The giant boulder was only blasted dozens of feet away, shrinking in size by less than a third, before it, under Sumeoke's control, hurtled towards Li Kunheo again. Seeing this, Li Kunheo's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to confront the boulder head-on. But he had barely retreated a short distance when Sumeoke completed a spell, unleashing a grayish-yellow beam of light towards him. Because his attention had been focused on the boulder, by the time Li Kunheo noticed the light, it was too late to dodge. The light struck his protective flame shield, seemingly without hindrance, easily passing through it and landing on him. Instantly, Li Kunheo felt his body sink, as if carrying a mountain on his back, almost falling off the cliff. Then he watched helplessly as the boulder drew closer and closer, unable to shake it off with his speed. We concede, just as the boulder was about to crash into Li Kunheo, Li King, his face grim, uttered the words of surrender on Li Kunheo's behalf. He didn't want the rising star of the Li family to perish here. Moreover, as he spoke, he had already stepped in to protect Li Kunheo, preventing Su Maoke from losing control of his strength and injuring him. However, he underestimated Su Maoke, because the instant Li King finished speaking, Su Maoke had already stopped a boulder less than 10 feet away from Li Kunheo, demonstrating excellent control. Second update today. Chapter 265. How could it be her? The initial defeat was undoubtedly a result that greatly surprised the leaders of the three major families. So much so that when Li Kunheo returned, Unyielding and Zhou Chun felt immense pressure. Li Kunheo's loss meant that Unyielding and Zhou Chun had to win the next round. Otherwise, they would have to accept the Su family's demand for a 50-50 split. Li King, returning with a dark expression, spoke to the two of them telepathically. Fellow Daoists Yu and Zhou, it's up to your two families now. The Su family clearly came prepared. You must instruct your juniors to be extra careful. We understand, Unyielding and Zhou replied, then exchanged a glance. Finally, Unyielding spoke first. Let my Yu family handle the second round. Alright, Zhou replied succinctly, not arguing. Seeing this, Unyielding immediately looked at Unyielding, the junior member of the Yu family he had brought, and said, Unyielding, go up and choose your opponent. Be careful. Understood, Junior. Unyielding, who looked like a middle-aged man, replied and quickly flew forward to the two remaining Su family cultivators. Then, after his gaze swept back and forth between the white-skirted female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat and the other middle-aged man in red for a while, he finally pointed to the middle-aged man in red. Unyielding of the Yu family, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in red looked at Unyielding with curiosity and said, why me? Because I don't want to be known as someone who bullies women, Unyielding replied calmly. Hearing this, Zhou Chun, who had not yet entered the arena, frowned. Does this guy even know how to talk? Does he, Zhou Chun, specialize in bullying women? The middle-aged man in red smiled after hearing Unyielding's words, and said nothing more, but simply revealed his family name in a deep voice. Su Morong of the Su family, I'd like to learn from your superior skills, fellow Taoist. Then, just like Li Kunheo and Su Maoke before them, the two quickly flew to the side and began to fight fiercely. Unlike their previous methodical exchanges, this time, perhaps having learned from Li Kunheo's experience, or perhaps it was simply their own fighting style, Unyielding launched a fierce attack on Su Morong as soon as the fight began. Like Zhou Chun, he cultivated the metal element technique, but his fighting style was quite different. He formed hand seals, golden light surging from his hands, instantly condensing into a golden beam that blasted towards Su Morong. The golden beam was extremely fast and incredibly powerful. Su Morong's second-tier high-grade defensive magic weapon shield was directly blasted away by this attack. Following this attack, Unyielding swiftly summoned 3 flying swords. With a series of sword techniques, the 3 golden swords spun in the air, pointing at his opponent like 3 golden meteors, hurtling towards Su Morong without giving him a chance to breathe. Seeing the fierce attack, Su Morong hastily summoned a crimson flaming fork to intercept one of the golden meteors, while simultaneously summoning an earth yellow pearl that emitted a rich yellow spiritual light to protect himself. However, something happened that made Su Morong's expression change. After one of the golden meteors was blocked by his fork, the other 2 did not continue towards him but quickly turned to aid the intercepted sword. Under the combined attack of these 3 swords, his flaming fork was quickly cut down and fell to the ground. When he realized the situation was dire and summoned the black and red gourd-shaped artifact, the 3 flying swords were already hurtling towards him again. Boom! A surging tongue of blackish red flame spewed from the gourd-shaped opening in front of Su Morong, scorching the 3 flying swords that were hurtling towards him. However, under Unyielding's sword technique, the 3 flying swords instantly dispersed from the top, left, and right, evading the fiery tongue with incredible speed. After circling once, the 3 flying swords, as agile as snakes, continued their attack on Su Morong. At this point, Su Morong had exhausted all his tricks and was at his wit's end, unable to use any other methods in the short term. He could only watch helplessly as the three flying swords simultaneously pierced his protective shield from the front, back, and top. Bang! A loud explosion followed, and the yellow light shield surrounding Su Morong shattered on the spot. A muffled groan followed. Su Morong had already been struck by a sword on each shoulder, and another flying sword hovered in front of his head, its tip less than an inch from his forehead. Fellow Taoist Su, you've conceded. Not far away, Yu Jinian calmly gazed at Su Morong, uttering the words of a victor. Hearing this, and seeing the sharp, menacing flying sword before him, Su Morong's expression shifted before he let out a long sigh. Fellow Taoist Yu's swordsmanship is superb. I admire you. Regardless of his inner thoughts, a loss was a loss. At this point, saying he had been careless would only invite ridicule and be of no use. Therefore, after conceding defeat, he first used his magic to seal the wounds on his shoulders, then silently flew back behind Su Renmei, quietly taking a pill to heal. Su Renmei merely glanced at him before turning her gaze to the female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat, saying, Yuzhan, it's up to you. Yuzhan will certainly not disappoint, ninth uncle, the female cultivator replied, her voice clear and melodious, quite pleasant to hear. After responding to Su Renmei's words, she immediately flew forward, looking at Zhou Chun and saying, Su Yuzhan of the Su family, please enlighten me. Fellow Taoist, Zhou Chun of the Zhou family, I'd like to learn from your superior skills. Fellow Taoist, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and responded in a clear, resonant voice. He then flew with his opponent to an empty open field, releasing the silver lightning python Bai and the golden armored rock turtle Shi Tao along the way. He had clearly witnessed a battle. The reason Su Morong of the Su family lost so quickly wasn't because his strength was truly that much weaker than Yu Jinian's, but because of a miscalculation. He hadn't anticipated Yu Jinian's relentless effort. Simultaneously wielding three high-grade third-tier flying swords, even if they were a set, Yu Jinian certainly couldn't afford to be distracted by other methods, otherwise, it would have definitely affected the performance of the three flying swords. If Su Morong had responded correctly and intercepted two of the three flying swords in time, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. With the lessons of the past right before his eyes, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't wait until the two were truly engaged in combat before releasing his spirit pet. All for the sake of appearances. He didn't believe Yu Jinian's nonsense about not wanting to bully a woman. It was clearly a lack of confidence. Since the Su family had chosen to send this female cultivator, it meant her strength must be extraordinary, perhaps even more difficult to deal with than the other two. At this moment, once the two were in a suitable position to attack, they immediately launched their offensive. On Zhou Chun's side, the silver lightning python Bai took the lead and struck first, spitting out a silver-white lightning ball that blasted towards the female cultivator. The golden armored rock turtle, knowing that its attack posed no threat to Su Yuzhan, directly carried Zhou Chun to the ground, erecting an earth shield to take on the defensive role. At the same time, Zhou Chun himself unleashed the sun-radiant golden wheel, magic weapon at Su Yuzhan, and also summoned the mysterious spirit golden bell. Faced with a master and servant's coordinated and sharp attacks, Su Yuzhan's response seemed rather unremarkable. With a flick of her sleeve, a 3-foot-long white ribbon shot out, coiling like a white snake towards the incoming silver-white lightning ball. With a deafening explosion, the silver-white lightning ball was shattered by the white ribbon, while the ribbon itself shone with a pure white light, unharmed. On the other side, a golden wheel-like magical artifact, flying like a golden sun, was violently overturned by a powerful blue-white water column, staggering dozens of feet before coming to a stop. The source of that water column was a light blue treasure bottle-like magical artifact. Having easily blocked Zhou Chun and his servant's attack, Su Yuzhan's counterattack quickly unfolded. Under her control, the white ribbon instantly pounced on Zhou Chun like a nimble snake. Simultaneously, her jade-like hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals like butterflies flitting among flowers. A blue-white spiritual light rose from her body, quickly condensing into blue-white water dragging the lung towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, a crimson jade bottle-shaped magical artifact in Zhou Chun's hand rose into the air, flames flickering within, and instantly a firebird with a wingspan exceeding 10 feet shot out, swooping down on the white ribbon. Meanwhile, the sun-shining golden wheel shone brightly, forcefully meeting the oncoming blue-white water dragon. At the same time, silver-white lightning struck from above Su Yuzhan's head, flashing 3 times in succession. Both seemed to have learned from the lessons of the previous 4, not simply engaging in either pure defense or offense, but simultaneously employing both. The initial exchange yielded results somewhat unexpected for both of them. Zhou Chun, cultivating the metal element technique, not only possessed sharp attacks but also seemed even more formidable in defense. Su Yazhan, cultivating the water element technique, surprisingly displayed equally powerful attacks and a flawless, impenetrable defense. Even lightning spells, which should have been easily countered by her, were effortlessly withstood by her, leaving her unharmed. Zhou Chun's attacks, on the other hand, couldn't even touch her. After exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, both sides, seeing that their ordinary methods were failing to break through each other's defenses, almost simultaneously changed tactics. Zhou Chun, for once, sheathed his usual, sun-radiant golden wheel, and instead summoned a golden mirror artifact. Driven by his magic, golden light emanated from the mirror, instantly radiating a beam of dazzling golden light towards Su Yazhan. Coincidentally, Su Yazhan also summoned a white mirror, similarly radiating a beam of white, icy light towards him. The golden and white lights were not aligned, making a mid-air clash impossible. Both masters, astonished that their opponents' methods were identical, quickly reacted. Zhou Chun's body surged with the golden light as he fully activated his golden cauldron mystic light to protect himself. Su Yazhan's body also shimmered with water, instantly forming a flowing water shield that protected her. Soon, the two beams of light struck their targets. A flash of golden light, like the light of dawn tearing through the darkness, instantly ripped through the blue water curtain Su Yazhan had previously erected in front of her, landing precisely on the water shield she had created behind her. The seemingly insignificant water shield withstood the golden light attack remarkably well, dimming slightly before returning to its original state. Meanwhile, on Zhou Chun's side, white icy light struck the earth shield erected by the golden armored rock tortoise, quickly creating a hole, and then struck the mysterious spirit golden bell, protecting Zhou Chun. Instantly, a powerful freezing force erupted, freezing the golden bell and Zhou Chun inside into solid ice, even turning the golden armored rock tortoise below into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Su Yazhan suddenly made a hand seal, and the white silk magic weapon instantly twisted into a white spear, which suddenly pierced towards the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. She clearly understood that attacking Zhou Chun and the golden armored rock turtle now might not cause them much damage. It was better to take advantage of Zhou Chun's immobility while he was frozen to eliminate Bye-bye, the biggest potential opponent. In its untransformed state, Bye-bye's strength was naturally far inferior to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Su Yazhan. Although it worried about Zhou Chun's safety while frozen, it knew its importance to Zhou Chun's victory in this competition. Therefore, facing Su Yazhan's attacks, it could only desperately dodge with its lightning flash spell, daring not to engage in a direct confrontation. Just as Su Yazhan launched several attacks, forcing Bye-bye into a corner, a crack sound suddenly resounded across the battlefield. Bang! With a loud explosion, the ice-binding Zhou Chun was forcibly shattered. Amidst the swirling ice shards, Zhou Chun, with a golden bell atop his head, soared into the sky, quickly landing on the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, who had come to his aid. He then decisively unleashed the secret technique, ancestral revival, with a flurry of hand seals. Su Yazhan's strength was such that, in his normal state, Zhou Chun would find it difficult to win, and might even suffer defeat. Therefore, to ensure victory, Zhou Chun had to reveal his trump card. Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the lightning python, Bye-bye, officially entered the fray. Fellow Taoist Su, your strength is indeed formidable, but victory will surely belong to me, Zhou. Take this. Zhou Chun, riding on the back of the lightning python, declared his victory with triumphant confidence, gazing at Su Yazhan. Then, he moved away from Bye-bye's back and simultaneously launched an attack on Su Yazhan. In his lightning python form, Bye-bye's spell power and casting frequency were far greater than before. Under its relentless bombardment, Su Yazhan's previously impenetrable defense quickly became precarious. Zhou Chun's continued attacks proved to be the final straw. Seeing that she could no longer defend against the increasingly fierce onslaught from Zhou Chun and her servant, Su Yazhan gritted her teeth and made a last-ditch effort. She activated the white mirror once more, unleashing a beam of white icy light that shone towards Lei Jiao Bye-bye. The powerful white icy light seemed capable of freezing even lightning. But Lei Jiao Bye-bye was as fast as lightning. At the critical moment, before the white icy light could strike, it activated a lightning flash spell and vanished from its spot, avoiding the fatal blow. Zhou Chun then opened his mouth and unleashed the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, which he had cultivated for many years. A flash of golden light instantly destroyed Su Yuzhen's last defense, tearing away her face-covering hat like a golden stream of air, revealing her hidden face. How could it be her? Looking at that familiar, charming face, Zhou Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. From today until Sunday, I'm attending an author workshop organized by the CS City Federation of Literary and Arts Circles and the Writers Association. I have to listen to lectures by renowned teachers during the day and only be able to write at night, so I can only guarantee one update per day. Chapter 266 The Su Family's Scheme. No, it wasn't her. In the wilderness, Zhou Chun stared at Su Yuzhen with a mixture of surprise and doubt, scrutinizing her closely before shaking his head slightly, realizing he had mistaken her for someone else. Although the two did resemble each other by 7 or 8 points, upon closer inspection, some differences could be discerned. Moreover, their cultivation levels were completely different. However, considering that they both shared the surname Su, Zhou Chun immediately knew that these two were probably not mother and daughter, but rather closely related by blood. Fellow Taoist Su, you flatter me. Staring at a young woman was considered impolite, so Zhou Chun, realizing he had mistaken her for someone else, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and uttered the words of a victor. He was indeed the victor. Just now, he had every opportunity to kill Su Yuzhen on the spot, but in the end, he only managed to break her hat before stopping. Admittedly, he could have stopped earlier, but how could he expect his opponent to willingly admit defeat if he hadn't even managed to scratch her clothes? Indeed, fellow Taoist Zhou, your skill is superior. My defeat is not unjust. Su Yuzhen glanced at Zhou Chun with a complicated expression, then nodded frankly in acknowledgement of defeat. With a wave of her hand, she retrieved the tattered remnants of the bamboo hat that Zhou Chun had broken, and then gracefully flew towards Su Rinmei's side. At this moment, Su Rinmei also recovered from Su Yuzhen's defeat. He glanced at his grandniece who had flown back, then at Zhou Chun who was putting his spirit pet into his spirit beast bag, and couldn't help but sigh softly at Zhou Daoyi. The Zhou family's python to dragon transformation technique is truly amazing. Yuzhen's defeat today is not unjust. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi couldn't help but smile slightly and said, fellow Taoist Su is too kind. Miss Su's strength is also very strong, and Zhang Chun has already given his all. Fellow Taoist Su, since we have won 2 consecutive matches, can we proceed with a division of the Zhuanjing stone mine as previously agreed? Li King looked at Su Rinmei and spoke of the important matter in a low voice. Hearing this, Su Rinmei's eyes flickered slightly, then she replied calmly, of course, it's just a Zhuanjing stone mine. My Su family isn't so badly incapable of losing, she then added, however, if my Su family only takes 30% of the profits, then the manpower for mining will be arranged accordingly. That's easy to agree to, we have no objections. Li King nodded, not needing to consult Yu Liming and Zhou Daoyi, and directly agreed. In that case, let's all return and send people to discuss the specifics. Su Rinmei waved her hand, then left with the 3 Su family cultivators. Seeing this, Li King and the other 2 also returned to their base with their respective juniors. Back at their stronghold, Li King looked at Yu Jinayan and Zhou Chun and said, this time, we owe a great debt to you 2 nephews. Otherwise, our 3 families would have lost a lot of benefits. When I return to my clan, I will certainly report your contributions to the patriarch and prepare generous gifts to express my gratitude. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied humbly, Senior Li, you are too kind. Our 3 families have always been of one mind and one heart. This is what I should do. Then Yu Jinayan also came to his senses and nodded. Yes, Senior Li, you are too kind. I only did what I should do. I dare not speak to you as such, nephews, there's no need to be modest. I know what I'm doing. Li King waved his hand and then looked at Li Kunheo, who had been silent the whole way, and said softly, Kunheo, go back to your residence to recover from your injuries. Don't take this temporary loss to heart. Your future is far beyond what Su Maoke can compare to, I understand. Then I will take my leave. Li Kunheo exchanged glances with Li King, nodded, and then silently withdrew. Yu Liming and Zhou Daoyi then told Yu Jinayan and Zhou Chun to go back and rest. After the younger generation had all left, Li King spoke up, now that the Su family is no longer an obstacle, Let's immediately begin exploring the Zhuanjing stone vein. We need to determine its size as soon as possible before mining it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately interjected, exploring veins is not something my Zhou family is skilled at? I'm afraid we'll have to trouble fellow Taoist you, that's easy. I'll take some people to explore it shortly, Yu Liming replied, then added, however, while vein exploration is easy, mining requires a lot of manpower. How should we allocate this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately stated, my Zhou family is short-handed. I'm afraid we can only hire rogue cultivators to do this. Mining is an extremely dirty and tiring job. When the Zhou family partnered with the Wang family and other families to mine the Crimson Radiance iron mine, many Zhou family cultivators had had enough of the mining tasks and complained a lot. However, at that time, the Zhou family was truly short of spirit coins, so they had to rely on their clansmen to overcome the difficulties. Now that the Zhou family is not only wealthy, they are also severely short-handed. Zhou Daoyi naturally doesn't want his clansmen to do such dirty and tiring work anymore. Using rogue cultivators is fine too. Mining is really not suitable for our clansmen. Yu Liming nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhou Daoyi's words. Li King also didn't want members of a prestigious golden core family to be miners, and quickly agreed. After the three of them discussed it, they basically finalized the details of mining the Zhuanjing stone mine. Then Yu Liming took 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Yu family to personally survey the scale of the Zhuanjing stone vein. On the other side, after returning to the small courtyard where he lived with Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoyi quickly called Zhou Chun to his room and explained the things they had just agreed on. Now that Zhou Chun was the patriarch of the Zhou family, these matters definitely needed Zhou Chun's approval to be finalized. After hearing the results of the discussion, Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, saying, I completely agree with the idea of the 4 families sharing the mine Zhuanjing stone or proportionally. Our Zhou family can stockpile more of this material. It will be excellent for training our family's weapon refining talents in the future. That's what I was thinking too, Zhou Daoyi said with a faint smile, echoing Zhou Chun's sentiments. Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, don't you think that Miss Su from today looks a lot like Senior Su Yanyang, who hosted the auction at Xianyang Market? Now that you mention it, it's true, Zhou Daoyi nodded thoughtfully, then muttered to himself. It seems that even though the Su family has become independent, they still have deep connections within the Moon Wheel sect. The fact that Su Yanyang could host such a significant auction shows how highly she was regarded. And the fact that the Su family has such a figure within the Moonwheel sect naturally demonstrates the family's influence. Coincidentally, just as Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi were discussing the striking resemblance between Su Yuzhen and Su Yanyang, Su Rinmei was also talking about him with Su Yuzhen inside the Su family stronghold. How did you feel about the fight today, Yuzhen? In a quiet room, Su Rinmei looked gently at her niece's charming face and asked her in a low voice for her opinion on the fight today. Su Yuzhen understood his meaning, and upon hearing this, a blush immediately appeared on her face. She said weakly, his metal element cultivation technique is indeed very domineering and fierce, with an overwhelming and powerful metal energy. He should meet the requirements, she then murmured to herself, but even if he meets the requirements, as the head of the Zhou family, can he really accept such a thing? Hearing this, Su Rinmei shook his head with a smile, saying, Yuzhen, you are still too young. If they can really form a marriage alliance with our Su family, what does a little face matter? Can the Zhou family really refuse a marriage alliance with a Golden Core family? He added slowly, besides, as long as we don't say anything, and they don't say anything themselves, who outsiders will know? But, Su Yuzhen stammered, her face flushed, wanting to say something, but unable to actually speak. Su Rinmei, however, understood her meaning. His expression immediately turned serious, and he looked at her earnestly, saying, there's no but, since you chose to cultivate the Su Nu Zhuangguang and have mastered it to this level, you're destined to find a cultivation partner to help you overcome your tribulations. Besides, the family and 9th Grandmaster are doing this for your own good. If you can't cultivate with a suitable partner before opening your purple mansion, when the tribulation of love arrives, it won't just be you who suffers. Hearing this, Su Yuzhen lowered her head, speechless. She knew that now that she had reached this stage, it was too late to say anything. She only blamed herself for not thinking things through, for inexplicably choosing to cultivate the top-tier Su Nu Zhuangguang and successfully reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Now, She and the Su family could only make the best of a bad situation and pay the price for the serious consequences of this cultivation method. That's settled then. Once the Zhuanjing stone mine matter is settled, I, your ninth uncle, will personally discuss this with Zhou Dao. Zhou Chun is a junior he personally cultivated and promoted. He should listen to him. Su Rinmei looked at her niece and made the decision immediately. The Su family didn't have to wait long. With Yu Liming personally overseeing the operation, the scale of the Zhuanjing stone mine was quickly determined. According to the survey, the mine was a medium-sized vein with substantial reserves and good quality. If fully exploited, it should produce nearly 100,000 spirit coins worth of raw Zhuanjing stone ore annually, enough to sustain mining for over 30 years. Even after deducting miners' wages and other expenses, the mine should generate a net profit of over 70,000 spirit coins annually. Divided among the 4 families, the Su family would receive approximately 20,000 spirit coins, and the other 3 families would each receive close to 20,000 spirit coins, a considerable profit. All 4 families were quite satisfied with this outcome. Therefore, a general cooperation agreement was quickly signed by the 4 parties. As for the specific details of the subsequent mining operations, those were naturally arranged and handled by the patriarchs of the 4 families. After reaching a general cooperation agreement, Li King and Yu Liming led their men back to their respective families to report to their patriarchs. Zhou Dao, however, received a telepathic message from Su Rinmei and deliberately delayed his arrival. Fellow Taoist Su has invited me here via telepathy. May I ask what brings you here? Inside the Su family stronghold, Zhou Dao, who had come alone, faced Su Rinmei, who was hosting him alone, and directly asked her purpose without any politeness. Before coming, he was already full of doubts, not understanding why Su Rinmei would invite him here via telepathy when they had only met for the first time and had no prior relationship. Faced with Zhou Dao's inquiry, Su Rinmei smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't be impatient. Since I invited you here, I must tell you the reason." With that, she clapped her hands lightly, and Su Yuzhen immediately pushed open the door, carrying a pot of steaming spiritual tea into the quiet room, brewing a cup for both Zhou Dao and Su Rinmei. Upon seeing this, Su Rinmei immediately gestured to Zhou Dao, saying, "Come, fellow Taoist Zhou, please have some tea. This is spiritual tea picked from a 1,000-year-old tea tree in our Su family. Even golden core cultivators have praised it. I only have a meager amount left." Normally, Zhou Dao would never drink tea from a cultivator he had only recently met. However, the Su family was a prestigious golden core family. Su Rinmei's previous demeanor had been very dignified, and the spiritual tea produced by the 1,000-year-old spiritual tree indeed possessed extraordinary appeal. After a slight hesitation, Zhou Dao couldn't refuse the other party's enthusiasm, so he picked up the steaming tea in front of him and nodded slightly, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Su is so hospitable, then I, Zhou, will accept it." He then took a sip of the scalding tea. Given the robust physique of a cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage, the scalding tea was actually just the right temperature for him. The unique aroma of the spiritual tea produced by the 1,000-year-old spiritual tea tree, and the special cleansing power it carried, all made Zhou Dao feel immensely benefited and thoroughly enjoying himself. After closing his eyes for a while, he opened them with amazement and exclaimed, "Truly excellent tea. What a pleasure it would be to drink this tea regularly." Just that one sip of tea had felt like a baptism for his soul within his Purple Mansion, as if it had become slightly stronger. This wasn't just tea, it was clearly a sacred medicine for strengthening the soul. Su Rinmei seemed to understand his thoughts and waved her hand with a wry smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou misunderstands. This tea's effect on strengthening the soul is only effective the first few times you drink it. Afterwards, you're just tasting it." Hearing this, Zhou Dao was slightly taken aback, then a look of regret appeared on his face. He didn't doubt that Su Rinmei was lying to him. If this effect on strengthening the soul could truly last, even a golden core family like the Su family wouldn't be able to keep such a spiritual item. He then raised his hand and drank the remaining tea in his cup in one gulp, savoring it again before opening his eyes and looking at Su Rinmei, saying, "Now, fellow Taoist Su, could you explain the purpose of inviting me here today? The training course ends tomorrow afternoon, and I should be able to resume 2 updates a day the day after tomorrow." Chapter 267 Zhou Chun, do you want a Taoist partner? Inside the Su family stronghold. Faced with Zhou Dao's second inquiry, Su Rinmeti finally responded. He first glanced at Su Yuzhen, who stood respectfully to his side with her head bowed, then smiled slightly at Zhou Daoyi and said, "The reason I specially invited fellow Taoist Zhou here today is nothing more than that the Su family wishes to arrange a marriage between the two families." "A marriage?" Zhou Daoyi's expression froze, his eyes immediately filled with surprise. He hadn't expected Su Rinmeti to invite him here for such a reason. After a long pause, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly looked at the bowed Su Yuzhen, as if he had realized something. Immediately, Zhou Daoyi's expression turned serious, and he looked solemnly at Su Rinmeti, saying, "Fellow Taoist Su, do you mean to arrange a marriage for Miss Su? Could it be that Miss Su has taken a liking towards Yangjin and wishes to marry into our Zhou family?" Fellow Taoist Zhou is indeed clever, understanding so quickly. Su Rinmeti nodded with a smile, replying, "That's right. My niece Yuzhen has indeed taken a liking to my nephew Zhou and intends to become his Taoist partner." After saying that, she shook her head slightly and said, "However, the two will only become Taoist partners. My niece Yuzhen will still be a member of my Su family." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately waved his hand and said, "No, I do not agree to this marriage." "Why?" "Although Yuzhen will still be a member of my Su family after becoming Taoist partners, as long as the two of them become Taoist partners, whether the Zhou family wants to send someone to join the Moonwheel sect or wants to ask my Su family for any help, Yuzhen can assist." Su Rinmeti frowned, puzzled by Zhou Daoyi's sudden change in expression and tone. Faced with his question, Zhou Daoyi calmly replied, "What you're saying, fellow Taoist Su, my Zhou family doesn't need at the moment. And Zhang Chun is our family patriarch. I would never sacrifice his personal happiness or even his cultivation for what you've mentioned." He wasn't stupid. Upon hearing Su Rinmeti's words, he roughly guessed what the Su family was up to. After all, while seeking dual cultivation partners was rare in the cultivation world, it wasn't a secret. Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen had likely never met before, so there was no possibility that Su Yuzhen had already fallen in love with Zhou Chun. As for love at first sight, Zhou Daoyi hadn't noticed any affection in Su Yuzhen's gaze towards Zhou Chun in the past few days. Therefore, without even asking Zhou Chun's opinion, he unhesitatingly rejected this unexpected good fortune for him. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, perhaps you've misunderstood. Things are not as you think." Su Rinmeti shook his head repeatedly, saying solemnly, "I admit that this marriage is only to help Yuzhen overcome the flaws in her cultivation technique, not because Yuzhen has fallen in love with nephew Zhou. But it's definitely not as bad as you claim. I can guarantee that if nephew Zhou and Yuzhen cultivate together, it will absolutely not harm his cultivation in any way." Seeing that Zhou Daoyi still didn't believe him, he revealed a deeper reason. It turned out that the Su Nu Zhuangguang that Su Yuzhen cultivated was extremely profound, a top-tier technique whose profundity was absolutely no less than the Jinding Zhuangguang, also inherited from ancient times. However, cultivating this technique also had significant drawbacks. The first drawback was that after breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, one would encounter a love tribulation, which could easily arise and ruin one's cultivation. Therefore, to reduce the impact of the love tribulation, it was best to find a man to cultivate with, preferably a cultivator of the same realm whose magical attributes could complement one's own. After dual cultivation, once the female cultivator opens her Purple Mansion, her true love tribulation will occur. She will also be easily attracted by the cultivation technique and fall in love with her Taoist partner, minimizing the damage of the love tribulation. Su Yuzhen's spiritual root aptitude is predominantly water-based, possessing both water and metal attribute aptitudes. According to the theory of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint, the most suitable man for dual cultivation with her is a cultivator who practices a pure metal-based technique. The purer and more powerful the metal-based technique, the more fierce and domineering the golden energy, the greater the nourishment it will provide during dual cultivation, and the easier it will be to attract her in the future, causing her love tribulation to manifest in her Taoist partner. Zhou Chun's Golden Cauldron profound technique is undoubtedly a very pure and top-tier metal-based technique, making him the most suitable person the Su family can currently find for dual cultivation with Su Yuzhen. In particular, the Zhou family's power is neither too strong nor too weak, just within the Su family's control. At the same time, Zhou Chun's cultivation level is just one small realm weaker than Su Yuzhen's, preventing him from dominating the dual cultivation process and hindering Su Yuzhen's cultivation. In fact, the Su family had already begun to take notice of Zhou Chun during the 100 Clans Assembly, However, due to preparations for war, this matter was temporarily shelved. But the Su family never ceased their efforts to gather information about the Zhou family and Zhou Chun personally. For cultivators, choosing a Taoist partner is undoubtedly a very important matter, especially in a special case like Su Yazhan's, where the partner's character must be carefully considered. Zhou Chun's character, without a doubt, could withstand any test. In Su Renmei's eyes, he was absolutely the most suitable match for Su Yazhan. Therefore, when Zhou Daoyi refused, he was even more anxious than Su Yazhan herself. After hearing Su Renmei's explanation, Zhou Daoyi couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Su Renmei's words. Because if Su Renmei dared to lie, Su Yazhan would definitely not get along well in the Zhou family. However, he had to consider Zhou Chun's opinion. Based on his understanding of Zhou Chun, this kind of thing, which most cultivators would consider a great fortune, was probably not something Zhou Chun would agree to. Given Zhou Chun's current status and position in the Zhou family, if he truly disagreed, no one could force him to agree. Therefore, after some thought, Zhou Daoyi looked up at Su Renmei and said, "Frankly speaking, if we could form a marriage alliance with the Su family, I would be very willing and supportive." He then shook his head slightly and said, "However, as the head of the Zhou family, only Zhou Chun can decide his own life's important matters. Although I am his elder, I cannot make any promises on his behalf in such matters." Upon hearing this, Su Renmei immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is too modest. I know that my nephew Zhou has been able to get to where he is today thanks to your cultivation and guidance. He may not listen to others, but he will definitely listen to you, fellow Taoist Zhou." She suspected that Zhou Daoyi did not want to help facilitate the matter and was deliberately using this excuse to shirk responsibility. Upon seeing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately declared righteously, "Fellow Taoist Su misunderstands. Zhang Chun's success today is due to his own outstanding abilities, not to anyone's help or promotion. His contributions to the Zhou family far outweigh the family's cultivation of him." He then added in a deep voice, "I will only relay this message to him, but I cannot guarantee whether he will agree." His serious demeanor slightly surprised Su Renmei, who hadn't expected Zhou Chun to hold such a high position in his heart. This forced him to reassess Zhou Chun's status and influence within the Zhou family. So, as Zhou Daoyi rose to take his leave, Su Renmei said earnestly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou might as well tell my nephew Zhou that with Yuzhen's aptitude and the nurturing of my Su family, she will definitely become a purple mansion cultivator in the future, and there's even a good chance she'll form a golden core, if he can cultivate with Yuzhen. As her Taoist partner, his cultivation path will definitely be much smoother than other cultivators. Moreover, if he agrees to this, my Su family can establish various collaborations with the Zhou family in the future, and he himself might even have the opportunity to receive guidance from my Su family's golden core stage ancestor." Su Renmei thought his words would surely move Zhou Daoyi. However, to his disappointment, Zhou Daoyi merely nodded slightly, said, "I will certainly relay this truthfully," and then turned and left without any further change in expression. After confirming that Zhou Daoyi had left the Su family stronghold, Su Renmei turned to his niece, who had remained silent throughout, and sighed, Yazhan, it seems your future husband is even more outstanding than we thought." Su Yazhan blushed instantly upon hearing this. She bit her lip and whispered, "Ninth granduncle, you're speaking too soon. Judging from Senior Zhou's expression, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Zhou might not agree." He wouldn't dare. Su Renmei's eyes widened, and he hissed, "You are the ancestor's most beloved granddaughter, and so beautiful. If he dares to be ungrateful, he'll force the ancestor to intervene personally." Su Yazhan fell silent upon hearing this. She was gentle, well-mannered, and rarely argued with her elders. Meanwhile, after Zhou Daoyi returned to the Zhou family stronghold, Zhou Chun immediately sought him out to find out Su Renmei's purpose in inviting him. Faced with Zhou Chun's curious inquiry, Zhou Daoyi hesitated for a while before looking at him and asking in a low voice, "Zhangjian, do you want a Taoist partner?" "Why do you ask that?" Zhou Chun was stunned, looking at Zhou Daoyi with a confused expression, truly bewildered by his question. "Fellow Taoist Su invited me over to arrange a marriage for his grandniece. It's because she's taken a liking to you, Zhang Chun, and wants to become your cultivation partners," Zhou Daoyi said softly, adding, "Actually, I think that Miss Yazhan is quite good too. Not only is she beautiful, but her aptitude and cultivation are also excellent. She also comes from a golden core family like the Su family. She's truly a good match." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes cleared immediately, and he couldn't help but retort, "You make it sound so easy. I've only met Miss Su once, and we met as opponents on the battlefield. What kind of good match is that?" Then, with a worried expression, he said, "You're not going to make the decision for me right away, are you?" "No, absolutely not. I said I had to ask your opinion first." Zhou Daowei shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, saying words that reassured Zhou Chun slightly. He then added, "Meeting her once isn't a big deal. Miss Su isn't ugly. Don't many ordinary people only see their bride's face on their wedding day? Besides, as the old saying goes, no discord, no concord. Maybe this is your destiny, elder. Please be frank. What exactly is the Su family up to? What promises have they made to you?" Zhou Chun rolled his eyes, speechless at Zhou Daowei's words. He wasn't stupid. He knew that even if he was handsome, powerful, and had excellent qualities, it was impossible for a beautiful woman from a golden core family to fall in love with him at first sight. Now, this beautiful female cultivator, with her background, strength, and looks, suddenly wanted to become his Taoist partner. He wouldn't believe it unless there was a trap. Either she wanted him to take her place, or she was after his kidneys. In short, it couldn't be because she was attracted to his face. However, he was indeed quite curious at this moment about what benefits the Su family had promised Zhou Daowei that would make Zhou Daowei so eager to persuade him to agree to the marriage. "The Su family did make quite a few promises, but they weren't for me, they were for you and your family, and this matter isn't as complicated as you think. There aren't that many pitfalls for you to fall into." Zhou Daowei looked at the cautious Zhou Chun and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, then immediately repeated what Su Renmei had told him. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Chun, who was already deep in thought, and said, "Although our Zhou family is much weaker than the Su family, if we really wanted to retaliate, we could give them a run for their money. So I think what Su Renmei said is probably true. She wouldn't deliberately lie to us about something like this." However, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and replied, "Even if everything he said is true, I still disagree. I don't want to become a mere vessel for someone else's cultivation, and I certainly don't want to become a Taoist partner with a female cultivator with whom I have no emotional connection." However, Zhou Chun didn't notice that Zhou Daowei's face darkened after hearing his words. It turned out that his unintentional words had suddenly reminded Zhou Daowei of his own painful past. Perhaps because he recalled that painful past, Zhou Daowei couldn't help but agree with and resonate with Zhou Chun's words. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Zhengjin, you're right. We cultivators live between heaven and earth. Even if our physical bodies are bound by certain constraints, our minds should be free and unrestrained, not restricted by others, and our emotions should not be forced." At this point, Zhou Daowei's dark expression quickly returned to normal, replaced by a confident look. He was now a purple mansion stage cultivator. No one could force him to do what he didn't want to do. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on the past. Then, he turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and nodded slightly, saying, "Since you're so determined, Zhengjin, then come with me to the Su family's stronghold and speak frankly with Su Renmei and his grandson, so they can finally give up." Updated today, 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 268. Forced relationships are never sweet. Accompanied by Zhou Chun, Zhou Daowei and he arrived at the Su family's stronghold once again. This surprised Su Renmei somewhat, and she looked at the two with a look of astonishment, asking, "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhou and nephew Zhou, you've arrived so quickly. Have you already made a decision?" "Yes, this junior has made his decision," Zhou Chun replied calmly. His calmness immediately made Su Renmei's heart skip a beat, sensing something was amiss. So, instead of following Zhou Chun's lead and asking about the decision, she gestured and said softly, "This is not the place to talk. Please come inside with me, fellow Taoists." After saying this, she turned and walked into the stronghold. Seeing this, the 2 Zhou family members exchanged a glance and followed her inside. Upon arriving at the quiet room within the stronghold, Su Renmei invited the Zhou family members to sit down before looking at Zhou Chun and asking, "Nephew Zhou said earlier that you had made a decision. Does that mean you agree?" "No, this junior does not agree to this matter." Zhou Chun shook his head, giving Su Renmei a disappointing answer. After speaking, he cupped his hands towards Su Renmei and said, "Thank you for your consideration, Senior Su and the Su family, but this junior has no intention of finding a cultivation partner at the moment. I have only met Miss Su once, and there is absolutely no emotional foundation between us. The matter of forming a dual cultivation partnership is one of the most important events in the lives of cultivators, and it must be handled with utmost care. At this point, Zhou Chun immediately chimed in. Yes, a forced relationship is never sweet, especially when it comes to choosing a dual cultivation partner. A forced relationship may not be sweet, but it might quench thirst. Su Renmei looked at the Zhou family members with a heavy expression, remaining silent in contemplation. Finding a suitable cultivation partner for Su Yuzhan before she opened her purple mansion was an order given by the Su family's golden core ancestor. Neither he nor Su Yuzhan could defy this decision. Zhou Chun, as the best candidate they had chosen after much consideration, was someone they would absolutely not abandon unless absolutely necessary. However, Zhou Chun's current attitude made Su Renmei realize the difficulty of the situation. After pondering for a long time, he looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Nephew Zhou, do you intend to dedicate your life to the Dao and never become a Taoist partner?" Hearing this question, Zhou Chun frowned, finding it difficult to answer. He naturally understood the meaning behind Su Renmei's question. She was still unwilling to give up. But he couldn't deliberately lie to deny her. After hesitating for a moment, he finally replied in a low voice, "Senior, you are wise. I truly have no intention of finding a Taoist partner right now. As for whether I will become a Taoist partner in the future, it's hard to say." Sure enough, upon hearing his answer, Su Renmei's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Since Nephew Zhou isn't the kind of person who is solely devoted to the Dao, why not consider becoming a Taoist partner with Yuzhan? I know that feelings can't be forced, but they can be cultivated. Nephew Zhou, you and Yuzhan are both exceptionally talented. If you become Taoist partners, you'll have hundreds of years to spend together. In such a long time, even the most hard-hearted person would inevitably develop feelings." At this point, Su Renmei added confidently, "I know you might think I'm just boasting, but Nephew Zhou, if you become a Taoist partner with Yuzhan, you'll definitely be the one who benefits. Once you spend some time with her, you'll know what a wonderful woman she is." His words immediately caused Zhou Chun and Zhou Dao to exchange bewildered glances and frown. Regardless of whether Su Renmei was boasting, Zhou Chun and Zhou Dao both knew the purpose of their visit to the Su family's stronghold. Since they had decided to politely decline the marriage proposal, how could they be swayed by Su Renmei's words? Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly composed himself and looked at Su Renmei with a serious expression, saying, "I appreciate Senior Su's kindness, but I truly have no intention of finding a Taoist partner at the moment." He then cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, adding, "Miss Su may indeed be a very good woman, but I may not be a suitable match for her. I urge Senior Su to consider this matter carefully. Do you think I don't know whether you're a suitable match or not?" Su Renmei looked at Zhou Chun's resolute gaze and felt a pang of annoyance. From beginning to end, they hadn't really paid attention to Zhou Chun's other aspects. Whether Zhou Chun would truly fall in love with Su Yuzhan was not particularly important to them. They only valued Zhou Chun's cultivation level and physique, wanting him to assist Su Yuzhan in her cultivation. In their calculations, even if Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhan became Taoist partners, Su Yuzhan wouldn't live in the Zhou family long term, but would primarily cultivate within the Su family. At most, she would visit Zhou Chun a few times for dual cultivation when she needed his assistance. Zhou Chun himself understood all this, which is why he refused without hesitation. He didn't actually care about this marriage of convenience, but he couldn't tolerate being used as a human vessel. It was an insult to his personal dignity. Su Renmei, however, couldn't understand why Zhou Chun was so stubborn. In his view, the Su family had already offered Zhou Chun and the Zhou family very well. They should be the big winners in this marriage. Why was Zhou Chun so resistant to such a seemingly perfect opportunity? Was it really because of that ridiculous word feeling? That couldn't be. How could Zhou Chun, who had become the patriarch of the Zhou family, be such an irrational person? After much thought, Su Renmei still couldn't understand why Zhou Chun was so opposed to this marriage. Having been cornered by Zhou Chun, he had no choice but to unleash his trump card. "Nephew Zhou, you are too modest. Our Su family has been paying attention to you for quite some time. Your outstanding performance at the 100 Clans Conference has greatly impressed us. After our observation, selection, and comparison, Nephew Zhou, in terms of compatibility, character, age, and all other aspects, you are the most suitable candidate to be Yuzhan's Taoist partner. If you are not a good match, then in this vast Jing kingdom, we cannot find another suitable match for Yuzhan." At this point, Su Renmei said with a serious expression, "Moreover, Facilitating your marriage to Zhou Chun is a task personally entrusted to us by my ancestor. If you truly intend to refuse this matter, I'm afraid you will have to personally explain it to my ancestor. He had even invoked the name of his own golden core stage ancestor. It has to be said that the intimidating power of a golden core cultivator is immense. After Su Renmei invoked her family's golden core ancestor, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoi's expressions changed. It can't be this bad. Does such a matter really need to alarm a golden core cultivator? Zhou Daoi looked at Su Renmei with a displeased expression, not expecting her to use a golden core cultivator to pressure them in this matter. There's no other way. Zhou Chun is deeply favored by my ancestor, and her aunt Yunyang is a high-ranking core disciple in the Moonwheel Sect. It concerns her future cultivation path, so my ancestor can't ignore this. Su Renmei spread her hands, looking helpless. But her words clearly indicated Su Yuzhen's status in the Su family, putting pressure on the two Zhou family members. This caused Zhou Daoi and Zhou Chun to furrow their brows, unsure how to respond. Ultimately, Zhou Chun, with a resolute will, made his decision. He said firmly, if Senior Su truly cannot make a complete decision on this matter, then this junior will accompany Senior Su to see Ancestor Su without hesitation. This resolute attitude left Su Renmei, already cornered, speechless. She could only reluctantly reply, since Nephew Zhou, your mind is made up, then I will not try to persuade you further. I will take you to Jiangzhou now, and you can personally explain this matter to my ancestor. Zhou Daoi, standing nearby, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. And so, Zhou Chun, along with Su Renmei and Su Yuzhen, flew towards the Su family's mountain gate in Jiangzhou. Zhou Daoi, still worried, also accompanied Zhou Chun to Jiangzhou. The Su family of Jiangzhou was a renowned golden core family known throughout Jiangzhou, wielding immense power in the Jiangzhou cultivation world. The Su family's ancestral temple was located on the shore of a large lake, so much so that the lake was called Suzi Lake because of the Su family's reputation. With a golden core ancestor presiding over it, the Su family's temple was incredibly grand and imposing. When Zhou Chun followed Su Renmei into the Su family's temple, he saw exquisitely designed courtyards nestled among the layered mountains, seamlessly blending natural scenery with man-made architecture. As a golden core family, the Su family naturally had far more cultivators than the Zhou family. The Su family members alone numbered over 400, and including relatives by marriage, the number approached 600. However, compared to the vast space within the Su family's temple, 600 people were still too few. Therefore, every Su family cultivator could have their own courtyard within the expansive temple. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Su family's temple far surpassed that of the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. The abundant spiritual energy here was only slightly inferior to the branch sects of the Dragon Transformation Sect, far surpassing that of the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun glanced around and saw Su family cultivators everywhere, each one radiating vitality. As Su Renmei led Zhou Chun through the mountain gate, the Su family cultivators they encountered all bowed and greeted him, to which Su Renmei responded with smiles. Even those Su family cultivators who were curious about Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoi. The two strangers following behind Su Renmei didn't ask many questions, simply bowing and greeting according to the customs of the cultivation world. This refinement and quality of a prominent family's cultivators impressed Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoi, changing the perception of the Su family as a golden core clan. Although their marriage alliance with the Zhou family had been somewhat abrupt and forceful, from what they had observed so far, the Su family's family traditions and customs seemed quite good. After bringing the Zhou family members to the outside of the family patriarch's cave, Su Renmei quickly informed her patriarch of the situation. Not long after, the door to the patriarch's cave opened automatically, and a maidservant came out to convey the patriarch's decree. The patriarch requests that Miss Yuzhen be invited inside for a discussion. She then led Su Yuzhen into the cave, leaving Su Renmei and the Zhou family members to wait outside. After waiting for about an hour, the cave door opened again. The patriarch requests that clan chief Zhou Hengchen be invited inside for a discussion. It was the same maidservant conveying the patriarch's decree. Hearing this, Zhou Chun took a deep breath. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Daoi beside him, receiving an encouraging look from his elder. Then, tense, he followed the maidservant into the cave. Perhaps due to nervousness, or perhaps preoccupied with how to convey his stance to the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun paid little attention to the interior of the Golden Core Cultivator's cave. He followed the maid until they reached a closed stone door, at which point the maid turned and bowed, saying, "The patriarch is inside. Clan leader Zhou, please enter." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and stepped towards the stone door. A buzzing sound rang out, and just as Zhou Chun was less than 3 feet away from the door, it suddenly rose automatically. After he entered the stone chamber behind the door, it closed again, sealing the entrance. Inside, Zhou Chun looked up and saw a handsome middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on a jade couch carved from some kind of spirit jade, his gaze fixed on him as he entered. This appeared to be the middle-aged man's bedroom. Besides the jade couch, he could see some furniture and objects commonly found in bedrooms. As for the middle-aged man's identity, it was self-evident. Zhou Chun didn't dare look too closely, only glancing at the situation inside the stone room out of the corner of his eye before bowing to the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the jade couch, saying, "Junior Zhou's Hengchen greets Senior Su," but to his surprise, after he finished bowing, the middle-aged man looked quite satisfied and appraised him, saying, "Not bad, quite handsome indeed. Judging from his appearance, he won't be a bad match for Yu Zhen." It seemed he considered Zhou Chun a son-in-law meeting his parents for the first time, and was quite satisfied with him. This made Zhou Chun feel uneasy, and he immediately forced himself to speak. "Senior Su, please understand, this junior came here to..." He wanted to say that he had come to refuse the Su family's kind offer, but before he could finish speaking, an invisible force suddenly acted upon him, preventing him from saying the rest of his words. "Boy, I advise you not to be ungrateful." The middle-aged man stared coldly at Zhou Chun, his voice icy as he said, "If it weren't for Yu Zhen's soft heart and her reluctance to harm you, I could have captured you and used you as a cultivation vessel to aid her cultivation, ensuring you would never be free again. I'm feeling much better today, finally able to update, but this illness is said to recur within a few days, so to ensure I can update continuously tomorrow, I'll only update once today. If my condition is still good tomorrow, I'll try to resume 2 updates. Chapter 269. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it." Many readers dislike this part of the story, finding it disruptive to the reading experience. If you also dislike this part, you can skip these 2 chapters and continue reading. The threat of a golden core cultivator is not something any cultivator below that level would dare ignore. Moreover, the words of the Su family patriarch didn't sound like a joke. He definitely had the ability to do it. However, doing so might not be good for either Su Yuzhen or Zhou Chun. This was the only area where Zhou Chun could bargain. At this moment, looking at the cold-faced Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Su, you are right. Whether I agree or not, you can indeed make me help Miss Su cultivate, but if I am unwilling, then Miss Su can only have my body, not my heart. I believe that such an outcome would definitely do more harm than good for Miss Su's future cultivation." As he said this, Zhou Chun truly felt uneasy. Deep down, he still harbored some male chauvinism. If it weren't for the circumstances, he truly wouldn't have been able to utter such words. However, he was indeed right. Upon hearing his words, the Su family patriarch's expression changed slightly, indirectly confirming his guess. But the Su family patriarch was, after all, a golden core cultivator, and he quickly calmed himself, nodding slightly to Zhou Chun, saying, "No wonder you, at such a young age, can become the patriarch of a major cultivation clan. Such reaction ability is indeed unmatched by ordinary people, and your courage is truly remarkable." "That's right, you're absolutely correct. If we force you to cultivate with Yu Zhen, it will indeed do more harm than good in the long run." At this point, his expression changed instantly again, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared at Zhou Chun, saying, "But if you insist on refusing this marriage, then the Zhou family will become the enemy of the Su family, and I, your patriarch, will personally kill you as punishment for daring to disobey my will." He was a identified golden core cultivator, and he would absolutely not allow a foundation establishment cultivator to defy his will and desecrate his dignity. In the cultivation world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. When a golden core cultivator acts shamelessly, even other golden core cultivators at the same level will find it troublesome, let alone forces without a golden core cultivator in their ranks. To be honest, Zhou Chun hadn't expected the Su family patriarch to be so shameless for Su Yuzhen. He was truly stunned by the patriarch's fierce and sharp words, remaining speechless for a long time. "If I can't have it, I'll destroy it." This Su family patriarch was undoubtedly a ruthless person. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Chun's back. He knew deeply that his next answer might determine his life or death. One thought could lead to heaven, another to hell. Life and death could be decided in a single sentence. He lowered his head, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to answer the Su family patriarch. What kind of answer would allow him to maintain his self-respect without provoking the patriarch to kill him? After pondering for a long time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the Su family patriarch, saying, "Senior Su, you are wise. I have always believed that becoming a Taoist partner is a lifelong matter and cannot be forced." Before the Su family patriarch could get angry, he continued, "Of course. If Miss Su really needs my help in her cultivation, I am very willing to help others." "What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly." The Su family patriarch frowned, giving him a displeased look, clearly annoyed by his roundabout approach. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only bite the bullet and say, "What I mean is, I am willing to dedicate myself to helping Miss Su cultivate, but whether or not to become her Taoist partner is not something to be rushed into a decision. It's better to wait until I've spent some time with Miss Su and have a genuine emotional foundation before making a decision." "Ancestor, I understand. You want it all, you're really greedy." The Su family patriarch nodded thoughtfully, a cold smile on his face revealing Zhou Chun's inner thoughts. How could he not understand the meaning behind Zhou Chun's words? Dual cultivation without becoming Taoist partners is not uncommon in the cultivation world. Some high-level cultivators, in order to break through to higher realms, will also study dual cultivation techniques based on their physique and cultivation methods. Then they will seek out cultivators of the same level who meet their requirements to attempt a breakthrough through dual cultivation. Because they either already have a Taoist partner, or they have no intention of finding one, even if they engage in dual cultivation, they won't become Taoist partners. At most, their relationship might be closer than that of ordinary cultivators. But that's a practice only high-level cultivators can master, a last resort for cultivators who have lived for hundreds of years in pursuit of longer lifespans. What right does Zhou Chun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, have to use such a method? Based on the Su family patriarch's hundreds of years of life experience, he had already seen through Zhou Chun's true thoughts. Since he was forced to engage in dual cultivation with Su Yuzhen due to the pressure he exerted, the only way to appease his pride was by not becoming Taoist partners, allowing him to save face. To be honest, this was undoubtedly laughable in the Su family patriarch's eyes. With the Su family patriarch, a golden core cultivator, present, could Zhou Chun really possibly have the ability to take advantage of her and then deny it? Besides Su Yuzhen, which female cultivator would dare to compete for the title of Taoist partner? Thinking of this, the Su family patriarch waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you agree to help Yuzhen cultivate, that's fine. As for the title of Taoist partner, I don't care. Just don't flirt with other female cultivators during this time. Thank you for your understanding, senior." Zhou Chun wiped his forehead, looking like he had just escaped a disaster, and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. He knew that he had passed the most dangerous hurdle of the day. As for what to do next, he would deal with that later. In short, he didn't want to be alone with the Su family patriarch anymore. The Su family patriarch's expression softened slightly at this moment, and he nodded gently to him, saying, "Since you have agreed to this, Yuzhen will come to the Zhou family to find you in a few days. At that time, you must let her stay at your residence and spend more time with her. If she feels the time is right and wants to cultivate together with you, you must not refuse for any reason. Can you do what I said, patriarch?" At the end, his words carried a hint of threat. Zhou Chun could only nod repeatedly with a bitter expression, replying, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly follow your instructions, senior." "Very good, then this matter is settled. You may return now." The Su family patriarch nodded in satisfaction and immediately waved for him to leave. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He hurriedly bowed and left the stone chamber, then quickly exited the cave. Just after Zhou Chun left, the Su family patriarch raised his hand and released a burst of magical power into a corner of the wall. There, a flash of light immediately revealed Su Yuzhen's figure. It turned out that Su Yuzhen had been inside the stone chamber all along, but the Su family patriarch had concealed her form and aura with magic, preventing Zhou Chun from detecting her. At this moment, after Su Yuzhen revealed herself, the Su family patriarch immediately changed his expression, looking at her with doting eyes and saying, "Yuzhen, is there anything you want to say?" Faced with his question, Su Yuzhen frowned and said, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, patriarch, But I feel that using force to coerce him into agreeing is a bit excessive and might make him even more resistant to me in the future. Hey, don't worry about that. I've seen countless people in my life. I wouldn't say I'm 100% accurate, but I can at least see 70-80% of them. That boy may seem tough, but he's just too proud and obsessed with saving face. Today, I used the threat of death to tear down his facade while preserving some of his dignity. With his intelligence, he'll definitely know better and cooperate with your cultivation, and don't underestimate the influence of the Su Nu Zhuangguang. After you and he cultivate together, your energies will intertwine and merge, and his resistance to you will naturally dissipate. With your beauty, temperament, and personality, Yu Zhen, under the long-term, subtle influence, there's no need to worry about him not falling for you. The Su family patriarch smiled smugly, revealing his plan with an air of complete confidence. Hearing his confident words, Su Yuzhen remained silent. Having already learned of the drawbacks of the Su Nu Zhuangguang, she had no objection to becoming a cultivation partner with a stranger. Mainly, the Su family's background was strong, ensuring she wouldn't be bullied. And since she had received care from her elders, she naturally didn't want to argue with him. Meanwhile, after leaving the Su family patriarch's cave, Zhou Chun quickly left the Su family's mountain gate with Zhou Daoai. On the way, Zhou Chun didn't mince words, directly recounting his conversation with the Su family patriarch to Zhou Daoai. After hearing his account, Zhou Daoai was equally shocked by his situation. Once he recovered, he nodded repeatedly, saying, "This result is already quite good. Zheng Chun, don't resent anything. That's the rule of the cultivation world. Since you can't change it, try to adapt." These words, seemingly light-hearted, actually encapsulated the philosophy of life for cultivators in the cultivation world. In this cruel world of cultivation, almost any cultivator with weak cultivation will be oppressed and coerced by higher-level cultivators. Faced with such oppression and coercion, the weak have no power to resist. All they can do is try to minimize their losses. For example, when Yu Jinghe betrayed the Zhou family and forcibly dismantled it, Zhou Mingde and the others had no power to resist. All they could do was try to leave as many people and resources as possible for the Zhou family. Just like when King Lian Temple tried to dismantle the Three Absolutes sect, the Three Absolute sect was powerless to resist. Now, the Su family patriarch is forcing Zhou Chun to cultivate together with Su Yuzhen, and Zhou Chun is similarly powerless to resist. Such powerlessness is something any individual or force can encounter at any time, and once encountered, compromise is the only option. One could even say that only those who understand compromise can go further and reach greater heights. Those golden core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators, while incredibly powerful and prestigious after achieving their core and nascent soul stages, have often faced situations beyond their control when they were weak, forced to compromise with reality. The difference between the strong and the weak lies in the fact that the strong grow and evolve through repeated compromises until they no longer need to compromise with others. The weak, on the other hand, sink and lose their way through repeated compromises, losing all confidence and ultimately becoming useless trash that anyone can bully. Zhou Chun actually knows these principles. In fact, as Zhou Daoai said, achieving this result is already quite good. As a foundation establishment cultivator, it was already quite remarkable that he managed to preserve some dignity under the coercion of a golden core cultivator. Therefore, facing Zhou Daoai's comforting words, he took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "I understand. If Miss Su comes to the family in the future, I will receive her calmly and respectfully, and will not deliberately embarrass her because of today's events." That's right. Whether you will take a liking to Miss Su depends on fate, but you must not take your anger out on Miss Su because of the Su family patriarch's matter. You must understand this. Zhou Daoai nodded and gave Zhou Chun further advice. Why did the Su family patriarch coerce Zhou Chun? Wasn't it all for Su Yuzhen? If he couldn't even see this clearly and vented his resentment towards the Su family patriarch on Su Yuzhen, he would be courting death. After flying for about 2 days, the two returned to the Zhou family and informed Zhou Mingde of the results of the Zhuanjing stone mine investigation and their trip to the Su family. The outcome regarding the Zhuanjing stone mine was fine, but the marriage alliance with the Su family was something that infuriated Zhou Mingde. Foolish. Foolish indeed, such a good opportunity, and you two idiots squandered it yourselves. Truly foolish. What kind of family is the Su family? If we could form a marriage alliance with them, especially with the Su family patriarch's most favored descendant, don't you know how much benefit that would bring to yourselves and your families? And you two are the former and current patriarchs. One of you. You have absolutely no sense of the bigger picture. Inside the mountain cave, Zhou Ming looked at his two juniors with a look of utter disappointment, launching into a tirade of beatings. Dao Yi, I won't say anything more about you. We'll talk about your matter later. But Zhou Chun, your matter needs to be clarified today. In the past, you always encouraged this person to take more concubines and have more children. And encourage that person to quickly marry and have children to strengthen the family. How come when it comes to yourself, you just keep pushing things away? Is this all the responsibility you, as the clan leader, has? Are you just good at shouting slogans and getting others to do the work? Are you only satisfied when people laugh at us, the Zhou clan leaders, for being childless? This stern reprimand left Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun somewhat bewildered, completely unexpected Zhou Ming's strong reaction. Little did they know that Zhou Ming had actually been waiting for such an opportunity. The fact that Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Chun, and other outstanding younger members of the Zhou family were unwilling to marry and have children had always been a headache for Zhou Ming. However, this was indeed a private matter, and Zhou Ming couldn't interfere too much. Now, using Zhou Chun's situation as a pretext, he naturally wanted to use a strong rebuke to wake the two of them up. Faced with Zhou Ming's scolding, Zhou Chun was stunned for a moment before hurriedly explaining, "Elder, you misunderstand. This junior absolutely did not mean what you said. It's just that the matter of a Taoist partner is of great importance. How can it be decided so hastily, unexpectedly?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately sneered. "What do you mean by decided hastily? Do you mean that the Taoist partner you are looking for in the future is a fairy from heaven? Or someone you love to death, someone for whom you would disregard your own life and abandon your family and relatives? Elder, you are being a bit extreme." Zhou Chun frowned, very dissatisfied with Zhou Ming's extreme words. "It's not that I'm being extreme, it's that your own mindset is fundamentally flawed." Zhou Ming stared at Zhou Chun with a serious expression, his voice booming like thunder. "What do you think a Taoist partner is? Is it someone you love and who loves you back? Completely wrong. Even ordinary mortals only experience fleeting romance for a few years. After a while, they grow tired of each other, and even if they don't tire, the passion is never as intense as it was at the beginning. Even for mortals whose lifespan is only 100 years, their so-called love doesn't last until the end of their lives, let alone for us cultivators with our long lifespans. A Taoist partner, the Dao comes first, which is enough to explain its meaning. A Taoist partner is someone who can help you in your cultivation and pursuit of the Dao, someone who can assist you on your journey. That Miss Su you mentioned, in every respect, is an excellent candidate for a Taoist partner for you, if you adjust your mindset. Put aside all those romantic feelings, and regard that Miss Su as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, a treasure that can help you open your purple mansion and even condense your golden core. Would you still refuse to become her Taoist partner? Today is the third day, and I have a fever, cough, headache, and weakness again. The worst part is that there's no one to take care of me. I still have to cook, do laundry, boil water, and write to maintain my full attendance record. What? Chapter 278 True Judge of Character. Zhou Ming's insightful words truly stunned Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi, causing them to fall into deep reflection. Zhou Ming's words weren't entirely correct. Especially his comparison of a Taoist partner to a rare treasure of heaven and earth, something Zhou Chun found hard to agree with. However, some of his points did hold merit. Reflecting on his own choice of a Taoist partner, Zhou Chun realized that his definition of a Taoist partner differed significantly from the actual term. Due to his memories from his previous life, he seemed to have simply defined a Taoist partner as a wife, applying the same criteria he used to find a wife to his search. This was incorrect. If it were merely about finding a wife, then according to his standards, beauty, virtue, and domestic skills would suffice. But a Taoist partner was different. For cultivators, a Taoist partner was someone with whom they could discuss and pursue the path to immortality. This person must be at the same level as them in terms of aptitude, cultivation, and comprehension, someone who wouldn't hinder their cultivation journey and could even help them progress. No cultivator would willingly choose a burdensome child as a Taoist partner, no matter how much they like them. A suitable Taoist partner is extremely difficult to find. The higher the cultivator's cultivation level, the harder it is to find a suitable partner. Many golden core cultivators keep several or even a dozen concubines, but they might never find a Taoist partner in their entire lives. Furthermore, no matter how much they favor a concubine, they would never elevate her to the status of a Taoist partner. From this perspective, Zhou Chun's choice of Taoist partner was clearly wrong. Therefore, Zhou Ming was not wrong to say that his mindset was improper. Another point is that as the clan leader, if he could take a concubine and have children, setting an example for the clan's cultivators, it would indeed have a significant demonstrative effect. Of course, this is not something that must be done, but doing it is better than not doing it. Reflecting on this, and looking back at the matter of becoming Taoist partners with Su Yuzhen, Zhou Chun easily understood why Zhou Ming was so angry. Clearly, aside from the emotional foundation Zhou Chun valued, Su Yuzhen perfectly met all the criteria for becoming his Taoist partner. If they could become Taoist partners, at least before reaching the golden core stage, neither would hold the other back. Instead, each could help the other and mutually promote their improvement. Such a perfect Taoist partner, sought after by many, was being pushed away by Zhou Chun, even at the cost of offending golden core cultivators. How could Zhou Ming not be angry? Perhaps Su Renmei and the Su family patriarch felt similarly to Zhou Ming, completely unexpected that Zhou Chun would be so resistant to such a seemingly easy opportunity. This difference in perspective undoubtedly created a significant gap in their views on matters between Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, the Su family patriarch, and other pure cultivators of this world. In the past, he had often used his unique perspective to identify the shortcomings of family affairs and offer effective suggestions, bringing great benefits to the family. But this time, his own perspective on the matter seemed too peculiar and unconventional, making it difficult for others to understand. So, was Zhou Chun's perspective wrong? Or were the perspectives of Zhou Ming and the other cultivators of this world wrong? Zhou Chun himself couldn't judge. He wouldn't think he was wrong, that would be self-denial. But he also wouldn't think the world was wrong, that would be madness. Perhaps he should try to change his perspective, compromise and integrate it with the realities of this world, forming a new one. Over the years, his style of doing things had changed in this way, from initially copying the rules and systems of his previous life to gradually adapting to the times and people, learning to act according to the actual situation of this world. Now, changing his perspective on choosing a partner wouldn't be a bad idea. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun bowed deeply to Zhou Ming and said, "The Supreme Elder is right. My mindset was indeed problematic before. I will definitely correct it and rectify my heart in the future." Seeing this, Zhou Ming's expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently, saying, "Since you recognize that your mindset is problematic, then my words just now were not in vain. Of course, my words were a bit harsh, so don't take them too seriously. Just let it go." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun respectfully replied and left the mountaintop cave. Next, Zhou Chun began to mobilize manpower and resources from various sources to prepare for the mining of Zuanjing stone at the reclaimed base. At the same time, under his arrangement, Zhou Jiapeng also went to the reclaimed base to oversee the operation and protect the Zhou family's interests there. About 3 months later, Su Yuzhen arrived at the Zhou family. She came alone, without any of the Su family elders accompanying her. Upon learning of her arrival, Zhou Chun stood there for a long time, his emotions complex, before finally calming himself and personally welcoming her into the mountain gate. He then led her to the mountaintop cave to pay her respects to the two supreme elders, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai. Yuzhen greets the two seniors. "I apologize for any inconvenience I may cause in the future and ask for your understanding and forgiveness." Inside the cave, Su Yuzhen, dressed in a white dress, gracefully curtsied to the two Zhou family's supreme elders, offering her greetings with impeccable manners. This unpretentious behavior undoubtedly won over Zhou Ming, who was meeting her for the first time. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Young friend Yuzhen, there's no need to be so polite. From now on, when you cultivate within the Zhou family, just treat it as if you were at home. Don't feel any restraint." As he spoke, he reached into his storage pouch, took out a jade jar, and handed it to Su Yuzhen. "It's an honor to meet you, young friend Yuzhen. I don't know what you like. This jar of spirit honey is a specialty of my Zhou family. Whether used to make tea or to drink directly, it has a unique flavor. I hope you won't find it offensive." The Zhou family's jade spirit bee colony has grown significantly after nearly 20 years of cultivation. Through cooperation with other families to collect nectar and make honey, the production of spirit honey is also much higher than normal. Therefore, high-ranking family members like Zhou Ming now have some spirit honey in stock. But to present a jar of spirit honey upon first meeting is quite generous of Zhou Ming. Zhou Chun felt that this elder was deliberately putting on a show for him. demonstrating that he already considered Su Yuzhen as his Taoist partner. Since Su Yuzhen had already decided to choose Zhou Chun as her Taoist partner, she had naturally already reviewed all the information she could find about the Zhou family. She had certainly seen the information about the spirit honey made by the jade spirit bees. Upon seeing Zhou Ming present her with a jar of tea as a greeting gift, the quick-witted woman understood the meaning behind this elder's gift. Overjoyed, she accepted the jade jar with both hands and bowed again to Zhou Ming, saying, "A gift from an elder is too precious to refuse. I humbly accept this generous gift from you, senior." She then put the jade jar into her storage bag and took out 2 jade boxes, handing one to Zhou Ming and the other to Zhou Daoai. "I, Yu Zhen, did not have any elders accompany me on my visit to the Zhou family, but the ancestor personally bestowed these 2 boxes of spiritual tea as gifts for me to present to you. I hope you 2 seniors will accept them with pleasure." She explained the origin of the 2 jade boxes with a smile, instantly attracting the attention of the 2 Zhou family elders. A gift from a golden core cultivator was certainly not ordinary. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai exchanged a glance, then Zhou Ming smiled and said, "Since it's a gift from Senior Su, then I won't stand on ceremony." He then reached for the jade box and opened it. Inside the small box were about 10 dark green tea leaves. The leaves were unprocessed, appearing as if they had just been picked. But these were no ordinary tea leaves. They were spirit tea from the Su family's 1,000-year-old tea tree, each leaf worth hundreds of spirit coins, and practically priceless. Zhou Ming took out a leaf and examined it. The dark green leaf actually contained faint purple spirit patterns barely visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy contained within just one leaf was comparable to that of a 100-year-old spirit ginseng, and its quality was far superior. "Indeed, this is excellent tea. May I ask its name?" Zhou Ming placed the tea leaves back into the jade box, closed the lid again, and looked at Su Yuzhen with curiosity, inquiring about the origin of this spiritual tea. Su Yuzhen, upon hearing this, did not shy away from anything and immediately replied with a smile, "This tea is called Purple Extreme Spirit Nourishing Tea. The tea tree is over 3,000 years old, and only about 200 tea leaves can be harvested every 3 years. It has always been exclusively for the use of my Su family and the Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Moonwheel Sect. Purple Extreme Spirit Nourishing Tea. What a fine name. The tea is excellent, and the name is wonderful too." Zhou Ming nodded, praising it highly again, before finally putting the jade box into his storage bag with satisfaction. Seeing this, Zhou Daoai also put away his jade box and took out the gift he had prepared. It was a rare aquatic treasure from Langyuan's called Water Spirit Star Shell. Wearing it would not only moisturize and beautify the skin, but also slightly increase the cultivation speed of water-based cultivators during meditation. The key point is that this item is also very beautiful. Compared to the gift Zhou Ming gave, Su Yuzhen liked this Water Spirit Star Shell much more, and even strung it on with a gold thread and wore it on the spot. After exchanging gifts, Zhou Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, now that we 2 old folks have met, let Zhang Chun show you around my Zhou family's mountain gate, young friend Yuzhen." This junior obeys, "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Zhou." Su Yuzhen responded, turned to look at Zhou Chun, and bowed slightly. "This is my duty, Miss Yuzhen, you don't need to be so polite." Zhou Chun cupped his hands in return and immediately led his people away from the cave. After the 2 left the cave, Zhou Chun led Su Yuzhen from Pagoda Peak, visiting various places in the Zhou family, introducing her to the Zhou family cultivators they encountered. Many Zhou family cultivators were astonished that their patriarch, Zhou Chun, would personally lead a late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator around the family compound, and they all tried to find out about the relationship between the two. To Zhou Chun's relief, Su Yuzhen didn't try to force him. She simply stated that she was his Taoist partner and had come to the Zhou family to study. What she was studying was left unsaid. After their tour, Zhou Chun finally led her back to his courtyard on Pagoda Peak. This was a promise he had made to the Su family patriarch. Su Yuzhen would stay at his residence while she was in the Zhou family. "This is a token for entering and leaving my courtyard, Miss Su. Please keep it safe. I usually handle family affairs in this Hongping Hall and don't return here often, so I hope Miss Su can understand." In the courtyard, Zhou Chun looked at the beautiful and dignified white-clad female cultivator before him, paused briefly, and then presented the token he had prepared, explaining the situation. Upon hearing his words, Su Yuzhen smiled faintly and said, "As the head of a clan, it's normal for fellow Taoist Zhou to be busy with affairs. I understand that, She then took the token used for entering and leaving the courtyard, and with a tap of her storage pouch, retrieved a wooden box and handed it to Zhou Chun. She then said softly, "I know that because of me, fellow Taoist Zhou and the Zhou family have been caused considerable trouble. I hope the contents of this box can offer some compensation." "What's inside?" Zhou Chun looked at Su Yuzhen with surprise, not expecting her to prepare a gift for him as well. Su Yuzhen smiled slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you'll know once you open it." Seeing her say this, Zhou Chun had no more reservations and immediately opened the wooden box. Inside were several jade slips. This made Zhou Chun even more curious. He picked up one of the jade slips and examined it intently. A moment later, Zhou Chun withdrew his consciousness from the jade slips and looked at Su Yuzhen with a complex expression, saying, "Miss Su, you're too kind. These things are indeed very useful to me and the Zhou family." The information recorded in the jade slips included not only information on the goods the Su family could trade with, but also information on the various golden core cultivators of Jing Kingdom that the Su family had collected, including the personalities, preferences, and preferred techniques and supernatural abilities. Furthermore, the jade slips also contained general information on the top 30 families of the 100 Clans Conference, such as what special spiritual items they possessed and which forces they were close to. This intelligence was absolutely a timely help for the Zhou family. Zhou Chun had to admit that Su Yuzhen was very perceptive. He had absolutely no reason to refuse this gift. He had a fever again today, both low-grade fevers, but it should pass. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 5th day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Lin Honggai returns. Su Yuzhen's arrival initially caused quite a stir among the Zhou family cultivators, but later it didn't attract much attention. This was mainly because Lin Weiner's sudden arrival had already served as a prelude, making it seem unremarkable to ordinary Zhou family cultivators. Secondly, Su Yuzhen rarely went out, so few Zhou family cultivators saw her. Even fewer knew she lived in Zhou Chun's courtyard. Those who did know were tactful and wouldn't gossip. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, found himself somewhat uncomfortable. Whenever he returned to his courtyard to cultivate or rest, he could sense Su Yuzhen's presence in the guest room, and sometimes he would even bump into her in the courtyard. While Zhou Chun didn't deliberately avoid her, he wasn't quick to adapt. There wasn't much genuine verbal communication between them. Time passed slowly, and 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. That day, Lin Weiner, who was originally in charge of training the Zhou family's servants and assassins, suddenly came to Zhou Chun with a happy expression, saying that she had made contact with her adoptive mother, Lin Honggai. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. He immediately took Lin Weiner to see Zhou Ming and handed him Lin Honggai's letter for inspection. Not long after, Zhou Ming gave a few instructions and left the Zhou family's mountain gate alone. After leaving the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Ming quietly concealed his cultivation and headed south, traveling more than 500 li before stopping in a mountain ridge. He then released his divine sense to probe and quickly discovered Lin Honggai's presence. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin, on your full recovery and successful return." In a valley, Zhou Ming looked at the beautiful woman in the red dress who had fully recovered and offered his congratulations with a beaming smile. Facing his congratulations, Lin Honggai calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are too kind. I believe you already know the purpose of my invitation to you today. I am deeply grateful for the help you and the Zhou family provided during that battle a few years ago. The promised reward is here, please examine it." She then tossed a storage bag from her waist to Zhou Ming. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming, after catching the bag, did not rush to examine its contents. Instead, he looked at her seriously and asked, "Now, the dragon transformation sect is no longer a friend to you, fellow Taoist Lin. Where do you plan to settle down next?" "Oh, why do you ask this, fellow Taoist Zhou?" Lin Honggai's eyes flashed, as if she had thought of something. Seeing this, Zhou Ming slowly said, "I don't lie in front of a true master. Fellow Taoist Lin should understand my meaning. If fellow Taoist Lin is willing, I will do my best to make this happen." Hearing his words, Lin Honggai fell silent. Her eyes flickered slightly, her gaze somewhat unfocused, as if she were lost in thought. After a long while, She calmly looked at Zhou Ming and said, even if you intended it, so what? If I remember correctly, fellow Taoist Zhou was also strongly opposed to this matter back then. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming replied seriously without the slightest embarrassment, back then was back then, and now is now. Back then, fellow Taoist Lin was a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. If my Zhou family dared to form a marriage alliance with you, our family would be destroyed in an instant. Now the Dragon Transformation Sect can only retreat to its main altar and eke out a living, and fellow Taoist Lin has broken free from the cage and gained his freedom. My Zhou family naturally doesn't need to worry so much anymore. Moreover, Dao Yi has now successfully opened his purple mansion and has the Azure Dragon Spirit pet by his side. In terms of cultivation and strength, he is even more compatible with fellow Taoist Lin, although Lin Huangyu already knew his meaning. Hearing him say it himself still made her somewhat emotionally turbulent. After pacing around in a small area for a while, her mind in turmoil, she looked at Zhou Ming with a tense expression and said, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Zhou can't make the decision on this matter. That guy has a heart of stone. He dared to be so ruthless when he was only at the foundation establishment stage. Now he probably looks down on me, a remnant of the Dragon Transformation Sect, even more. As she finished speaking, a self-deprecating look appeared on her face. Seeing this, Zhou Ming quickly waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Lin, you've misunderstood Dao Yi. Dao Yi was so ruthless towards you back then for several reasons. First, he was ashamed and angry because you had secretly taken his life force from him, which made him resentful. Second, Dao Yi was the head of the Zhou family at the time, and the responsibility on his shoulders made him dare not have any involvement with you, fellow Taoist Lin, lest it bring disaster to the family. Third, Dao Yi's cultivation was much lower than yours at the time, and he has always been a strong-willed person. How could he possibly accept becoming Taoist partners with you? At this point, he changed the subject and continued, but things are different now. Now that Dao Yi has successfully opened his purple mansion, and you, fellow Taoist Lin, have severed ties with the Dragon Transformation Sect, the most important obstacle to your becoming Taoist partners no longer exists. Besides, as the old saying goes, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Fellow Taoist Lin, you and Dao Yi have indeed had a dual cultivation experience. He certainly doesn't have no feelings for you, he just never dared to show it before. As long as you, fellow Taoist Lin, are willing to join the Zhou family and help the Zhou family, and with my constant matchmaking, I can definitely gradually eliminate Dao Yi's inner resistance and make him finally agree to become your Taoist partner. Zhou Ming spoke with full confidence and reason, clearly having prepared in advance. After hearing his words, Lin Honggai couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Undoubtedly, she was somewhat tempted by Zhou Ming's words. This wasn't because she loved Zhou Dao Yi so much or wanted to become his Taoist partner. Mainly, she knew that if she wanted to advance further in the future, she would definitely need to find a powerful force to serve. She couldn't possibly remain a rogue cultivator or build her own power. Since she would eventually need to find a force to serve, the Zhou family was undoubtedly a good choice. By joining the Zhou family and becoming Zhou Dao Yi's Taoist partner, she would truly be one of their own, a privilege few other forces could offer. Crucially, the two Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the Zhou family were only at the early Purple Mansion stage, far from forming their golden cores, and wouldn't compete with her for resources. After considering this, Lin Honggai nodded slightly to Zhou Ming and said, if fellow Taoist Zhou can truly persuade him to agree to become my Taoist partner, then my joining the Zhou family will naturally be no problem. Fellow Taoist Lin means. Zhou Ming looked at Lin Honggai with surprise, seemingly understanding something. Yes, I won't go back to the Zhou family with you now. Wait until you truly persuade him to agree, then have him come and take me back to the Zhou family himself. Lin Honggai nodded slightly, revealing her plan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's joy vanished considerably. Despite Zhou Ming's confident and eloquent words, he was actually less than 30% sure he could persuade Zhou Dao Yi. His plan was to first lure Lin Honggai to the Zhou family, creating a fait accompli. That way, for the sake of the bigger picture, Zhou Dao Yi wouldn't insist on driving Lin Honggai away. Later, once Zhou Dao Yi had grown accustomed to Lin Honggai's presence, he could then arrange for them to become Taoist partners. However, Lin Honggai was clearly someone who wouldn't act without a clear benefit. She didn't care what he said, only what he did. It just goes to show that those who have cultivated to their level are not fools. No one would be so easily sold out by a few words. Although inwardly disappointed, Zhou Ming didn't show it too obviously. He simply sighed softly with a hint of regret. Alright, since fellow Taoist Lin cares so much about this, then I have nothing more to say. I wonder where fellow Taoist Lin will be staying next? And how should I contact you? Upon hearing this, Lin Hongao immediately replied, I will probably still be staying in Cheng Kingdom. If fellow Taoist Zhou wants to contact me, you can send someone to Bailing Market in Nanling Prefecture of Cheng Kingdom to find a weapon refining shop called Qianrenfang. The owner there has some connection with me and knows how to contact me. After saying this, she left directly. Zhou Ming could only watch her leave helplessly, unable to say anything to stop her. Sigh. As expected, none of these juniors are easy to deal with. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Zhou Ming lowered his head to look at the storage bag in his hand, finally having time to check its contents. The storage bag didn't contain much, at least not as much as Zhou Ming had imagined. However, the important treasures Lin Hongao had promised were all inside. These included a spiritual item to aid in the opening of the Purple Mansion, 2 Foundation Establishment pills, 12 Demon Beast eggs, and 8 Dragon Blood spiritual items. The uses of the first 2 items were self-evident, and although the 12 Demon Beast eggs were few in number, they were all from excellent dragon-born demon beasts. As for the 8 Dragon Blood spiritual items, none of them were less valuable than the 400-year-old Dragon Blood ginseng that Zhou Chun had given to the Silver Lightning Python for free. Therefore, after checking all the treasures in the storage bag, Zhou Ming's face smiled again. He transferred all the treasures in the storage bag to his own usual storage bag, and then returned directly to the Zhou family mountain gate to share this harvest with Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun. As agreed, this ghost-faced soul mushroom belongs to Daoquan. As for these 2 Foundation Establishment pills, Zhengchen, you arrange them. These 12 Demon Beast eggs are for the elders and clansmen to decide whether to exchange for themselves. If no one exchanges them, hatch them and release them into the beast enclosure. As for these 8 Dragon Blood spiritual items, I'll keep them for now and deal with them later. Inside the cave, after showing Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun the various treasures he had obtained from Lin Hongao, Zhou Ming casually mentioned his plans for them. Actually, the others already had a general idea of what to do with these things. Zhou Ming was just going through the motions. However, after Zhou Ming finished speaking, Zhou Chun said, this junior suggests that we shouldn't rush to take out these 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Otherwise, the continuous appearance of Foundation Establishment pills in our Zhou family will inevitably arouse suspicion and give the clansmen the illusion that they were obtained too easily. Zheng Chun, your concerns are not unreasonable. You can decide for yourself then. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement with Zhou Chun's suggestion. He then said to Zhou Chun, judging from the time, the various pills and magical artifacts promised by the 3 major sects should be almost finished. Zheng Chun, you might as well talk to Miss Yashan about this matter and see if you can learn some inside information in advance. If there really are spiritual objects that assist in opening the Purple Mansion, our Zhou family must try to get one. Zhou Daoyi used 2 spiritual objects that assisted in opening the Purple Mansion to successfully break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Zhou Ming's intention was clearly to give Zhou Daoquan the same treatment, which could be considered as compensation for taking away Zhou Daoquan's opportunity. Zhou Chun naturally couldn't ignore this matter. He immediately replied, yes, this junior will find an opportunity to talk to Miss Su. Afterwards, he took the Foundation Establishment pill and the Demon Beast egg and left the cave. After Zhou Chun left, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Daoyi, who had remained silent, and after thinking for a moment, brought up Lin Hongayu's matter. I've spoken with fellow Taoist Lin. She still has some feelings for you, Daoyi. As long as you are willing to become her Taoist partner, she is willing to join the Zhou family and serve them for life. Without any beating around the bush, Zhou Ming directly stated the outcome. He knew he couldn't fool Zhou Daoyi, nor did he want to. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Daoyi calmly replied, please forgive me, but I cannot do that. Moreover, I do not believe that her joining the Zhou family would be a good thing for us. Who knows if she won't become the second Zhu Jinghua, that's different. Even if she successfully forms her core after joining the Zhou family, she can't possibly wield the power of the Zhou family like Yu Jinghua. No one will listen to her, and her past background is her biggest weakness. Zhou Ming shook his head slightly, expressing his own opinion regarding Zhou Daoyi's concerns. Then I cannot become her Taoist partner, Zhou Daoyi said. cupping his hands in a gesture of respect to Zhou Ming before taking his leave. Seeing this, Zhou Ming could only smile bitterly. He knew it would be like this. Zhou Daowei had repeatedly rejected Lin Hongyu before. Now, asking him to invite Lin Hongyu back to the Zhou family to become his Taoist partner was no easy task. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Zhou Ming would still try his best. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun left Zhou Ming's cave with the items, he quickly summoned all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the family to this Hongping Hall. The family recently acquired a batch of high-quality demon beast eggs. Elders, please take a look and see if any catch your eye. If needed, you can choose one to incubate and cultivate. Speechless. I just started to see signs of recovery, and my parents back home are both showing signs of illness. They can't even buy medicine. Tomorrow I need to pack my things and go back to my hometown early, and I'll also take the few ibuprofen pills I hadn't taken and some other medicine I hadn't finished to help them. Chapter 272 Mysterious Heart Purple Rejuvenating Pill, Breakthrough in Vain. Almost all the elders of the Zhou family now tame demonic beasts and spirit pets. However, only the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, and the sixth elder, Zhou Jiapeng, are capable of raising their demonic beasts and spirit pets to the second tier. The other elders aren't unwilling to raise their original spirit pets to intermediate-level demonic beasts, but rather, it's far too difficult. Especially since many of them have only successfully established their foundation less than 10 years ago, they simply lack the strength and resources to find and acquire the necessary spiritual items. Under these circumstances, several elders were indeed tempted by the 12 demonic beast eggs Zhou Chun had presented. Although these eggs were from low-level demonic beasts, as dragon-blooded demonic beasts, the path to breaking through and evolving into second-tier demonic beasts was very clear. Furthermore, they had obtained many dragon blood spiritual items during the previous war against the dragon transformation sect. Therefore, after some consideration, Zhou Jiak, Zhou Xingyan, and Zhou Zhengyang each chose one demonic beast egg to take away. After the elders had all made their selections, Zhou Chun placed the remaining 9 demon beast eggs in the family treasury and then issued a notice to the other clansmen, allowing those interested to exchange them. Having done this, Zhou Chun returned to his residence to inquire with Su Yazhen about the rewards from the 3 major sects. The rewards from the 3 major sects are prepared individually. They are only compiled into a list once everything is ready. If fellow Taoist Zhou wants to know if there are any spiritual items that can assist in opening the Purple Mansion, Yazhen can ask my aunt to try and find out, but I can't guarantee whether we can get any information. In the courtyard living room, Su Yazhen, upon learning Zhou Chun's purpose, didn't refuse and quickly agreed to help. Then I'll trouble Miss Su. Zhou Chun cupped his hands in thanks. Afterwards, Su Yazhen left the Zhou family and personally went to the Moon Wheel Sect's mountain gate to help gather information. Su Yazhen's aunt, Su Yunyang, was a Purple Mansion stage cultivator of the Moon Wheel Sect and had even become a disciple of an elder, holding a high position within the sect. Because Su Yazhen looked remarkably like her, Su Yunyang had always doted on her niece, granting her every wish. Upon seeing Su Yazhen come to visit, and learning her purpose, Su Yunyang readily agreed to help inquire. Then, naturally, the conversation turned to Zhou Chun. I've heard about the Taoist partner the family chose for you. What do you think of him? Is he someone you can entrust your life to? In a courtyard adorned with countless flowers, Su Yunyang, dressed in a pink dress, and Su Yazhen, dressed in a white dress, sat facing each other. Their faces were strikingly similar, one beautiful and noble, the other fresh and bright, each with its own unique charm. Faced with Su Yunyang's question, Su Yazhen blushed slightly and replied softly, his character is indeed very good. Whether it's the elders or fellow cultivators in the Zhou family, they all genuinely approve of and support him. It's just that we're not familiar enough with each other yet. What do you mean, not familiar enough? Su Yunyang frowned, looking at her niece with some confusion. It means we don't know each other well enough. And haven't developed any feelings for each other yet. Su Yazhen lowered her head slightly and answered Su Yunyang's question softly. That shouldn't be the case. Even with your beauty, Yazhen, can't you impress that boy? Su Yunyang looked at her niece with some surprise, a hint of resentment in her eyes. Of course she was resentful. Her niece, Su Yazhen, looked so much like her. If even Su Yazhen's beauty couldn't impress Zhou Chun, didn't that mean she couldn't either? Seeing this, Su Yazhen naturally couldn't reveal what her family patriarch had done. She could only say softly, fellow Taoist Zhou is a person with a firm Dao heart, Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate such a powerful top-tier technique. How could mere beauty shake his Dao heart? That makes sense. If you're too easily seduced by beauty, it might harm you when your love tribulation strikes. Su Yunyang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging Su Yuzhen's answer. Then, she smiled slightly at Su Yuzhen and said, even if his will is strong, it doesn't matter. After you cultivate together, his body will accept you before his will, and he'll fall in love with you sooner or later. Auntie, Su Yuzhen blushed and called out shyly, somewhat overwhelmed by Su Yunyang's explicit words. Seeing this, Su Yunyang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Alright, Auntie understands. Auntie won't say anything more. Anyway, you can handle it yourself. Don't drag it out too long. The sooner you open your purple mansion, the sooner you can put the ancestor's mind at ease. Then she went to help gather information. Not long after, she returned to the courtyard and nodded slightly to Su Yuzhen, who was waiting there, saying, Auntie has inquired. This time, during the reward ceremony, 10 mysterious heart purple return pills will indeed be released for outside cultivators to exchange for. The exchange price is 10,000 battle merits per pill. Niece understands. Thank you, Auntie. Su Yuzhen's face relaxed, and she quickly bowed to Su Yunyang to express her gratitude. Why be so polite among family? You rarely come all this way, so stay a few more days and keep your auntie company. Su Yunyang waved her hand, smiled, and took Su Yuzhen's hand, insisting that she stay and keep her company for a few days. After spending several more days within the Moon Wheel Sect, Su Yuzhen returned to the Zhou family and informed Zhou Chun of the information she had gathered. I understand. Miss Su's news is very important to our Zhou family. I express my sincerest gratitude to you, Miss Su. Back at his residence, Zhou Chun, upon learning of the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill from Su Yuzhen, was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply to express his thanks. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're too kind. This was nothing more than a small favor. You don't deserve such praise. Su Yuzhen smiled slightly, not taking credit for anything. Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this, but he nodded without saying anything more. Now that they knew 10,000 battle merits could be exchanged for a mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, the Zhou family naturally needed to prepare in advance. No one in the Zhou family could produce 10,000 battle merits alone. However, the combined battle merits of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei already exceeded 10,000. So the two immediately went to King Lian Temple together and transferred Zhou Daowei's battle merits to Zhou Ming, making it 10,000 points. Time passed slowly, and soon another half a year had gone by. More than 4 years after the war ended, the three major sects finally announced the list of treasures that could be exchanged for battle merits. Just as the Zhou family had learned beforehand, the three major sects released a total of 10 mysterious heart purple return pills that could assist cultivators in opening their purple mansion, priced at 10,000 battle merits each. This was also the most precious item on the treasure list. In addition to the mysterious heart purple return pills, the three major sects also released 100 foundation establishment pills, each priced at 1,000 battle merits, with each cultivation family limited to a maximum of 2. Of course, 100 foundation establishment pills were far from enough to meet the needs of so many cultivation families and independent cultivators in Jing Kingdom. Therefore, in addition to foundation establishment pills, about 200 to 300 other foundation building spiritual items, such as spirit ascension fruits and yuan foundation fruits, were also released, each requiring 300 to 500 battle merits. In addition, a considerable number of elixirs for enhancing the magical power of cultivators in the Purple Mansion stage and Foundation Establishment stage were also released. Meanwhile, the three major sects also offered many high-quality magical artifacts and talismans for exchange. Since battle merits could only be exchanged with the three major sects, the various cultivation families had few other options. Regardless of whether the exchanged items were satisfactory, they had to try their best to spend them. The Zhou family acted very quickly. As soon as the treasure list was released, Zhou Ming immediately went to the Green Lotus Temple and successfully seized the mysterious heart purple returning pill. Zhou Chun, who arrived shortly after, also exchanged 2 foundation establishment pills on behalf of the family. After exchanging the 3 most important elixirs, all the elders of the Zhou family who still had battle merits began an exchange campaign, exchanging their merits for various pills, magical artifacts, and talismans. In less than 7 days, more than 80% of the items prepared by the 3 major sects over several years were exchanged. At this time, those families who had obtained good items began to arrange for people to consume them. Take the Zhou family as an example. After Zhou Ming brought back the mysterious heart purple rejuvenation pill, Zhou Chun took the pill and the previously acquired ghost face soul mushroom to his secluded cultivation chamber to begin his closed-door cultivation to open his purple mansion. Meanwhile, the 2 foundation establishment pills he had exchanged also caused quite a stir within the Zhou family. They already knew there was 1 more foundation establishment pill yet to be chosen, and now with 2 more, how could the Zhou family cultivators still in the key refining stage not be restless? Many Zhou family cultivators who met the foundation establishment requirements but couldn't gather the required 5,000 family merit points openly or secretly approached Zhou Chun, trying to get the family to make an exception and give them a chance. But in Zhou Chun's view, 5,000 family merit points was already a very low requirement. And they were even allowed to borrow merit points from each other. If they couldn't even gather that, it only meant they hadn't contributed enough to the family. Therefore, no matter how many people came to plead, he insisted on this standard and wouldn't change it. However, to appease his clansmen, Zhou Chun also implemented some new policies. First, he introduced a new birth subsidy policy. Any Zhou family cultivator who gave birth to a child with spiritual root aptitude would receive a merit reward based on the child's spiritual root aptitude, and an additional merit subsidy would be given annually until the child reached adulthood. According to this standard, even giving birth to a child with low-grade spiritual root aptitude would earn a one-time merit reward of 200 points, followed by an annual subsidy of 30 points for the next 18 years. Based on this calculation, any Zhou family cultivator who was capable enough to give birth to 10 children with spiritual root aptitude could accumulate 5,000 to 6,000 merit points over 18 years, even without doing anything else, directly becoming a foundation establishment seed for the family. This unprecedentedly generous birth subsidy shocked the entire Zhou family. Many Zhou family cultivators in their 60s and 70s were tempted by this incredibly generous subsidy and considered giving it a shot. After all, childbirth is primarily the hardship for women. If these men were a little more diligent and found more people to conceive, having 10 or 8 children a year wouldn't be difficult. This was also Zhou Chun's intention in launching this super fertility subsidy. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that these older family cultivators could still conceive, allowing them to contribute to the family one last time, and also to let them see the family they had fought for their entire lives continue in their descendants' hands. In addition to the super fertility subsidy, Zhou Chun also optimized some of the original family-related task rewards, increased the merit rewards for some outings, and released many new outings for experienced family cultivators to guide inexperienced ones. The effect of this was quite obvious. In less than half a year, more than a dozen members of the Zhou family had taken concubines, some even taking concubines several times in a row, and there were even cases of taking 7 or 8 concubines at once. At the same time, many young Zhou family cultivators, led by the family elders, left the mountain gate and began to truly come into contact with and understand this cultivation world. On this day, a long wolf howl suddenly rang out from Pagoda Peak, and the sound quickly spread throughout the entire Zhou family mountain gate. It turned out that Zhou Ming's spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, had successfully advanced to a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon beast after refining the mid-grade 3rd-tier demon caller. The fire god Jackal's successful advancement was naturally a great joy for the Zhou family. Since the establishment of the Zhou family, this demon beast had made great contributions. Now, seeing its successful advancement, both its master Zhou Ming and the Zhou family cultivators like Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun were genuinely happy for it. And good things come in pairs. Less than 2 months after the fire god Jackal's breakthrough, Zhou Chun's spirit pet, the silver lightning python Bye-Bye, also successfully broke through to a mid-grade 2nd-tier demon beast, its cultivation once again catching up with its master. Having become a mid-grade 2nd-tier demon beast, the silver lightning python Bye-Bye's strength had greatly increased. If it were to transform into a thunder flood dragon, ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivators would be no match for it. Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Su Yuzhen, who had cultivated top-tier techniques, might not be able to defeat it decisively. At this point, with the Purple Mansion stage cultivators not intervening, Zhou Chun had already firmly established himself as one of the strongest in the foundation establishment stage. Good fortune seemed to be constantly favoring the Zhou family. Just as Zhou Chun was rejoicing over his spirit pet's breakthrough, more good news came from the Zhou family's beast sanctuary. After 4 or 5 years of training, the dragon-scaled horses plundered from the White Dragon Branch altar had finally produced pregnant mares. The presence of pregnant mares in the herd indicated that the dragon-scaled horses had truly adapted to life within the Zhou family's mountain gate and had developed trust in the Zhou family cultivators who trained and cared for them, thus beginning to reproduce. This also meant that the Zhou family had now truly possessed this new mode of transportation. First update, one more before midnight. Chapter 273 Talent and Talent. Spring has come again. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun stepped out of the ancestral hall, his gaze fixed on the lush trees and flowers, his mood as bright and cheerful as ever. This was the 7th year since the war with the dragon transformation sect ended. In the 6 years since the war, the Zhou family had, as expected, experienced rapid development. The war merits and spoils had greatly benefited the vast majority of Zhou family cultivators. In just 6 years, the average cultivation level of Zhou family cultivators below the foundation establishment stage had increased by 2 levels. Some Zhou family cultivators with initially lower cultivation levels had broken through 3 or 4 times in 6 years due to the ample supply of elixirs. For example, Zhou's Hongayong's son, Zhou Xinlan, was not yet 20 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the key refining stage, significantly stronger than Zhou Chun had been at the time. The emergence of these younger generations greatly increased the number of capable people under Zhou Chun's command, and he no longer needed to rack his brains to figure out how to utilize every single person's strength. Moreover, thanks to the newly implemented super fertility subsidy policy, Zhou Chun now receives good news from his clansmen every few months, informing him of who has given birth to a son or daughter with spiritual root aptitude. At the same time, the population of demonic beasts tamed in the Zhou family's beast garden is expanding year after year. Thanks to the large number of demonic beast carcasses previously stockpiled by the Zhou family, and with ample food supplies for the spirit beasts, many of the Zhou family's tamed demonic beasts have accelerated their breeding frequency, and some have even broken through a minor cultivation level. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun receives reports almost every few days about who has improved their cultivation, who has given birth to a good son, and which type of demonic beast has given birth. Naturally, all of this makes him, the clan leader, happy. Everything is developing in a positive direction. As long as this continues, the Zhou family's strength and foundation will steadily grow stronger. On this day, Zhou Chun, at the invitation of honorary elder Lin Weiner, went to inspect the family's elite assassin camp. Over the years, the Zhou family has never stopped recruiting these household servants and assassins. Currently, there are as many as 46 cultivators undergoing training at the Zhou family's assassin camp. The highest ranking among them is at the 6th level of the key refining stage, and there are 3 at the mid-stage of key refining. Their ages also vary, some over 20 years old, while others are only 8 or 9. Zhou Chun rarely visits this assassin camp, but he is responsible for allocating the supplies there. Upon entering the camp, he quickly met Lin Weiner, the person in charge. Elder Lin, what brings you here today? Zhou Chun's gaze swept over Lin Weiner's pretty face, and he quickly asked with a smile. I invited the clan leader here today to show him my achievements over the past few years, Lin Weiner answered Zhou Chun's question calmly. Then, she said to a young man behind her, Sufu, you may begin. Yes, Commander, a thin young man in green robes replied respectfully, then moved swiftly and gracefully, appearing on the training ground dozens of feet away. At this moment, Lin Weiner reached into a spirit beast pouch at her waist and released a comatose black giant leopard demon beast. Zhou Chun immediately recognized it as a first-tier high-grade demon beast, the Black Wind Leopard. After releasing the Black Wind Leopard, Lin Weiner immediately used her magic to awaken it. Whoosh, the newly awakened Black Wind Leopard was still somewhat dazed, only letting out a series of low growls. But at this moment, Sufu on the training ground had already raised his hand, forming a hand seal, and swung out a green wind blade towards the Black Wind Leopard. This immediately enraged the Black Wind Leopard. It nimbly leaped several meters high, dodging the attack of the azure wind blades. Then, like a black whirlwind, it pounced on Sufu. Facing the attack of this first-tier high-grade demon beast, Sufu, who was only at the 6th level of the key refining stage, showed no fear. He raised his hand and tapped his storage pouch at his waist, and a black iron shield magic weapon flew out, swirling around him. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and a bluish-black arrow magic weapon shot towards the charging black wind leopard. The arrow pierced the air, but the black wind leopard opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of bluish-black energy, forcibly deflecting the arrow aside. The black wind leopard's swiftly moving body quickly reached Sufu's side, and its claws slammed down on the young man. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the black iron shield protecting the young man was knocked away by a single claw. Just as the black wind leopard regained its footing and prepared to launch another attack, the young man in front of it suddenly moved, charging towards it. A flash of azure light appeared, and the young man's right claw slashed across the horrified black wind leopard's cheek, leaving a bloody claw mark on its left cheek and half an ear. Roar! The pain of disfigurement and severed ear instantly caused the black wind leopard's eyes to bloodshot as it roared furiously. It swiftly turned and unleashed a series of azure black wind blades at the young man. Then, enveloped in azure black spiritual light, it lunged at him with even greater speed than before. However, the young man was incredibly agile. Surrounded by a gentle breeze, his body moved as lightly as a feather, dodging and weaving through the air and ground, perfectly avoiding not only the black wind leopard's wind blades but also its close-range pounds. After dodging the black wind leopard's repeated attacks like a matador, the young man seized an opportunity and flicked his wrist. The dark blue-green arrow artifact, which he had seemingly retrieved at some point, shot out and pierced the leopard's right eye. Having already lost its left ear and now its right eye, the black wind leopard was completely enraged. It glared fiercely at the young man with its remaining left eye, chasing him like a mad dog, lunging and biting, trying to tear the human who had crippled it to pieces. But each time it fell just short, its claws only managing to shatter the young man's illusions. Gradually, its face stained red with blood, its strength waned due to blood loss, and its speed slowed. That slight delay quickly led to its demise. As it missed its target again, the youth who had been dodging its attacks suddenly leaped onto its back, his claws plunging deep into its neck, tearing apart its carotid artery and trachea. Boom! With a thud, the black wind leopard's body crashed to the ground, convulsing violently. Hot blood gushed from its neck wound and mouth, quickly staining the ground crimson. The culprit, however, had used the impact of the fall to propel himself high into the air, gently landing on the ground like a falling feather. Clap clap clap, applause erupted from the sidelines. Zhou Chun clapped his hands, his face showing surprise as he praised the youth in the arena. A truly magnificent battle. A victory against overwhelming odds, and without even the aid of powerful magical artifacts or talismans. Such a performance is truly astonishing. His praise was entirely heartfelt. If Zhou Chun hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Sufu, with only a 6th level key refining cultivation, could achieve such a feat. Just as he had said, none of the 3 magical artifacts Sufu used in that battle were high-grade first-tier artifacts. Furthermore, he hadn't used any magic talismans at all. From beginning to end, Sufu only used 3 mid-grade first-tier artifacts, a black iron shield for initial defense, a bluish-black arrow, and a pair of boots he wore. With just these 3 mid-grade first-tier artifacts, plus the first level of the dragon transformation secret technique, Sufu had managed to defeat a stronger opponent, single-handedly killing a high-grade first-tier demonic beast, the black wind leopard, with only a mid-level key refining cultivation. This achievement truly astonished Zhou Chun. At least he himself could never have done it. Faced with Zhou Chun's praise, Sufu immediately knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "Thank you for the praise, clan chief. I was able to do this entirely because of the cultivation and guidance of the commander. I have taught everyone here, but currently only you have achieved this, so you don't need to be modest about your abilities," Lin Weiner said, glancing at Zhou Chun. "Clan chief, you have seen it yourself. Sufu's current strength is such that even ordinary first-tier high-grade demonic beasts and late-stage key refining cultivators might not be his match. This training camp is almost full, Elder Lin." "What do you mean?" Zhou Chun looked at Lin Weiner, somewhat confused. "If the clan chief allows, I would like him to go out into the cultivation world to gain more life experience, so that he doesn't end up with great skills but suffer setbacks due to lack of understanding of human relationships." Lin Weiner met Zhou Chun's gaze and spoke her plan in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately frowned. Although never explicitly stated, the Zhou family's initial intention in training these servant assassins wasn't to have them kill for the family, but rather to equip them for future resource-gathering missions in the wilderness. Therefore, The primary skill these individuals learned in the assassin camp, outside of combat, was identifying various spiritual resources. Their definition was warrior and gatherer. Learning how to interact with other cultivators wasn't part of the Zhou family's plan. After all, these people might never have the opportunity to contact outside cultivators before they died. While these things weren't explicitly mentioned, Lin Weiner, with her intelligence, should have been able to discern them. Elder Lin, are you taking a liking to this talent? Zhou Chun asked Lin Weiner telepathically. Sort of. This lad not only possesses outstanding spiritual root aptitude but is also extremely intelligent and quick-witted. I have high hopes for his future achievements. Lin Weiner nodded slightly, acknowledging her appreciation for his talent. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ponder. After all, Lin Weiner was an honorary elder of the Zhou family, and this was the first time she had offered advice since joining the family. Zhou Chun certainly couldn't easily dismiss the idea. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Chun finally nodded slightly and said, "All right, since Elder Lin values this lad so much, then allow him to travel for 3 years. Elder Lin, you can arrange everything yourself." Lin Weiner breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and immediately called out to Sufu. "Sufu, you heard that too?" Quickly thanked the clan leader. Hearing her words, Sufu immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "This subordinate thanks the clan leader for her mercy and thanks the commander for his high regard." Seeing this, Zhou Chun stepped forward and personally helped him up, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. With your talent, as long as you dedicate yourself to serving the Zhou family, reaching the foundation establishment stage will be no difficult task." After saying this, he nodded to Lin Weiner and left. A few days later, under Lin Weiner's arrangement, Su Fu left the Zhou family's mountain gate and was taken by an intelligence cultivator she had arranged to venture into the cultivation world for training. For Zhou Chun, even if Su Fu was exceptionally talented, he was still an outsider and not worthy of his attention. He was more concerned with the younger generation of his own clan. These people might not be as talented as Su Fu, but they were the Zhou family's true confidants. Currently, Zhou Chun was focusing on 3 younger members of the Zhou family, Zhou Xinlin, Zhou Xindi, and Zhou Zinti. Zhou Xinlin was Zhou's Hengyang's son and had always been well taken care of by Zhou Chun. Half a year ago, he had even shown considerable talent in alchemy and was currently studying alchemy under Zhou Xingin at Baiao Peak. Zhou Xindi was someone Zhou Chun had brought back from Fen Kingdom. Because of her 3-yin body, Zhou Chun had paid her considerable attention. Recently, he had discovered that she was quite interested in the Dao of formations and seemed to have some talent in this area. Zhou Chun had already granted her special permission to study some of the formation works left by the late second elder, Zhou Chongshan. As for Zhou Zinti, this younger generation had not originally been valued by Zhou Chun. However, just over a year ago, at the age of 17, he had crafted a rudimentary magical artifact. Although it was merely a rudimentary magic artifact that could barely be considered a low-grade first-tier artifact, considering that Zhou Zinti forged it after only 15 failed attempts, his talent for crafting was quite remarkable. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun felt as if he had struck gold. Therefore, after witnessing Zhou Zinti's creation firsthand, he decided to groom this junior as the Zhou family's future chief artifact crafter. He not only granted him a large quantity of crafting materials but also allowed him to contract a newly born Crimson Flame Vajra monkey to facilitate his future crafting endeavors. It's important to understand that while the Crimson Flame Vajra monkeys had successfully reproduced within the Zhou family, their numbers had remained stagnant. To date, the Zhou family possessed only 6 Crimson Flame Vajra monkeys in total. In short, Zhou Chun was never stingy with his investment in those Zhou family juniors who truly possess potential for cultivation. Second update today. I'll try to continue with 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 274 Something Strange, 3 purple mansions in one family. A joyous occasion puts one in high spirits. The series of happy events that occurred in the Zhou family kept Zhou Chun, the clan leader, in a state of high spirits. He smiled far more often in the past few years than before. In his good mood, he almost forgot about another worry. Until that matter came knocking again. One day, Zhou Chun, who had returned to his residence to rest, was suddenly invited into Su Yuzhen's room. Inside, Su Yuzhen made Zhou Chun a cup of tea and then looked at him, saying, "Judging by the time, it's been 2 years since I, Yuzhen, came to the Zhou family. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou is now ready?" Zhou Chun was taken aback at first, then quickly understood what Su Yuzhen meant by ready. To be honest, if Su Yuzhen hadn't brought it up now, he might have completely forgotten about it. Perhaps it was the effect of time, but now, recalling this matter, he no longer felt much resistance. Perhaps it was because of these 2 years of interaction that he discovered he didn't actually feel any aversion or dislike towards Su Yuzhen. Time truly is a great healer. Things that are important to us at a certain time may lose their significance after some time has passed. Anyway, after taking a sip of tea, Zhou Chun calmly nodded to Su Yuzhen and said, "I have no problem with that. Miss Su, when would you like to begin?" 7 days from now. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can use these few days to hand over family affairs. You might also need to go into seclusion for a month or two. Su Yuzhen looked at Zhou Chun and softly stated the specific start time. "I understand," Zhou Chun replied, downed the remaining tea in his cup, and left the room. 7 days passed quickly. On this day, after arranging everything, Zhou Chun returned to his courtyard and activated the formation to hang up the seclusion sign. Inside the room, Su Yuzhen was already prepared. When Zhou Chun entered the room with slightly complicated feelings, he saw Su Yuzhen had already undressed and was lying on the bed, her eyes closed as if asleep. Upon seeing this, his breath caught in his throat. Then, gritting his teeth, he strode towards the bed. In matters of the bedroom, Su Yuzhen was undoubtedly a complete novice, entirely stuck on theoretical concepts. However, under Zhou Chun's guidance and once she truly entered the mood, she immediately took the initiative. This was because the Su Nuzhuan Guang she cultivated was essentially a dual cultivation technique. During the dual cultivation, she instinctively activated this technique, seizing control. Throughout the entire process, she was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing Zhou Chun's magical power. Strangely enough, Zhou Chun's domineering and fierce golden-soaked magical power, which Shivan he himself had initially found extremely difficult to withstand, was easily absorbed by Su Yuzhen without causing her any harm. And after circulating within her body and returning to Zhou Chun's body, this magical power was even purer and more refined. This discovery greatly surprised Zhou Chun, and he completely dispelled his worries. Over the next 3 months, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen practiced dual cultivation more than 10 times. Both benefited greatly from this process. Su Yuzhen, as the dominant participant, had already raised her cultivation level to the late foundation establishment stage after receiving nourishment from Zhou Chun's pure metal elemental magic power. Zhou Chun, having received her primordial yin energy through dual cultivation, also saw some progress in his cultivation. The effects of 3 months of cultivation were almost equivalent to 3 years of normal cultivation. On this day, after another dual cultivation session, Su Yuzhen took her leave after each meditating. She brushed aside her loose hair, tidied it, and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Thank you for your help these past few days, fellow Taoist Zhou. My cultivation is now complete. I must return to my family to attempt to open my purple mansion." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was taken aback. Then, looking at the female cultivator he had cultivated with more than 10 times, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. Finally, he only sighed softly. "Then I wish Miss Su all her wishes fulfilled and swift success." With that, he got up and left the room. Not long after, the sound of Su Yuzhen leaving the courtyard reached Zhou Chun's ears in the master bedroom. He stood by the window, watching the departing figure, his mind filled with the intimate scenes of the past 3 months. For some reason, even though he had no feelings for Su Yuzhen, when they were alone in the room, he couldn't help but want to do something with her. Something strange, very strange. Zhou Chun calmed himself, feeling that this was very strange, and that he might have unknowingly fallen into a trap. But no matter how he checked himself, he found nothing unusual. Moreover, although he was somewhat immersed in the enjoyment during their cultivation sessions, he had never completely let his guard down. If Su Yuzhen had used some trick on him at that time, he couldn't possibly have been completely unaware. Zhou Chun was quite confident in his divine sense and will. After pondering for a long time without finding a solution, he temporarily suppressed the strange thought and returned to normal life. Not long after, another member of the Zhou family collected 5,000 points of family merit and successfully exchanged a foundation establishment pill from Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun recognized this member. It was Zhou Jiafei, the Jia generation cultivator who had led him back to the Zhou family. Zhou Jiafei was now over 60 years old. To collect the 5,000 points of family merit, he had begged and pleaded everywhere, even taking concubines and fathering 6 or 7 children. After receiving the Foundation Establishment Pill from Zhou Chun, he didn't wait a moment longer and quickly entered the secluded cultivation chamber on Pagoda Peak. However, perhaps this excessive eagerness led to his downfall. More than 3 months later, he emerged from the secluded cultivation chamber, his face ashen with despair, having failed to achieve Foundation establishment. Zhou Jiafei wasn't the first in the Zhou family to fail after taking a Foundation Establishment Pill. However, he was the first person to fail at Foundation Establishment after borrowing money to exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills. This failure not only meant that he would almost never have another chance to succeed in Foundation Establishment in his life, but he would also have to desperately repay the debt in the years to come. The path of cultivation is like this: many times it is a step to heaven and a step to hell. Only those who succeed all the time can go far on this path. Zhou Jiafei's failure quickly became a negative example to warn others, making those Zhou family cultivators who desperately wanted to use good deeds to exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills think calmly about the consequences of failure. If they failed, they would truly never be able to recover for the rest of their lives. Not long after Zhou Jiafei's failure, Zhou Chun's third spirit pet, the Golden Winged Tiger, also reached a critical point of advancement. The Golden Winged Tiger was originally a mid-level demon beast, and there were no obstacles to breaking through from the first to the second level. Therefore, after it had accumulated enough, Zhou Chun fitted the 700-year-old golden ginseng he had bought to help it advance. Perhaps the golden ginseng was too potent, or perhaps the Golden Winged Tiger itself had accumulated enough strength. After consuming the golden ginseng, it successfully advanced to a second-tier low-grade demon beast in less than 4 months. Only after advancing to a second-tier demon beast did the Golden Winged Tiger's powerful talent truly manifest itself. At this time, the Golden Winged Tiger was over 4 zang long from head to tail, with a wingspan exceeding 2 zang, its size suddenly surging beyond that of the Golden Armored Rock Turtle, becoming Zhou Chun's #1 spirit pet. Of course, it wasn't just its size that increased dramatically, but also its strength. As a naturally mutated species with both metal and wind attributes, the Golden Winged Tiger, after advancing to a second-tier demon beast, mastered the most second-tier spells among Zhou Chun's 3 spirit pets. Among these were second-tier wind spells such as Storm-tier Bullet, Hurricane Barrier, Wind Wing Technique, and Killing Wind, and second-tier metal spells such as Armor-splitting Golden Light, Armor-piercing Golden Needle, and Golden Light Roar Bullet. With these as many as 7 second-tier spells, the Golden Winged Tiger, shortly after its breakthrough, caught up in strength with the Golden Armored Rock Turtle, which had broken through almost 10 years earlier. Furthermore, in a one-on-one battle, it defeated the Vajra Spirit Monkey, which Zhou Chun had summoned as a sparring partner. This performance delighted its master, Zhou Chun, who felt that the beating he had suffered at the Dragon Transformation Sect had not been in vain. With his Foundation Establishment cultivation, Zhou Chun, single-handedly controlling 3 second-tier demonic beasts, became the first person in the Zhou family in 500 years. In the past 500 years, only he had achieved this feat. At this point, excluding the 2 elders of the family, Zhou Chun had become the best in the Zhou family in terms of beast breeding. Good things come in pairs. Just 2 months after the Golden Winged Tiger broke through to the second tier, Zhou Daoquan, who had been in seclusion for several years, also emerged successfully. With the assistance of the mysterious heart purple returning pill and the ghost face soul mushroom, Zhou Daoquan successfully opened his purple mansion, becoming the 3rd purple mansion cultivator in the Zhou family. With 3 purple mansion cultivators in one family, the Zhou family finally regained its former glory as a golden core aristocratic family. Congratulations, 3rd elder, on opening your purple mansion. A golden core is within reach. On Flying Stone Peak, Zhou Chun, having received the news, rushed over and, upon seeing Zhou Daoquan, who had already reached the purple mansion stage, immediately offered his heartfelt congratulations. He and 3rd elder Zhou Daoquan had a deep connection. It was with 3rd elder Zhou Daoquan's help that he obtained such an excellent spirit pet as the Silver Lightning Python. Later, to ensure his smooth transition to cultivating the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, 3rd elder Zhou Daoquan accompanied and escorted him on several long journeys. Therefore, seeing Zhou Daoquan successfully open his purple mansion, Zhou Chun was genuinely happy for him, even from a personal perspective. Faced with Zhou Chun's congratulations, Zhou Daoquan, while happy, repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Clan leader, you flatter me. Being able to open my purple mansion in this life is already my wish fulfilled. As for forming a golden core, I have never dared to even think about it." Zhou Daowei had once told Zhou Chun that even for cultivators from immortal cultivation families like theirs, opening their purple mansion in this life was already a complete achievement. As for the golden core stage, most people only dared to dream about it, no one believed they could actually achieve it. Although Zhou Daoquan had successfully opened his purple mansion, he still hadn't dared to even consider forming his golden core. Of course, Zhou Chun was just saying this as a good omen. He didn't actually believe Zhou Daoquan had the potential to reach the golden core stage. Seeing Zhou Daoquan say this, he smiled and changed the subject. Next, one by one, the Zhou family elders who had heard the news came to congratulate Zhou Daoquan. Finally, the two supreme elders of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai, also arrived. After this round of congratulations, Zhou Ming immediately proposed, "Daoquan's successful opening of his purple mansion is the most celebratory event for our Zhou family in recent years. We should hold a special purple mansion celebration for him, inviting guests from all directions to congratulate him and enhance the prestige of our Zhou family." The supreme elder is absolutely right. Such a joyous occasion should indeed be announced to all corners of the world to enhance the family's prestige. Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, being the first to respond to Zhou Ming's proposal. For a cultivation family, a cultivator at the purple mansion stage is the pinnacle of power. Having another pillar of the family like this is no small feat, and celebrations are certainly in order. However, Zhou Daoquan declined, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? When Brother Daoai successfully opened his purple mansion, the family didn't even hold a celebration for him. How can we do this for me?" In terms of age, Zhou Daoquan was more than 10 years older than Zhou Daoai, making him the second most senior member of the Zhou family. Now that both were at the purple mansion stage, he addressed him as brother quite naturally, without any psychological burden. Hearing this, Zhou Daoai smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Daoquan, there's no need for that. My circumstances were special back then, and I had no choice." Then, his expression turned serious, and he looked at Zhou Daoquan earnestly, saying, "Besides, this purple mansion celebration is nominally for you, Brother Daoquan, but in reality, it's to enhance the prestige of our Zhou family, so it cannot be cancelled." Daoai is right. Daoquan, don't refuse anymore. Let's settle this. Zhou Ming spoke again, making the decision in a deep voice. Hearing their words, Zhou Daoquan couldn't insist any further and could only agree. At this moment, Zhou Ming patted his storage bag at his waist and took out an item. It was a white demon beast egg with dark red patterns. This blood flame dragon python egg was obtained on the battlefield. Now that you have successfully opened your purple mansion, Daoquan, this is yours to cultivate, Zhou Ming said, handing the demon beast egg to Zhou Daoquan. Actually, when Zhou Ming returned to the family and learned of the death of Zhou Daoquan's spirit pet, the earth armor bear, he had considered having Zhou Daoquan hatch the demon beast egg. However, considering Zhou Daoquan's advanced age and his preparation to break through to the purple mansion realm, Zhou Ming held back. After all, if Zhou Daoquan failed to break through to the purple mansion realm, he might only have 30 or 40 years left to live, making it somewhat wasteful for him to hatch the blood flame dragon python egg. Now that Zhou Daoquan had lived up to expectations and successfully opened his purple mansion realm, it was most suitable for him to hatch and nurture the blood flame dragon python egg. Zhou Daoquan was unaware of all this. When he saw the intermediate level demon beast egg he had longed for appear before him, he was both surprised and delighted. He murmured, "Is this really for me? Besides you, Daoquan, no one in the family is more suitable to nurture it," Zhou Ming said with a smile, placing the demon beast egg in Zhou Daoquan's hand. This time, facing something he truly liked and cared about, Zhou Daoquan didn't stand on ceremony. He held the monster egg in both hands and nodded vigorously, saying, "Please rest assured, Elder, this junior will definitely nurture it with all my heart. I'm having some writer's block. I don't know how to connect the subsequent plot. There's a buffer period between the plot I've envisioned and what I'm writing now, and I haven't figured out how to transition between them, so it's very difficult to write. Only one update today." Chapter 275 The Traitors. The Zhou family gained another new purple mansion cultivator. When news of Zhou Daoquan's successful purple mansion cultivation spread, accompanied by invitations sent out by the Zhou family, it brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Families with close ties to the Zhou family, such as the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley and the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, while envious, were mostly happy. After all, the Zhou family was known for its righteousness, and the stronger the Zhou family, the more secure these allies felt. However, those families with little or no connection to the Zhou family, or even those who were enemies, were filled with worry and regret upon learning of this. Had they known the Zhou family's potential was so astonishing, they would have at least tried to befriend them, rather than making enemies. But offering help in times of need is precious precisely because very few people would do such a thing. Now that the Zhou family had overcome their difficulties and ushered in spring, trying to befriend them now would only be adding insult to injury. Even so, many forces still decided to prepare generous gifts to add a touch of glory to the Zhou family's grand event. Adding flowers to brocade might not guarantee a lasting impression, but it will at least leave a trace. If one needs anything from the Zhou family in the future, this will serve as a token of goodwill. However, if even this small act of kindness is overlooked, then one will have nowhere to turn for help in the future. On the day the celebration began, the Zhou family's mountain gate was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, and festive red ribbons fluttered from the trees, creating a vibrant and eye-catching scene. The Zhou family hadn't been this lively in a long time. To ensure everyone could enjoy the festivities, Zhou Chun even used family property to distribute 20 spirit coins as a red envelope to each member. Naturally, the ordinary Zhou family cultivators were delighted to receive a windfall from Zhou Daoquan's Purple Mansion celebration. They carried out the family's assigned tasks with smiles on their faces. When Wang Xixian, representing the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, arrived at the Zhou family, he secretly envied the smiles on the faces of the Zhou family cultivators, welcoming guests inside and outside the mountain gate. He hadn't seen such a genuine smile on the faces of his clansmen for a long time. Since the loss of several Foundation establishment elders in the southern expedition, and dozens more in the Beast Tide, none of the remaining members of the Wang family had truly laughed. Although, thanks to the Foundation establishment pills earned from battle merits, 2 members of the Wang family had successfully achieved Foundation establishment in recent years. Apart from those 2, the rest of the Wang family members found it difficult to truly be happy. Wang Xixian had thought that only time could heal them and help them forget their pain and emerge from the shadows. But now it seemed there were other ways. Wang Xixian, the patriarch of the Red Medicine Valley Wang family, on behalf of the Wang family, respectfully presents a spirit ginseng to congratulate Elder Zhou Daoquan on the opening of his Purple Mansion and wishing him longevity and good fortune. On Pagoda Peak, Wang Xixian respectfully bowed to Zhou Daoquan and offered his congratulatory gift. Fellow Taoist Wang, you're too kind. The Wang family and the Zhou family have a long-standing friendship, having gone through thick and thin together. Your presence alone is already an honor for me. There's no need for such a lavish gift. Zhou Daoquan opened the gift box, glanced at it, and was slightly surprised. He quickly rose politely and returned the greeting with a cupped hand. It turned out that the ginseng Wang Xixian had presented was no ordinary ginseng. It was a very rare 600-year-old crimson blood ginseng. This crimson blood ginseng was a highly potent tonic. Even taken raw, it greatly replenished vital energy and was an excellent medicine for healing. To be honest, given the relationship between the Wang and Zhou families, Wang Xixian really didn't need to present such a lavish gift. However, since the gift had already been given, Zhou Daoquan certainly had no reason to return it, and could only accept it with a smile. And Wang Xixian was certainly not the first to present such a generous gift. For this Purple Mansion celebration, the Zhou family had sent invitations to most of the cultivation families in Lanzhou, and even the Su family of Jiangshao had sent a special invitation. With invitations being sent out so widely, many forces that received invitations from the Zhou family for the first time prepared substantial gifts. Thus, when the celebration began, Zhou Chun tallied the attendance and found that a total of 17 cultivation families had come to the Zhou family for this Purple Mansion celebration. He remembered that a total of 21 invitations had been sent out. This meant that only 4 families had not sent anyone. Zhou Chun silently noted down these 4 families who hadn't sent anyone. This perfectly illustrated a proverb: those who send gifts may not be remembered by the host family, but those who don't send gifts are certainly remembered. When the time was almost right, Zhou Chun stepped forward to the stage, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to the seated guests and clansmen, and began his address. Distinguished guests, esteemed clansmen, We gather here today to celebrate the great advancement in cultivation of Elder Zhou Chun of the Zhou family, the opening of his purple mansion. Elder Zhou Chun is a meritorious elder of the Zhou family, having rendered outstanding service to the family on numerous occasions. He is a man of high moral character, always willing to mentor younger generations, and has always been deeply respected and appreciated by us, the younger generation of cultivators. Today is a joyous day for Elder Zhou Chun, and also a joyous day for the Zhou family. As the head of the Zhou family, I, on behalf of myself and the family, wish Elder Zhou Chun a smooth path in his cultivation and abundant blessings. Having finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, who sat at the head of the table, and offered his congratulations. Following his lead, the other guests took turns rising to offer their congratulations to Zhou Chun, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. After this necessary set of rituals was completed, everyone relaxed and began to drink and eat, truly enjoying the celebration. Many cultivators usually cultivate alone, often subsisting on fasting pills, so opportunities for such group meals are rare. Therefore, during the celebration, everyone was less reserved and took advantage of this rare opportunity to let loose and reward themselves. After a feast, the celebration concluded in a joyful atmosphere. But for the Zhou family, the end of the celebration was merely the beginning of their rise. With 3 members holding purple mansions, the Zhou family's meteoric rise was undeniable. Anyone who paid attention to the Zhou family knew that unless they encountered any major setbacks, they were destined for continued success. Seeing the Zhou family's ever-improving fortunes, some people began to have designs on them. One day, Zhou Chun, an elder of the Zhou family, suddenly approached Zhou Chun, saying he wanted to take him to meet someone. Trusting the family elder, Zhou Chun didn't ask any further questions and quickly left the family's mountain gate with him, arriving at a small town 100 miles away where ordinary members of the Zhou family lived. In a courtyard in this town, Zhou Chun met another foundation establishment cultivator. It was an old woman with mid-foundation establishment cultivation, her hair already silver, and her face lined with wrinkles resembling fishtails. She looked quite old. Zhou Chun was puzzled upon seeing the old woman, wondering why Zhou Chun had brought him to see this person. Unexpectedly, after a brief glance, the old woman sighed softly. "Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Decades have passed, but little Chuner hasn't changed much from how he looked back then, still so young and handsome." From her words, it was clear she recognized Zhou Chun. But looking at the old woman, Zhou Chun couldn't recall ever seeing her before. So he could only turn to Zhou Chun beside him and ask, 13th Aunt, who is this? Hearing this, Zhou Chun was also slightly taken aback, and then did not rush to answer him, but hurriedly explained to the old woman, who was a little embarrassed after being snubbed, "Aunt Yu, please don't be offended. When we separated back then, Zhangchen was still young and didn't see you many times." As she spoke, she transmitted her voice to Zhou Chun. "This is Aunt Zhou Yu. She aged so quickly because she used a forbidden technique that depleted her lifespan." "Aunt Zhou Yu?" A look of realization flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he instantly remembered the old woman's background. It turned out that this silver-haired old woman was also a member of the Zhou family, but when the Zhou family split up, she went to the Spirit Beast Manor with her Taoist partner. According to seniority, this silver-haired old woman was of Zhou Daoi's generation, and was a few years older than Zhou Chun. Having recalled all this, Zhou Chun roughly understood the silver-haired old woman's intention in inviting him here through Zhou Chun. He immediately bowed to her, saying, "So it's grandmother. I was rude earlier, I apologize." The silver-haired old woman's embarrassment eased somewhat, and she smiled, replying, "Little Chun, you're too kind. Ignorance is no excuse. We haven't seen each other for decades. It's normal that you didn't remember me for a moment. Thank you for your understanding, grandmother. But if you wanted to see me, why didn't you go inside the Zhou family's mountain gate? If the elders knew you were coming, they would surely be happy to come out and meet you," Zhou Chun asked, feigning ignorance. Hearing this, the silver-haired old woman's smile froze, and her expression became very unnatural. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou Chun, only to find Zhou Chun's head bowed, avoiding her gaze. Clearly, inviting Zhou Chun out was the best Zhou Chun could do. This made her sigh inwardly. Once upon a time, she had been Zhou Chun's closest elder, but now, after only a few decades of no contact, the girl who used to call her aunt was now avoiding her like the plague. But sighing aside, she knew times had changed, and she no longer had the right to act like an elder. If she continued to act like one, even this last vestige of affection would dissipate. Therefore, after adjusting her mindset slightly, she looked at Zhou Chun and slowly said, "Little Chun, you are a smart child. Otherwise, Dao Yi and the others wouldn't have chosen you to be the patriarch of the Zhou family. I think you already know why I invited you here to meet. That's right. Now it seems that we made a mistake when we divided the family. Senior Yu's idea was too wishful thinking and had no chance of being realized. Now that Senior Yu is in seclusion to recover from his injuries, the power of the Spirit Beast Manor has fallen into the hands of Zhou Lingayan and her people. The expenses of us old members of the Zhou family have been deliberately reduced and cut. Anyone who disagrees with him is suppressed and targeted. Life is getting worse every day, and we are suffering terribly." As she said this, her face turned bitter, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly and say self-deprecatingly, "I know that if you hear me say this now, Little Chun, you probably won't have any sympathy. You'll laugh at us for deserving it and for bringing this upon ourselves. Of course, we are indeed suffering the consequences of our own actions. We can't blame anyone else, but no matter what, we Zhou family cultivators, like myself, still carry the blood of the Zhou family, and we have never forgotten our origins or our ancestors." At this point, her expression suddenly turned solemn as she looked at Zhou Chun and said in a deep voice, "We are willing to spend the rest of our lives making amends for past mistakes, but the things of our Zhou family must never be allowed to be ruined by outsiders. Little Chun, now that you are the head of the Zhou family, you have the responsibility and obligation to protect what our ancestors left us, their descendants, and not let these treasures fall into the hands of outsiders and be wantonly destroyed." The silver-haired old woman's words were resounding and filled with righteous indignation. Clearly, for these former Zhou family cultivators, seeing the treasures that once belonged to the Zhou family occupied by outsiders, while they themselves were unable to use them, was a very unpleasant feeling. Now, they no longer have the strength to reclaim those things on their own, so they can only turn to the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge for help. However, just as the silver-haired old woman had mocked herself before, their current predicament is entirely of their own making. History will remember everything. None of the cultivators of the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge will forget their betrayal. Zhou Chun will not forget either. Therefore, even though her words were very emotional, Zhou Chun remained completely unmoved. He simply looked at her calmly and said, "Grandmother, you must have misunderstood something. It is true that I am the patriarch of the Zhou family, but only the patriarch of the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge. As for the matter of the Spirit Beast Manor, you should go to Senior Yu or Zhou Henkin. There is no reason for you to come to me." Unexpectedly, his words seemed to touch something, and the silver-haired old woman immediately became furious and cursed. "Zhou Henkin has forgotten his ancestors and has long been involved with that bitch Zhou Lingayan. Now he is the one who bullies us the most. We all wish we could eat his flesh and drink his blood." After cursing like this, perhaps realizing that it was useless, the silver-haired old woman quickly regained her composure. Then, looking at Zhou Chun with a sincere expression, he said, "We were indeed wrong in the past, but now we realize our mistakes and want to do something for the family to make up for them. Little Chun, please help us plead with Uncle Ming, Dao Ai, and Dao Quinn, and ask them to give us a chance to reform. He's already suffering from the after effects of recovering from COVID-19, excessive sleepiness. He needs 12 hours of sleep a day to feel energetic, and he has difficulty concentrating when sitting in front of the computer, which is really frustrating. He can't update twice today, so he'll write half a chapter more, and he'll definitely update twice tomorrow." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.